This is the blue hole of Santa Rosa. On the surface, it's just an unassuming pond in the middle of the desert in New Mexico. At the bottom, though, there is a large metal grate over the entrance to a massive underwater cavern. Importantly, this grate wasn't always there, and I think we all know that a metal grate is only installed for one reason. So in this video, we're going to look at the horrifying incidents that led to this grate being installed, and what might happen if you were to deliberately bypass it. Before we get into it, I want to give a serious claustrophobia warning for this one. And as always, viewer discretion is advised. A 100 miles east of Albuquerque, New Mexico is the little city of Santa Rosa. On one side of the city is a swimming spot popular with locals and tourists that looks like little more than a pond at first glance. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. There are some trees and rocks around the edges, but the first thing that's noticeable about it is the deep blue color of the water, giving away the fact that it isn't some shallow, murky pond. It's obviously very deep, and the water is extremely clear. And because it's so unassuming from the surface, you might not expect that this is one of the most popular dive sites in the entire country. The hole is also located right on the historic Route 66, which for those of you who don't know is one of the original highways in the US, dating back to the 1920s. Since then, it's become a popular tourist spot, but prior to establishing Route 66, there were dirt roads that went back much further. During these time periods, the Blue Hole provided water to cattle and travelers going across the desert. But even prior to that, native populations have used the hole for centuries, maybe even millennia, as a limitless source of water and a spot to cool down. We actually don't really know how far back the history goes because there aren't any written records. In any case, this is because the Blue Hole of Santa Rosa is something known as a natural artesian well. This is a type of natural spring that's fed by water deep within the earth, and because of the pressure the water is under, it flows at unbelievable volumes. This particular one has a constant inflow of 3,000 gallons per minute. That's enough to fill an Olympic swimming pool in under 3 hours. And the water in the hole itself completely refreshes every 6 hours or so that should give you an indication of how big it is. And it just does this day in, day out as it's done for as long as people have been using it. It's for this reason as well that the water is so clear, it's constantly being replaced by new clear water that's a constant 62 Fahrenheit or 17 degrees Celsius. But that's not even all though. At the surface of the water, the hole is about 80 feet in diameter. As you descend from the surface, it begins to narrow, first like an hourglass. Then at the midway point, it begins to widen again, and eventually the hole widens to almost 130 feet across at the bottom of its 80-foot depth. At the bottom as well are some interesting objects. There's some boulders and some rubble, typical things you'd expect, but there are also bones, a crucifix, and a little opening on the east side. This opening is covered by a metal grate, which is the entrance to a massive underwater cavern. As with most natural springs where water is coming from somewhere deep within the earth, the path of the water is not direct. Over a long period of time, the water erodes the softest and most soluble rock at random. This sometimes creates massive rooms and corridors, and other times just the tiniest of squeezes. You can't really tell from the outside what a cave is going to look like until you enter. Most people have absolutely no interest in finding out what a cave looks like inside, but not everyone though. And unfortunately, the grate blocking the entrance wasn't always there. Every year, thousands of students come from across the country to scuba dive the Blue Hole of Santa Rosa. The water is clear, the temperature is stable, and there are no currents in it that divers need to worry about. It's like a big swimming pool with perfect conditions to learn in, which is part of the reason why it's so popular. In March of 1976, 10 students and their instructor pulled into the parking lot of the visitor center, ready to take advantage of these conditions. As students from the University of Oklahoma, they planned to do some underwater photography as part of one of their classes. At around 10:30 a.m., everyone had their scuba gear on, and 2 students, Mike and David, slipped into the water with everyone else. Before beginning the dive, all the students were told not to stay at the bottom for too long and warned that under no circumstances should they enter the cave on the eastern side of the hole. Then after the instructions, everyone started to descend and explore the water. For some of the students, that warning was more like an invitation. Soon enough, David and Mike made their way to the bottom to look around, and before they knew it, they were floating in front of the little 4-foot opening. Eventually, their curiosity got the better of them, and they motioned to one another that they should go in and check it out. From the entrance, the cave descends straight down about 15 feet, and right away, the environment is very different. The space is tighter, and the walls and floor are jagged and sandy. It's not quite the crystal clear water like above. Still, they kept going, and at the bottom of the 15-foot drop is a large corridor splitting off forward and backward at a 60-degree angle. Up behind them, the cave was a dead end, but in front of them, the cave descended further and split off into several rooms. Now, although these tunnels are decently sized, without proper training, divers can accidentally disturb the water too much with how they're swimming. This then stirs up the sand and silt on the bottom. It's also easy to not realize that you're doing this because you're looking in front of you while you're exploring. It's not until you turn around that you realize that you've completely obscured the path out. So as David and Mike continued on, unbeknownst to them, they were literally sealing their own fate. Finally, when they turned around, they had no clue where the way back was. From their vantage point, it was just a big cloud of dust in front of them. And upon entering a cloud like that, you lose all sense of direction and have no clue which way's up and which way's down in the random winding tunnels. This is where panic usually sets in. You start to get that pit in your stomach as you move blindly through silt, knowing you made a huge mistake and that you only have so much air left. And before you know it, you're breathing so hard you're hyperventilating, and you're moving around way faster than you should be in a panic. This then only magnifies the visibility problem, and you're banging against walls and ceilings, and then all of a sudden, you take a breath, and it feels like you're breathing through a straw because you've run out of air in your tanks. It wasn't long before the remaining students and the instructor realized that something happened to David and Mike. Then, shortly after that, the body recovery began. In the afternoon of the same day David and Mike entered the cave, rescue divers descended to the cave's entrance and ran a 100-foot line to search for them. In contrast to the 2 students, this allowed them to find their way back, even if the way was silted out. During this search, they would find Mike's body near the entrance to one of the many rooms the cave has that branch off from the main hallway. However, it would take much longer to find David. At the time, cave diving was sort of in its infancy. Even the rescue teams were primarily composed of volunteers. Many of them wouldn't even enter because of how bad the conditions were. The depth was one issue, but beyond just the depth, the cave is small enough that it really only made sense to send one person in at a time. Over the next several days, the team would get as far as 181 feet deep, so over twice the depth of where the cave begins. During this, one rescue diver eventually got down to the end of a large hallway. Then he shined a powerful flashlight to illuminate the room, but because of how large the chamber was, he couldn't even see the bottom. Maybe the scariest part of all during the search, though, was that the bubbles the divers were expelling were dislodging rocks from the ceiling. In one instance, a diver was hit in the back by a rock that was about a foot wide. In another instance, a diver was brushed by one that was 2 feet wide and probably hundreds of pounds as he waded through the dark tunnels. Finally, 4 days later on the 14th, the search was called off when the water became too cloudy due to changes in the pressure on the surface. Afterward, a 300-pound metal grate was lowered over the entrance to prevent anyone else from going inside. And it wouldn't be until over a month later when the grate was temporarily removed and David's body was finally located. Incredibly, it was at only 130 feet of depth, which is really not all that deep compared to how far the rescue had gone. There were just so many rooms and offshoots and crevices that had to be checked. Finally, after that, the grate was reinstalled where it remained for almost 40 years. 37 years later, a diving organization known as the ADM Exploration Foundation contacted the city of Santa Rosa with the hope of being given permission to map and explore the cave, which had been sealed for all those years. After some planning and permits, the ADM was given permission, and their first task was to remove the heavy grate of the entrance. Unfortunately, when it was removed, they discovered a huge amount of rock and debris inside. Apparently, unbeknownst to the city, the army had dumped 2 dump trucks worth of rock over the entrance. So first, they had to dredge the bottom and remove the debris before they could even enter. Eventually, there was just one large boulder in the way which blocked access and halted progress for another 3 years. In 2016, the way had finally been cleared enough for the mapping and exploration to begin. For the mission, in addition to some of the other premier cave divers at the time, the man leading the exploration was legendary cave diver Mike Young. For a couple of days, he and another Navy diver named Shane Thompson were mapping the cave and running fixed lines to ensure they could always find their way out. By March 26th, they had gone about as far as they could, which was 195 feet. They might have been able to get a little bit deeper, but in the end decided it would be too much work. The deepest point of the cave was filled with rocks that would need to be moved out of the way to get any further. So instead, they decided that would be the last day of their dive, and all Mike was going to go down to do was do one more check at the area in case he missed any passages and to remove the line he had fixed to the bottom. Now, it's not really clear if the cave had always been like this and it just wasn't described this way when the first rescue was done in 1976, but when Mike and Shane dived the cave, it was full of large rocks and boulders after around 140 feet of depth. So in addition to swimming through the tunnels, the tunnels were also filled with boulders that were sometimes the size of cars. This meant that they also had to find a route through the cracks and openings between these large, unstable boulders. Sometimes they didn't even have enough space to turn around. Other times they would be swimming and had to remove smaller rocks, which was also dangerous because you can risk dislodging the larger rocks. In fact, this was all so treacherous.
Good time to wake up,
last day of the
but your Discord has been on all this time.
Passed a restriction at 140 feet. Then, since Shane did make it through, they planned for him to accompany Mike on the last dive.
You actually slept at 12 a.m.?
After the 2 men squeezed through the first restriction, the tunnel was filled with rocks and debris.
Are you really Etty?
Leaving them with just a few feet to the ceiling.
Are you a doppelganger?
It was also about 6 feet wide. For this deep in the cave, though, that was pretty decent in terms of space and visibility, and not much silt was getting kicked up as they swam along. Eventually, they got to the next restriction. Mike put his hand up in front of Shane to signal him to wait. Prior to entering, this was the spot they planned Shane was supposed to wait while Mike went to retrieve the line. Mike was more experienced, and the next section was so tight anyway, it just made sense for only one person to go through it. So after
let me watch a few episodes of anime, then boom, slept like a baby from the get-go.
From there on, if you can believe it, the cave is actually even more treacherous. It's basically all restricted to large boulders, and the spaces are so tight that Mike had to pull himself through with his arms. He would make it to the end of the line without issue though, and he was about to remove the line, but then he thought to himself that this should really be filmed. They had also been shooting a documentary about the blue hole, and Shane had been wearing a camera to film everything. So instead of cutting and removing the line, he thought it would be a good idea to go back to get the camera to film it. After turning back as expected, the way was completely silted out. The space is so tight that no matter how careful you are, you're brushing up against boulders and kicking up sand. This wasn't really a big deal since he was following a line. Then after a couple feet back into the restrictions, he ran directly into Shane. A few minutes earlier, right as Mike's fins had disappeared, Shane went right after him, completely against what they planned.
I woke up at night
he just
because
decided in that moment
I fell
he wanted to see the
asleep
rest of
at
the cave and decided to follow after Mike.
Afternoon.
By the time
yesterday.
the two ran into one another, Shane had already passed through 5 tight restrictions and it was actually a bit stuck and starting to panic.
No, it is
Mike was obviously
yesterday,
confused as well
yesterday.
because he knew that he had just come through some not so easy restrictions. But either way, after the shock wore off, he told Shane to turn back around.
Yeah,
Shane
no.
then replied back that he couldn't. Between being wedged and how small
I
the
keep
space was, there was
sleeping
no
in
way
different
for him to maneuver
times.
himself
My
back
body
around.
decides when I sleep.
So
One day it will
instead, Mike backed
decide
out of the
to
opening and
sleep
grabbed
at
Shane
4
and pulled him
a.m.
as hard as he
then
could.
12 a.m.
He
the
would
next
get him
day.
through and turn
I
around,
think
but
I
he both had a feeling
broke
like he was going to
me.
break Shane's legs in the process. Finally, the two of them managed to squeeze through the boulders toward
Why
the
are
exit.
you using
And although Mike couldn't see
American
Shane from the sill, he could feel the line moving in
I
his
don't
hands, so he
know.
knew Shane
I
was
don't
moving
know.
along as well.
It.
Then all of a
Listen,
sudden, the line
right?
was just
I
ripped from Mike's
fixed
hands,
my
like Shane had
sleep
just yanked on it
schedule
super hard.
for like
And
a
immediately
period
he
of
started
time,
patting
and I
around the
was
rocks,
so
trying to
happy
find it
because
again,
I
because
fixed
that
my
was
sleep
literally
schedule
his
again.
only lifeline.
And then I started
And as he
reading,
patted around, he could start to feel his
and
breathing
then I
start to
fucked
increase
up
too.
because
Thankfully, he had the
I'm
presence
not
of
the
mind to
type
realize he had
who
equipment that would last
can
all day if he
put
needed.
down
There was no rush.
the
He had tons
reading
of time.
when
He
it's
just had to
time
sit
for
and calm
bed.
himself down for a second.
I'll
So
always
that's what he
be
did.
like, just
When he was
one more
calmed down a little
chapter,
bit, he
just
began
one
to
more
look around
chapter,
again.
you know, just one
He
more
kind of knew what
chapter.
direction he needed to
And
go, because he was
then-
heading in the right direction before.
And
still
then
couldn't
by
find
the
line
time I
anywhere.
noticed,
Eventually, he felt
it's
a
too
little
late.
opening and went through it and kept padding around and miraculously stumbled on
there's
line
no
again.
more one more
So he
chapter.
took a big sigh of
It's
relief and
always
kept following
I'll
through the
read
boulders.
until I finish
Then
the
out of nowhere, he felt
story.
Shane's arm reaching
And
for
then
this
I
tiny
fucked
gap
up.
in the boulders. And right away, he could tell by the way it was moving that
I
Shane was
fucked
absolutely
up.
freaking out in complete panic mode. Mike grabbed onto it to sort of reassure him that he was going to help, and then
Hey,
started
fellow
looking around for some way to
comrades.
get Shane out of
I
where
do
he
the
was stuck.
same, but I
He
black out
eventually
at
found
3
a
a.m.
larger
Oh my
opening close
god.
by and then
When
guided Shane to it by pulling
I'm
toward it.
doing
At this point,
something,
Shane is
I
still
don't
completely
sleep.
losing it,
This
but
is
seemed to
why,
realize
like,
that Mike found a way out.
back in the
Unfortunately,
day
as soon as he
when
got
I
to the
was
opening, he started
younger,
crawling as hard and as
I
fast
do
as he
like
could.
those
And because he did this so
24
haphazardly
hours
in his
drawing
panic, he
non-stop
actually managed to wedge himself underneath Mike in the narrow
because
tunnel to the point that
the
Shane's
young
head was by
me
Mike's feet
was
and
able
Mike's
to
head
do
was by
that.
Shane's feet.
The focus
At that point, they were
was,
completely
like,
stuck,
crazy.
but Shane was still panicking and kicking his fins like crazy, forcing Mike to have to shield his face from Shane's kicks. In the chaos, he even managed to kick a valve in Mike's suit and break it, causing Mike's suit to begin to fill with the cold water. Meanwhile, Mike just knew that this was a terrible situation and he needed to get out of it as soon as possible. He eventually managed to sort of wedge one of his legs up into a crack, which gave Shane just enough room to wiggle through and finally unwedge them.
24
Even
hours.
worse though, in the process,
I
he
can
ripped
no
one of
longer
Mike's
do
fins
those
off.
24
On top of that, the
hours. I
force
say
of coming
that
through pushed him forward
I
to
can
the same
read
opening
for
Shane had
24
just come out
hours,
of.
just not draw for
Afterward, he
24
just sat there
hours.
for a moment to calm down, which was even harder than before because of everything that was going on.
My focus
Finally,
level
again,
is
when
no
he was
longer
calm
the
enough,
same.
first he exited the little opening he had been forced through. Then again, he began to pad around, looking for an opening in the direction he thought was up and out. As he was doing this, once again, miraculously, he felt his fin laying there on some rocks. Immediately, this was a huge relief, and it was almost symbolic that he still had hope of making it out. Afterward, he continued the direction he thought was up. He would find a hole, go through it, pad around for another one, go through that, and so on. Then somehow he managed to find an area
When I
where the
was
silt
younger, I
wasn't so
used to
bad.
go to
He actually had a
bed
bit of
9 p.m.
visibility.
to wake up
As he
5
swam
a.m.
toward
and
it, he was able to
bang
see
the
the line.
rock.
Eventually, he grabbed it and he realized he could still feel it moving, meaning Shane was still active somewhere in the silted out boulders.
I've never played Run the
Then
Rock.
almost without hesitation, he just turned toward them and began to swim in that direction to go help Shane. Tragically, as he swam, the line suddenly went limp and immediately he knew Shane had passed away. Shortly after that, he squeezed back through and found Shane's lifeless body. Then, almost robotically, he began to take off Shane's gear to get him ready to be taken back to the surface. As he was doing this, he had a sudden moment of realization. His suit was partially filled with cold water and he had tons of decompression to do before he could even exit the water.
Never
This just
played
wasn't the
Run the
time
Rock
to make a
before.
rescue. He'd have to come back later to do this. So instead, he left Shane where he was and then he followed the line all the way back through the winding corridors and restrictions until finally meeting the safety divers just above the cave entrance. He managed to communicate to them that Shane wasn't coming back, and then he began his long 2-hour decompression. Between the panic from earlier and the freezing water in his suit and knowing what happened to Shane, this was a brutal experience. After getting to the surface, he spent some more time warming up and calming down before explaining to the police what had happened down below. It was during this that he realized that he was the only one capable of retrieving Shane's body, so sooner or later, he would have to go back down there. He even wanted to do it that night still, but the rest of the team stopped him and told him to wait until morning. After Shane was recovered, the camera footage was examined to figure out what had happened. This is when they saw that Shane had followed basically right after Mike was out of view at the second restriction. In addition to that, it was determined that because of how hard he was breathing, he eventually overloaded the rebreather system he was using. This then forced him to switch to his emergency gas. He quickly burned through that as well, but because he was so panicked, he just never switched back to his other system. He was also found with his suit completely torn up. There were rips all over it because of how hard he was swimming through the boulders. After everything was said and done, the team had mapped the cave, but obviously it wasn't the way they planned it would happen. And beyond losing Shane, part of the hope for the expedition was to map the cave to eventually be turned into a spot for local cave divers to come and explore.
You know, it's currently
However,
like
as Mike put it, it was just one of the
6
sketchiest caves he'd ever
right?
been in. Even if it was dredged
turned
and lines were
on
fixed, all the
my
boulders and restrictions meant that it would
PC
still
and the
be limited to the
drawing,
most
the Clip
advanced
Studio
technical
Paint,
divers.
since
Mike would
like
even later describe one of the restrictions, which
2
is apparently
a.m.
just a small opening under
and then
a
I've
huge
just been
multiple-ton boulder that's
staring
balanced on just a tiny lip of
at
rock.
the PC.
So ultimately, it
I've
was
been
decided that the cave was just
staring
too
at
dangerous, and a new grate
my
was
clip
installed over the entrance,
for like
sealing it forever.
a few
The
hours,
blue hole
and
of
I
Santa
decided
Rosa,
that I'm
however,
hungry,
remains
so
a
I
safe and
made
popular
some
dive site and
instant
swimming spot
noodles
to this
and
day.
I ate. And then I finally
If you
started
made it this
drawing at
far,
5 a.m.
thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it
What
to the
is
form down in the
focus?
description. And thanks again for watching,
There's
and
no
hopefully
such
I will
thing as
see you in the
focus.
next one.
Sometimes play it on the 3 at the same time. You can play in 3 different accounts at the same time in Ragnarok. The newer ones are still
Albuquerque's
bad and
West
doesn't
Mesa,
have the same charm, so
a
you're not
vast
missing
and desolate
out.
expanse of land located
Good
within the
old
city
camping
limits.
days on the backpack.
Arid, barren, the perfect place to hide one's darkest
People
secrets.
actually spend a lot. I saw one car that
Prior to
cost almost a
2006,
house.
the
I have
Arroyo
no idea
Bank
how
of West
much
Mesa
it is.
was largely uninhabited. That is, until urban development reached the area and the site was disturbed, buried, and platted for residential construction. On the 2nd of February 2009, a woman walking her dog stumbled upon a bone which had risen to the surface during the area's development. One that looked decidedly
Do you
human.
guys play
She notified the authorities.
FF14?
And soon,
I
11
asked
sets of
that
human
because
female
my
remains
friends
were
play
unearthed in a small
FF14
area,
and they've
bringing the
tried
existence of a formerly unknown serial slayer
to
to the
get
world's
me
attention.
to play it like so
One
many
whom the media
times.
dubbed the West
So
Mesa
many times.
Bone Collector. Thanks to
I
the
had
wonders
one
of DNA
character in
analysis,
each account,
the
so I
11
just
bodies were
had to
soon
launch
linked
the
to
game
11 missing person
several
cases.
times. I see.
Those of young women aged between
I
15
see.
and 32, who
Sadly,
were
you
mostly
don't.
of
I
Hispanic
don't
descent.
think that's a sad thing.
Jamie
I
Barella, Monica
I don't think that's
Candelaria,
a sad thing.
Victoria Chavez,
I started
Virginia
remember
Clover,
Moses like drugs.
Selania
so-
Edwards, Cinnamon Elks,
I've tried
Maureen
playing
Julie
FF14
Nieto,
like multiple times.
Veronica Romero,
I actually did
Evelyn
play
Salazar,
FF14 for
and
quite a
Michelle
bit,
Valdez.
like last
all of them
year.
had disappeared at some point between
I
2001
think I went
and
from
2005, and most
whatever
were working
level
as
I was
escorts
before
at the
that.
time they vanished.
Very
One,
low,
Michelle
probably like
Valdez, was even
level
pregnant at the time of her
10
demise.
plus or something.
Satellite
And then I
images captured
trained
between
until that I
2003
got
and
to the higher
2005
levels.
revealed tire tracks
And
and
I
disturbed
remember
soil
the
patches
only
in the
reason why I
vicinity where the
stopped
remains were
was
later
because
discovered,
I could no longer
suggesting
do the
that all of the
dungeons
women had been
because
slain at a
my
different
armor
location
was
and
not
then driven
high
out to
level
the dumping
enough or
site.
some shit like that.
But
And I
although
was
all
like,
of
this
the
is a good
victims'
time
names
to
have since
stop.
been
I don't
revealed,
have to pay for
the
like
identity
next
of their killer
month's
remains unknown to this day.
membership.
Who was the West Mesa Bone Collector? And why
I
did his
played
rampage
without
seemingly
telling
come
those
to an
friends.
abrupt end? Though no suspects have ever been officially named in connection with the slayings, one man
I
in
didn't
particular
tell them that
has
I was
always been a
playing
person of
because I
interest.
didn't know how long I would play.
Lorenzo Montoya,
The answer
a
is not very
39-year-old
long.
printing company employee. Not only did Montoya live less than 3 miles from the burial site, but he also had a history of violence against women, and his co-workers divulged that he had privately confessed to them about the killings. Perhaps most damningly of all, dirt tracks were later found leading from his home to the dumping site. In December 2006, Montoya contacted 19-year-old
My
Sherika
time
Hill
of
through an online chat
motivation for
and offered her
playing
money
games
to
is
come and perform
for
a
doing
dance at his
anything
mobile
actually
home
is
located at
very,
4000
very
Blake
chill.
Road Southwest. The pair negotiated a price, and Sherika arrived at Montoya's trailer in the early hours of the morning. It's unknown what exactly transpired inside the trailer, but less than
A
an
new
hour after she
expansion
had
comes
arrived,
out and you need
Montoya
to do
had
it
strangled
all
Sherika to
again.
death and had wrapped her remains up using duct tape.
I played WoW
Little did he
sim grinding
realize that
system.
Sherika's
I
boyfriend,
saw more
Frederick
people
Williams,
playing
was
that
waiting
game
outside
again.
the trailer for his girlfriend to finish her dance. He was watching as Montoya dragged her duct tape body out towards his truck. In a fit of rage, Frederick shot and killed Montoya then and there. Following this, the West Mesa slayings came to an end. Frederick Williams didn't face any charges. The authorities remain convinced that this wasn't Montoya's first rodeo. In the words of Police Chief Ray Schultz, there's a good probability that this wasn't the first time Montoya had done something like this. It was very well planned and orchestrated, and that's what's worrisome about this. While sifting through Lorenzo Montoya's home for evidence, detectives stumbled upon what could very well be a crucial lead. An eerie home recording found on Montoya's camera.
I don't even want to touch any at this point because I might get addicted again. I don't want to relapse. I actually own Final Fantasy 14 and like the expansions because for one birthday my brother didn't know what to get me and I was just like, just get me something off of my Steam wish
The
list,
camera's set up,
you know?
facing the wall,
And
leaving
that's what he
happens
got
off
me,
screen
so I was
to
like,
our
okay.
imaginations.
I
The
got
audio
it
too
and a
is
few months
sparse.
later I stopped playing
There's
Final
no
Fantasy
TV on in the
14.
background. No radio. The whole scene is deathly quiet.
I got addicted to another game
Except
before
that is,
Risk of
for what
Rain.
sounds like duct tape
Ah.
being pulled off a roll, and a garbage bag being opened. Many people are confident that Montoya was recording
Play
this
it.
moment for his own sick amusement.
If you guys
A memento he
know
could return to and
Dolar,
enjoy again
you
and
know,
again.
the
The
raccoon
moment he was disposing of a body.
VTuber.
He was
I
careful
played
not to
Risk
capture
of
any of this
Rain
grisly
because
scene on film,
he
so
asked
that
me
you could
to
always
play Risk of
plausibly deny
Rain
what
and
was
I
actually
played with
happening
him
just out of view.
for like that one
This short
time.
clip is all that's been released to the public. According to investigators, the complete video begins with Montoya having sex with an unidentified woman. The footage fades to black and transitions to this clip. Some people even say that if you listen closely, at around the 36-second mark, it sounds as if Montoya says, "Tranquilo," in English, calm down, or be quiet. It's unknown whether Montoya was saying this to his dog, or perhaps even to himself, or indeed, if he even does say that word at all. It's quite hard to make out. Given that tranquilo is masculine in Spanish though, he certainly wasn't speaking to Sherika, or any of the other women who met their fate in West Mesa.
I still have
As
a
far
lot
as
to
I
do
can
on
tell,
that game
the
and a
police
new
haven't revealed the
expansion
timestamp on the
is
video,
on the horizon.
so we can't be certain
Ooh,
which
for
of the
Risk
women is
Rain.
being disposed of.
Did I enjoy
off-camera.
playing it? It
If
was
indeed
fun.
that is
It
what's
was
happening in this
fun
clip.
playing with
It
Dole,
remains unconfirmed
but when
whether
I
Lorenzo
tried to
Montoya
play by
truly was the
myself,
bone
it's
collector,
not as fun. You know,
the
it's
twisted
like
sicko
some
who claimed
games
so many
once
lives
you
in West Mesa.
play it with your
But this dark
friends
piece
and
of
you
fan
try to
footage
play
certainly
alone,
leaves
it's
us with a lot to
boring.
think about. If it truly is what it sounds like though,
It's
then
that
this is one of the
that
very few
feeling.
recorded examples of a serial killer in action.
It's that feeling. Playing
Elisa
with
Shum
friends is the
was a
way. I
53-year-old
can no
devoted
longer
mother of
game
four
without
who worked
friends.
as a fertility
You know
nurse in
what?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Yesterday
Her best friend,
night,
Jan Lash,
wasn't it
described
yesterday
her
night?
as a caretaker type, an amazing human being,
When
the
did
type
I?
of person who knew the neighborhood kids' favorite sweets
No,
and
it's
kept them in stock.
it was like at.
By all accounts, she was an
It
extremely
is
kind
yesterday
and
night.
well-liked
Yesterday
person,
night.
which begs the question: who
Is it
killed
yesterday
her?
night? No, my
It's a
time.
question
My
investigators have been trying to
time.
answer
My
since her
time
life was
has
so
been
cruelly
bad.
snuffed
I
out on
replied
March
yesterday
24th,
night. Okay.
2013.
On the
And a
29th,
chilling piece of
Cress
surveillance
messaged
footage
me
likely
because
holds the answer.
Cress saw that I had the
At the
game
time of the
Little
incident,
Company.
Elisa was in the process of
and
splitting up with her
I
husband,
I
Sanford
got
Sherman.
Little Company because
Elisa and
Maple
Sanford's
bought it
turbulent
for me.
relationship history
Again,
included
Maple
frequent
bought me
fights,
another
the
game
shifting of
again.
money from joint to private bank accounts,
So Maple
and Sanford's
bought
admission
Little
to an affair.
Company for me.
Elisa,
So
who
Cress
feared
was
her
like,
husband,
I see that
filed
you
for
have
divorce in
Little
2011.
Company. And then Cress
Since she and
asked
her
to
husband
play
were still living
together.
in the same house, she put a deadbolt on her bedroom door
Friends
for
are
protection,
addictive.
and even sent herself an
Friends are
email
bad.
in which she wrote, "I'm really
My friends
afraid
was
he's
too
going to
high
have me
level. I
killed."
can't play with friends, so hard to
She
make
was extremely eager to see the
Yeah,
back of
when you're
Sanford and move on.
adults,
To get past this dark
when you
chapter
become
in her life.
adults, it becomes so
Shortly
difficult
before
to
their
create
divorce hearing, on
like,
March 13th,
time to play
Elisa
together.
texted her brother, "Trial's in 2 weeks. Hopefully there is life after death." that message would turn out to be eerily foreboding.
It's so sad.
At 2:55 p.m. on March 24th, Elisa sent her daughter, Jennifer, a text message saying she was visiting her divorce attorney, Gregory Moore, to finalize some paperwork. Concerns arose when Elisa failed to return home by 7:45 p.m., prompting worry from her children.
No,
She had
so how
assured
can
them
I
that
play
she'd be home
requests
in
or
time
does
for
he leave 12 hours in the future?
Unable to get through to her mother on the phone,
The
Jennifer began
time
driving to
zone
Cleveland Heights in search of
problem.
her. But she soon returned home when her brother, Jeremy,
Unless
called
if
her
one
and told her
of
something
you guys
that
like
the police were
you
at their
know
house and
make
that they had
the
some terrible
time
news to share.
to play together,
Their mother,
like either
Elisa,
wake up early or
had been
actually
murdered.
sleep late.
A little over 2 hours prior, at approximately 5:20 p.m., somebody had viciously attacked her in broad daylight, close to her attorney's office at 55 Erie View Plaza. A nearby worker heard screams coming from the street and saw an individual stabbing Elisa in the face, ear,
That's
neck,
difficult.
and back. In total, she was punctured 11 times.
I had like
Law enforcement was
I
swiftly
used
summoned
to
to the
play
scene,
with
but by the time
when
they
Animal
arrived,
Crossing
the
just
killer
came
was
out
long
not
gone.
too long, right?
These
I had
grainy
a
images,
friend who's
captured
also
mere
in
moments after the
America, and
incident,
back
while
then I
Elisa lay
was
dying in
working
the street,
through,
show a hooded figure
and he
in
would
jeans
always
and a green
stay
jacket,
up late to
limping
play
away.
with me. But he's also
It's believed
he's
that
also
this was the
working,
perpetrator.
right? So he's also tired. So every
In the
time we
aftermath,
play
Elisa's
together,
soon-to-be ex-husband, Sanford,
he would
siphoned
fall
around
asleep.
$2 million from her account,
and I would
leading their
try
daughter,
not to
Jennifer,
disturb
to file
him
a civil suit against
because
her.
I know that he's
This
tired,
was settled out of court.
you know.
One of Sanford Sherman's friends,
And also,
Larry Shanker,
like,
later testified
he
that Sanford
always
asked
had
him how someone
a
might get away
difficult
with murder.
time understanding what
Thinking
I'm
it was nothing more
saying
than a thought
because
experiment,
you know
Shanker replied,
the
"Don't use
Singapore
your car,
accent,
or don't let your car be seen.
and
Don't
he's
use a gun,
not
because
used
it could be
to
heard.
listening to like the
Don't use your
Asian
street
accents
clothes.
and all that.
Use something that would
So
cover
he
up
has
your
a
entire
hard
body,
time.
your face, your hands. Yeah, for
So
obvious
we
reasons,
had
Sanford's considered suspect
communication
number 1.
problems and all that.
Interestingly, suspect number 2 would be Elisa's own attorney, Gregory Moore, whom she was on her way to see on the day she died. In 2016, Moore faced charges related to tampering with evidence, obstructing official business, falsification, telecommunications fraud, and
My
forgery.
biggest problem is lag.
It
Oh,
was
that
Moore
is
who had
true.
arranged to meet with Elisa on the day her
ping.
life was taken. But although Moore claims that he was inside his office at the time of the incident, waiting for
One would
Elisa
have to
arrive,
suffer for the other.
keycard data and witness statements suggest that he had left the building an hour prior. Elisa herself certainly didn't think much of her attorney, complaining to friends that he was often late to their meetings and unprepared. She had desperately tried to find another lawyer, but, short on time and funds, was forced to stick with Moore.
3 seconds
The
delay.
third possibility is perhaps the most
3
speculative.
seconds delay can
take a
cause
look
a
for
lot
yourself.
of things in like
Many
FPS
people don't think
games.
that this person is Sanford Sherman or Gregory Moore. Based on their petite stature, they actually think it's a woman. As mentioned, from 2006 to 2010, Elisa's husband had been having an affair with a woman in New York and Florida. Could this have been her, or perhaps another woman that he was involved with? If so, did Sanford have a hand in the planning, or did she act of her own volition? Theories abound regarding Sanford's motive and Moore's potential involvement, prompting speculation about the identity of the figure in the CCTV footage. Now, 10 years later, he, or perhaps even she, still hasn't been identified, and the blade used to end Elisa's life has never been recovered. There's a
Someone
reward
needs
of
to learn to
$100,000
predict the
for any
future.
information that leads to an arrest.
Predict the future for the games.
Before we move on, I want to introduce you all to Ridge, the good people who make these compact, stylish wallets. Now, there are a few things more annoying than a
Compact,
bulky wallet in your
stylish
pocket.
wallets.
They look bad, and they're a pain to get out. Thankfully, Ridge have solved those problems. Their wallets can expand to hold up to 12 cards while remaining slim and convenient, all while still having room for cash. Now, if you've taken anything away from my videos in the past, it's that you can never be too careful. Ridge wallets are designed with RFID blocking
I
materials
used to do that
protect you
on
from
the early
digital
days of
pickpockets.
LL. Oh my god.
They come in over 30 different
I've
colours
never
and styles,
tried
including
League,
leather if you like
and
to
I
go the
don't
more
think I ever
traditional way.
will.
Personally,
My
I couldn't
brother used
resist
to
this
play
neon
Dota,
tiki design.
and
That's very much a little
my
slice of me.
only
And with Christmas just around the
comments
corner, I
about
thought I'd get one for my
Dota
wife
is
too.
that
And she was
man
over the
was
moon with it.
him
So if you're still looking
noisy
for the perfect festive
playing
gift for that special
Dota.
someone, look no further. Shop the holiday sale by going to rich.com/lazy masquerade and get up to
Please
30%
never,
off through
never.
December 20th.
Don't worry. I've
Use my link,
actually
and you can enter free
I've
for a chance to
actually
win a rich bundle
tried
worth $4,000.
not literally
Click my
play a
link in the
game.
description below
Okay,
to enjoy
not,
this
not
amazing
literally
savings.
play a game.
Thanks,
but
Rich, for sponsoring the channel.
I've asked
Now back to the
my
video.
brother to try to teach me to play Dota before, because like most of the games that I play, right, were usually introduced by my brother, the PC games at the very least. So when he was playing Dota, I did ask him to like kind of try to teach me
Tilto-chan,
how
the
to
twisted
play
necked
Dota.
woman whose crooked head has haunted
And,
many a person's dreams over the years. Perhaps you've seen this
I
image before.
tried, okay, I
Though it first
tried to
appeared
pay
online in early
attention to him
2010,
teaching me
it
how
was
to
truly
play
brought to the
Dota,
wider
but I
public's
was
attention by a
bored
Japanese magazine
after like
called
15
Dangerous
minutes.
Images for Your Brain.
I
article,
was like,
which was titled
is,
The Woman
is
Looking at the
enough.
Camera,
15 minutes
explained that this was
is
a
enough.
screen grab
Good
taken
enough.
from a
I don't think I
2009
will ever
episode
touch
of
Dota.
Vroid no
And
Gokigen,
that's also why I've never
captured
touched
after
Dota.
the camera panned to show the studio audience. Though the rest
I
of the crowd
know
seemed to be reacting normally and are focused on the stage,
immediately
this one woman
from like
stands out.
the first 5 minutes
skin
that
is
is
deathly
not
pale.
my type of game,
Her head
but
is
I
twisted
continued
at
trying
an
to
unnatural
listen
angle, and she's staring
until
right
15
down the
minutes,
barrel
and
of
I
the
was like,
lens with an almost menacing smile.
I had enough.
After appearing
I'm
in the
good.
publication, the image soon gained more notoriety online, particularly on
It's
2chan.
so hard to start on mobile,
It even landed
yeah.
a coveted place on Japan's notorious Things You Must Never Search For list. Word soon spread
I
that
even
the
think
episode
it's
of
hard
Ryan
to
no
start on
Gokigenyo
like
that the woman had featured in had been
FPS
erased from
games.
existence by the showrunners, who were desperate not to let anyone rewatch it. People online
I've
were
always
labeling
been
it as
more
cursed,
of like a
and even
casual
an
gamer, you
optic
know?
hazard, something that once seen will have devastating effects on your mind. It's said that once you've seen her face, it's already too late. Tilto is coming for you. She'll be with you soon, her head twisting around, corkscrewing as she walks down your hallway and enters your room, staring at you with hollow, distorted eyes and that grim smile. Is that the floorboards creaking, or her neck? But don't start sweating just yet. Papa Lazy's here to break down why you're probably not doomed after all.
FPS is
Though
way
it's true
more
that the original
frustrating,
image
but the
was
entry
taken from an
level is
episode of Ryan
lower.
no Gokigenyo.
Tell me
Not
more
always as it
about it.
seems. If you search the term Gokigenyo Kankyaku, or Good Day Audience, on Google, you'll be met with an earlier incarnation of the screen grab, in which the woman's neck is less contorted, and her skin decidedly more pale. Still creepy, but still not the unedited original. That would be this. Rather than the fact that the woman's looking directly at the camera, there really isn't anything unnatural about her at all. The same woman
The
was even
first
spotted in a different episode of
FPS
Gokigenyo,
game
proving that
I
she was just an
played
ordinary audience member and
is
not a paranormal entity.
just Left 4 Dead
So
2.
if that's all there is to it, why did this image of all
It's
things
just
get
Left
turned
4
into a
Dead
creepy
2.
internet artifact with its own lore and everything? Well, although many people claimed that the episode featuring this woman had been deleted from online archives, that
There
too
was a
nothing
period
more
of
than fiction.
time whenever I
A clip
get
of said episode,
stressed,
which aired on May
I
5th,
would ask
2009,
my
has
friend
since been unearthed.
to
And here
play
it is,
Left 4
for
Dead
your
2
viewing
with
pleasure.
me. You know, whenever I'm stressed. Just like,
As you
can
can
we
see,
play
a lot less
Left 4
creepy than
Dead
the story
2
made out.
today? Because
In fact,
I'm
not
stressed.
creepy at all.
And then
It appears the audience member was merely imitating the host, who mere
I-
moments
while
prior
my
had
friends
tilted his head
have,
as he
like,
made a joke.
over 3,000
In all
hours in Left 4 Dead
likelihood,
2.
a 2-channel user
So
saw the woman's
they would
noteworthy
carry.
imitation and decided to create
They would
this cursed
carry,
image.
and I would just have an easy
Knowing Japan's
time
love of kawaii
killing
gusasete, otherwise
some,
known as the
you
Let Me
know,
Be Cute
zombies.
challenge, that first edit was probably expanded
And
upon
I
by
get
another
carried
user
to
and was turned into
victory.
this creepier version, made famous by the schlocky
Let
article.
me tell the
An
tale
article
about
which
how
was,
I
of
joined
course,
Valorant
published by
first
Core
week
magazine,
just to get
whom
my
I've
ass
talked about in
kicked
the past.
for 30 minutes
Let's
on
just say
a
they're not exactly
single
known for their
map.
journalistic integrity, and I've no doubt they simply ripped this image from
Oh
2channel
no.
and slapped
My
on a story
first
to go with it.
FPS was Borderlands 2. I've never
It
tried
makes me wonder if
Borderlands
this
2.
woman, whoever she may be, is even aware of how much of a storm she's caused online, all with the simple tilt of her head. Just goes to show, these internet urban legends truly can come from anywhere.
I think the other FPS game I've tried is before Back 4 Blood, right? I've tried the TF2.
The year was 2016, and Viola Beach
And
was an
then
up-and-coming indie pop rock band
after I
on the
tried
verge of a
it, I
mainstream
deleted it.
breakthrough. Formed in
I
Warrington,
didn't know what I was
England.
doing.
The group consisted of vocalist and rhythm
No, I
guitarist
don't.
Chris
Didn't
Lennon,
know what at all.
lead guitarist River Reeves, drummer Jack Dakin, and bass player Thomas Lowe. Their sound was very in vogue for the time, and they were beginning to make a name for themselves, with plans for an international tour and a coveted slot at Glastonbury, one of the world's biggest music festivals. Certainly the biggest in the UK.
Borderlands 2 is
But
fun.
before any of that, the band was scheduled to
3
play at the
combat
Where's
is
the
good,
Music
but the
Festival
story is
in
bad.
Norrköping, Sweden,
That always
Their slot
happens
ended
a
at
lot
around
with
midnight on
like
February
sequel
12th.
games.
at which point the band went backstage and relaxed for a short while.
Right.
It was then that somebody snapped this photo of all 4 members. This should have just been another of the many pictures of the group living their dream. Instead,
Oh,
it would be the
I
last
just
image of all 4
remember.
members.
There was
living
another
at all.
FPS
One
game I
taken
played.
less
Can
than
you
2
really
hours
consider
before the
it
unthinkable.
FPS? I mean, it
After
kinda
performing at the
is.
festival,
It's
the group began
Resident
driving
Evil.
back to their hotel in Stockholm
I
in the early morning
played-
hours.
I have
Tarek,
Resident
the band's
Evil.
32-year-old manager, was behind the wheel of their
What
rented
Resident
Nissan
Evil do I
Qashqai.
have?
At 2:01
Resident
a.m.,
Evil.
their car was caught
I
on
have
CCTV approaching traffic on the
2,
motorway.
3,
A row of cars ahead of them had
4,
stopped
the
as the
old
upcoming
one,
bridge was being
and
raised to accommodate a
7.
shipping vessel. This was made obvious by a set
I've
of blinking
only
yellow
played
lights and 2 closed
2.
safety barriers.
And I played it
The
like
surveillance footage shows the group's car
2
slowing
years
down
ago
slightly
on my
before
birthday.
accelerating down a narrow hard shoulder towards the bridge.
I didn't even finish the
But
game.
rather than come to a stop like
And
all
that's
of
the
other
only time I
cars,
played
wait
it,
for the
and
bridge
I
to be
never
lowered back
touched
down
it ever
again.
since. I didn't play
Craig
3,
accelerated,
and
hitting
I
the 2
didn't play
barriers in the
7
process,
either.
and driving the
The
car
s-
through a gap
the
under
Resident
the
Evil
bridge, with the top section of the
7
vehicle
was
smashing
played
into the
by
part-raised structure
my
at
friend
56
Kahil
miles
Not.
an hour.
This I have family
The
share
Nissan
with
Qashqai
him,
somersaulted 80 feet into the shipping canal.
and he wanted to play it, so I was
Chris,
like, hell yeah, go
River,
for it.
Jack, and their driver Craig all perished on impact, while Thomas drowned in the cold water below. Craig's
This
toxicology
kind of a
report came back
shooter
clean,
game.
and he should have been completely fit to drive. The car itself had no mechanical issues. The road was
I only
wet,
played
but
the
not covered
first
in
one
ice.
in PS1.
The exact circumstances
I
that led
remember
to the
there was
crash
a
remain shrouded in
PS1
uncertainty, though the
horror
unusual
shooter
engineering of the
game
bridge may
that
have
my
had
brother
something to do with it.
played, that my dad
When most people
bought,
think
and
of a
it had
bridge being
like
raised,
4
they
different
imagine a tilt
CDs,
bridge,
right?
one that tilts upwards from
And-
both sides to create a
and,
space in the middle.
He played
But
the
this
first
particular
CD.
bridge
He was
didn't
scared, but he wasn't
raised.
as scared if I'm
Some
watching.
suspect that
So
Craig had
we
fallen
were
asleep
like
at the
sitting
wheel,
together
but
and
that doesn't fit
playing,
into the
right?
investigation's
And then
findings.
when we tried to
If there
continue
was
playing the
maneuvering to get
game, the
around the
second
stationary
CD
vehicles, Craig
can't
must have been
even be
awake
read.
when he accelerated towards
so we
the
never
bridge.
finished the
An
game.
inquest also found
I don't
that Craig would have
remember
had enough
the
time
name
to
of
stop
the game
vehicle
anymore.
after hitting the first safety barrier.
By playing, I mean I watched my
is,
cousin
unless he
play it
woke
while
up
I
seconds
was
before the
scared
crash,
behind
Saw
him.
the blinking lights as the bridge was rising,
That's what
and,
we do as
confused and running on
kids,
instinct,
right?
sped up in an attempt to jump what he thought was a tilt bridge. One of the
When you're
investigators
scared,
working
you
with
just
Lars Bergman,
watch people
has his
play.
own thoughts about what happened.
I'm not good at
My
games.
theory is that Craig was inattentive
I
for
have
some reason,
not been good at
perhaps
games
talking on a
since I
mobile
was a
phone,
kid.
or turning round to the others in the
Right.
car, and he didn't see the
So,
barrier in time. He might have been knocked out after hitting the
sometimes-
first barrier with his foot on the accelerator.
Sometimes when I want to watch a
Still,
certain
that's
gameplay, I
completely
will just ask my
speculative.
brother to play
And
it.
despite reconstructions of the
We
event and
share
countless hours of
we
detective
share
work, the
things because we
authorities
don't
still
have enough
can't say with
money to
certainty
buy
what led to Craig
for
accelerating
each
to
of
his
us,
and his friend's
right?
doom.
Of
Viola
course,
Beach's
right?
self-titled
Because
debut
consoles
album
and
was released
PC and things like
posthumously
that are
in July
not cheap.
2016.
So we had a PS1 because it's my mother's younger brother. According to her,
A chilling
right,
incident
we
occurred in
have
the Philippines this
PS1
month.
because my mom's younger brother
57-year-old
gave it to
Juan
us.
Kumalon, or DJ
Right.
Johnny Walker as he was
So
known
we
professionally,
had one
was a provincial news
PS1,
broadcaster
and then we
who worked
would
for
share.
94.7 Gold Mega
My
Calendar FM.
my mom has always taught
On the
my
morning
brother
of
and I
November
to
5th,
share things.
2023,
So we
the
are
radio anchor was
used to
broadcasting
sharing things.
on the
So
station's
we
Facebook
we don't fight
streaming
over
live
like
from his
gaming
home-based studio
consoles
on the
and
southern
things
island
like
of
that,
Mindanao.
right?
Juan's breakfast show had
we
a small
share
but dedicated
quietly.
following, and several thousand
We
people were tuned in
set
as
how
he
many
discussed
hours
current
each of
events
us
and played some of his
gets
favorite
before we
tracks.
swap. Usually it's like
This can
1
be
or
seen
2
in this
hours.
recording of the broadcast.
Sometimes
At
when he's
approximately
really into
5:22
like
a.m.
one
local time,
game, he will be
right in the
like,
middle of
can I
Juan's breakfast show,
extend for like
an
1 more
unidentified
hour
man
or half an
entered his
hour and
recording
things like
booth.
that? And I'll be like, okay.
The DJ
You know,
paused
that
and
kind of
looked up,
deal.
prompting the intruder to
And
shoot him twice
there are
at
times
point-blank
when
range,
I get,
hitting
it's
his
my
lower
my
lip
play
and the back
time,
portion
and
of
I'm
his
like,
head.
I want to watch,
Juan
I want to
slumped
watch
backwards into his
this
chair as a
game,
radio jingle played.
but I suck at the
According to
game and I
CB
have
Daily
no
News, the
patience.
killer and
I
an
have no
accomplice
patience
had
to
asked a
finish
station
it
worker for
myself.
permission to enter
So
the
I'll
studio
just be
in
like,
order to
I
make
know
an
it's my
important
time right
announcement about
now,
some lost belongings.
but I want to watch this
When told they
game's
couldn't enter,
gameplay.
one perp held the
Like,
worker at gunpoint,
do you want to
while
play
the
it?
other
If you
went
want to
take the
play
DJ's
it,
life.
then you'll continue playing this game,
CCTV cameras
and I'll
caught
just
footage of the two men
watch.
fleeing the scene.
that
A
was
third man
my
was reportedly
pastime.
acting as a lookout. After hearing the 2 blasts ring
Skills
out,
shouldn't
Juan's
matter,
wife,
it's the fun and
Gerda,
friends that we
rushed
made
into the
along the
studio
way.
and
I
found her
mean,
husband
true,
barely
but
clinging
if
to
you're
life.
really bad at games,
She rushed him to a
and
local hospital, where he was pronounced DOA.
your friends might get angry.
Despite Juan's demise being caught
If
live
they
on
are the
camera,
type
his
who wants
brazen
to
killer's
win, they
face
might get
wasn't in
angry.
frame.
I was in
An
another
event was released
city
based on
visiting
physical
some relatives
descriptions
and we
made by
did a
witnesses.
sleepover to play. I didn't sleep for
According
a
to some
month
sources,
after
one of
that
the suspects
because of the
has been
horror
apprehended,
game.
though his
Oh
name hasn't been
no.
revealed,
Oh
and no
no.
further details have been released, so it's unclear whether
Oh
it was
no.
this man or one of his 2 accomplices. It's worth noting that this man, who had so coldly taken Juan's life, had also taken Juan's gold necklace before fleeing the scene.
I remember
Even so,
that there was
many
this
suspect
one
that
game.
robbery
It
wasn't
wasn't
his
a
motivation.
horror game. It
You
was
see,
like those
journalists in the
type of
Philippines
games
often
where
face threats
you
from politicians and their supporters,
it's like an RPG,
and those who refuse to stay
right?
silent
You
voluntarily
have a
are
job, your
sometimes
character,
silenced
you
forcibly.
kill monsters, earn money, that kind of
Such
thing.
occurrences aren't
But it also
uncommon in the
had
Philippines,
dungeons,
a country
right?
which has
And the
long been
dungeons,
considered
of
one of the most
course,
dangerous
is
places
dark,
in the world for
right? It makes
journalists.
sense. It's a dungeon.
It's worth noting
And
that according to the Global Impunity
I remember
Index, the Philippines is
I
the
came
8th worst country
home
in the
from
world
school
at
one
prosecuting
day,
the killers
and
of
my brother
journalists.
was like, "I've been waiting
Juan
for
Jimenez
you,"
is
and I
now
was
the
like, "What's up?"
199th reporter
You know?
to be slain
And
in the nation
he was
since it
like,
returned to
"I
being a
want to
democracy
play
in 1987.
this game,
And at
but
this
I'm
point,
scared
It feels like only a matter of time
because
before
the
that number
dungeons
rises
are
to
dark."
200.
And he was scared because he has never done well with horror, right? And he was scared, so he has been waiting for me to come home to watch him
A huge
play,
thank you to my
so that
supporters here on YouTube
he
and over on
isn't as
Patreon.
scared.
Matt Fennell, George Lopez, Holly Lyons, Smile and
And
Jack,
I was like,
Ellen Dolph,
so
Hitaru
that's
Allen,
why.
Nefis
That's
1988,
why.
Lydia Human,
And then I
Asia Mina,
followed him into the
Azrael
room,
Warakai,
and then
Chief
I watched him
Kochuake,
play.
Colin Monsman, Connor Lothan, Sai Wazao,
I'm not
Farewell
gonna
Tattoos Jack
lie.
Sefa,
When I was a
Gina
kid,
Valera,
like
Hamish, Ian
when I
Bell,
was a kid, I
Infamous
was
Sempapi,
really
Jordan Pree,
scared of like
Monica Mendoza,
horror. Not
Peter
like
Aldrich,
now, right?
Ruth Vika
Like
Shinlei,
right now,
and
I'm
Tia Nesmo. Thank you guys so
I'm
much
no
for your
longer
continued support.
as scared of horror. There are still some
The Devils.
horror games
in
that
the
scares
detail.
me, or horror movies that scares me, but I'm mostly immune
In
to it now.
1874, 6 men
But
set
when I
off
was a
into
kid, I was
Colorado's
scared
San
too.
Juan
So
Mountains
the
in
both
the
of
middle
us
winter
are
in
like
hopes of reaching some
scared
newly discovered
while he
gold
goes
fields
into the
on the other
dungeon.
side. 2 months
And
later,
we were
only a
just,
single
we were
man
just,
emerged from the
I'm
mountains,
just
but
there
instead
like
of being
moral
emaciated,
support,
as
you
early
know,
explorers
moral
were often
support.
later found, the man looked to be
I'm
weirdly
bad with
fed.
horror games. Remember
This is
trying
the
to
story
play Dead
of Alfred
Space, I almost had
Packer,
a heart
also
attack.
known as the
I
Colorado
never
Cannibal.
heard about
As a quick note,
Dead
all the
Space
descriptions of the events in this video
until
are fleeting and nondescriptive.
I
They are
saw
still disturbing, so viewer discretion is strongly
the
advised.
newest one is like Dead Space 3 or something, right? That's like the first time I ever heard of Dead Space. I don't keep up. I
On
don't
the morning
keep
of
up.
April 16th, 1874, the men who worked at Los Pinos Indian Agency near Saguache, Colorado, were sitting and eating breakfast when the mess hall door suddenly flung open. In the doorway, surrounded by howling wind and a
I
fierce
only
snowstorm,
started
was a man
paying
disheveled
more
and
attention to
clearly distressed.
games
He had rags over his
after
feet
my
instead of shoes,
technical
a long
school
beard, a
because
coffee
I'm
pot
learning
hanging from a
about
strap
games.
on one side, and a rifle on
That's
the other.
why
After
I
standing there for a
started
second,
to,
he
you
began to
know,
beg them for help.
notice
This man's
more
name
games.
was Alfred Packer. General Charles Adams, who oversaw the agency, got his men to help Alfred to a table with some food, and because
But
he was
before
starving, ate
that-
so quickly that he
Before
threw up.
that, I had like
Then, over the first of many whiskeys,
a
he told them
very,
about his
very
horrific journey over the
minuscule
mountains. He
knowledge
explained
about
that the others with him
games.
had become too exhausted to continue, that he got snow blindness and frostbite, and he'd been left behind to fend for himself. For months afterward, he'd eaten rabbits, roots, and rosebuds, and it was only his experience as a guide that got him out alive. Several months earlier, when the party that Alfred eventually joined set out from Bingham Canyon in Utah on November 20th, 1873, they were part of a group of 20. They didn't know each other initially, except for the fact that they
I
all
mean,
wanted to
he's
be rich.
definitely laughing.
This group was traveling to the newly found goldfields near Breckenridge in Colorado, which was a place where the newspapers claimed anyone with any sense could make a fortune. And in fact, when they started out, Alfred wasn't actually with them. The group happened to bump into him south of Salt Lake City, about 25 miles into their journey. Alfred asked them where they were going, and they told him they were heading for the goldfields. Alfred then offered his services. He claimed he was a guide and knew the territory between Utah and Breckenridge well. At first, they weren't sure about him because he seemed a little odd, but they thought having someone who knew where they were going was helpful, so they agreed to take him on. Unfortunately, Alfred actually had no idea where he was going, and to call him only a little bit odd was being nice. However, he wasn't lying completely. He had worked as a guide for a few months, he just wasn't very good at it. He had a habit of getting lost and tended to get into arguments with his clients. He also had a reputation for stealing from people and lying, so those who knew him either didn't like him or didn't trust him, or both. When he was younger, Alfred served in the Union Army during the Civil War and enlisted twice, but his service only lasted a few months each time because he had epilepsy and was prone to seizures. This led to him being honorably discharged both times, and after being discharged, and in addition to being a guide, for a time he was employed driving horses and other draft animals across the West. He also worked as a hunter and a range hand, and even did odd jobs for mining companies. He even tried mining in Colorado, but unfortunately, none of these jobs lasted long because he had such a bad attitude. No one could trust him, and he was constantly getting fired. In any case, after offering to be a guide to the group in 1873, Alfred would manage to get them as far as just outside Montrose by getting lucky. But this first 260 miles or so hadn't
Maybe I'll
been
just
easy
keep
either.
it like this.
A couple of winters earlier, parts of the western and midwestern US had been hit by the lowest temperatures on record. 1873 wasn't all that much better either, and the journey from Utah to Colorado was tough and slow. The trail they were following was covered in heavy snow, slowing down the wagons and making it almost impossible to stick to a path. They followed a compass for a while, but eventually got lost anyway, and then by January, they were completely out of food. This forced them to begin eating horse feed and even thinking about eating the horses themselves. And if that wasn't bad enough, they had to put up with Alfred. They would later describe him as greedy, lazy, and constantly fighting with someone. By then, too, it was obvious that he wasn't the seasoned guide he claimed to be. A few weeks later, on January 21st, most of them had all but given up when they stumbled across the camp of a Native American band known as the Utes, led by a man named Chief Ouray in a valley just outside Montrose. Contrary to popular belief, relations between Native Americans and prospectors weren't often hostile. So even though the men looked terrible, or possibly because they looked so terrible, Chief Ouray gave the men food and offered them shelter. He even suggested that they stay with him until the weather got better. And the group knew that the next part of the journey would be just as challenging. They still had roughly 120 more miles and the San Juan Mountains to cross. To make matters worse, the weather hadn't improved by February. Chief Ouray even told them that no Ute would try to make that journey in those conditions. It would be certain
My
death.
brother
The safest
was
thing to do
my
was to accept the chief's offer
best
and wait the winter out.
playmate when I was a kid.
Unfortunately, they were also worried that other groups
But
would get all of the gold before
You
they
know
got there.
what?
They were just
No,
one of many groups who were making the trip
I've
in search of
always
riches.
been
So, after a meeting, the
an
group decided to
asshole,
leave half the party behind to look after the
even
horses and
as a
wagons till
kid.
spring. At the same time, the other half would try to
Always
make their way
been
to
an
Los
asshole.
Pinos Indian Agency. Chief Ouray realized there
I
was no
would
way to
trick
talk them out
him
of it, so he gave them some
into
directions to help them get over
playing
the mountains in
something
one
with
piece.
me
He said
first,
the best bet
and
was to
then
drop
I'm
down
like,
to the Gunnison River and
I know
follow
you
it
want to
before going
play
north to
this
the agency.
thing, but let's
Alfred,
play
on the other
this
hand, was
first,
insistent it would be better to
and
cross
then
the mountains
afterwards
directly
we'll
rather than
play
going
this
around.
thing
He claimed
that
he
you
knew
wanted
that
to
area,
play.
and that way was a lot quicker.
And I've
for
never
some
kept
reason,
my
5 of the
word.
men believed him. The chief then gave each of the groups food, and then the
I've
group
always-
that didn't have Alfred in it set off along
I've
the river.
tricked him
And
into
just as the chief had
playing
warned
what
them,
I
the
want to
journey was
play,
brutal
and
cold.
then I'm
The
like,
freezing winter made following the river
I'm
difficult, and the food they
tired.
had ran out long before they
I'm
reached
gonna
the
stop
agency.
playing now.
They would have even starved to death if they hadn't been found by some cowhands working in the area. These men then fed them and let them stay with
And
them
he
at their
would
cattle camp
always
till
let
spring.
me trick him
In
into
April, when the weather
playing
improved,
those
these 4 men
things.
finally made their way to the agency and got there in May. And to their surprise, Alfred had already
Always.
been there and left.
Not
but only
once,
Alfred,
he'd be
none of
like,
the others
hey
had been with
sis,
him. According
hey
to the
sis,
expedition's leader, after
can we
leaving
just
the Ute,
play what I
Alfred's
want to
party followed
play
the river on
first? You
horseback
always
until the
trick
horses
me,
couldn't get
you
further.
know?
The
Not
leader then
once
offloaded
that
the
he
provisions
said
and walked the
anything
horses
like
back
that.
to the Ute camp.
You finally
It's
finished
thought
your
that they continued to
commission?
walk down the river a bit further
Nice.
and then took a
Congrats,
path
you're
high into the
free.
mountains. Importantly, when the leader dropped them off, he knew they didn't have enough supplies to get to the agency, but he just had
The
enough
old
of arguing with
picture
Alfred.
rule. Tired him out of
Afterward,
the
they only had
game.
about
Just like,
14 days of food.
listen,
nothing
right?
needed for winter
He
hiking the
always
mountains.
the
Their
games that
clothes
he
weren't
wants
adequate
to
keep them warm,
play
and they had no
is
snowshoes or flints and hardly any
chess.
matches. They only had a few rifles,
Okay,
one pistol,
if you
a hatchet, and
remember,
some knives.
I don't know
After the
how to
expedition
play
lead turned
chess.
back, no one heard
I'm
from any
not-
of these men again
I
until
don't
months
know
later
how to
when
play
Alfred burst into the
Chinese
mess hall
chess.
at the
I don't
agency.
know how to play
And from the beginning,
English
something seemed
chess.
strange.
Okay, I
Alfred
have
told the
no
workers he was
clue.
starving,
He
but
has
by the look of it,
tried
he'd been
teaching me
eating quite a lot of
before,
rabbits and
but I
rosebuds.
have no clue.
They'd seen
Also,
men trapped in the
playing
wilderness
chess with
before, and
him
they were
is
usually all
not
but
fun
walking
because this
skeletons.
guy,
They typically didn't show up
he
with a bloated
wouldn't
face and a
even
well-fed
like
belly like Alfred had.
lower his
When Alfred claimed to be
abilities
feeling a
when
bit
he
better,
plays
he
with
headed
me,
to the
even though
nearest
he
town, which
knows
was
that I'm a
Swatch.
beginner in
While he was
chess.
there, he got himself
Right?
a room in a
So
saloon
just
and spent over
use
$100 on drinking and
his
gambling.
all
That's
his
around $3,800
whatever
since
skills he
2023.
has,
Then he
right?
spent another $78 in the general store.
And
when he
I,
drank, he
you
often
know
gave
how
conflicting
annoying it
stories about what
is
had happened.
to just learn the
Some people
game,
even said that he had a
right?
different wallet
Don't
every
even
time he went
remember
out,
the
and he
rules
never seemed to
fully,
run out of cash.
and your brother
He'd
is
sold his
over
rifle
there
when he was
like
back at the
winning
agency, but
and
all he got for
winning
that was
and winning,
$10.
and you're
He
just like,
didn't
I don't
spend the rest
even
of the
know
night.
what's going
He
on,
didn't
you
even
know?
seem to be any good at gambling.
He don't
Preston
ask me to
Nutter was the
play
man who
any
arrived
other
at the
thing.
agency in May,
He
and
always
he was
asks
the
me to
leader of
play
the other party
chess.
that followed the river. After leaving the agency, he also
Which
went
I
to
kind
Swatch
of
in search of
understand
answers.
because like
And probably
board
because he
games
already
are
knew Alfred
lame
was a
with
liar,
like two
Preston was
person.
immediately suspicious of Alfred's
And
story.
chess you can
He
just
told
play
General
with two
Adams that there was
person.
no
It's
way
a
the
two
other men were
person
left for
game.
dead. The rifle he'd
So I
sold belonged to a
understand.
man who was with Alfred's group, and the
But he
pipe
can't
Alfred had
put
left
me
behind
to
was
his
owned by another one of
standards.
the men named Shannon Bell.
And I've
In
always
addition to all
told
of
him that I
when
don't
Alfred
like
originally
playing
joined the group,
chess.
he had no money. Following this revelation, the general sent
But
a man on
every
horseback
time
to
he
get
still
Alfred
asks
and
me to
bring him
play
in for
chess.
questioning.
So I think it's
When Alfred
because
got
of
back, the
that
general's
that I
men
was like,
wanted to know
okay,
where
but
Alfred
you
had
have
gotten
to
the money.
play
They also
what
wanted
I
to know
want to
why
play
he had some of the
first.
other men's things,
And then
how he
after that,
managed to
I
not only
would just
survive
be
the
like, I'm
mountains, but to
tired,
turn
I don't want to play
well-fed.
with you anymore.
In response, Alfred first claimed that he'd gotten his feet wet and cold and had to stay by the fire while the
Guess
others went to
like-
look for food. When they
Just
didn't
be like, you
return,
play
he
with
assumed
me
that they'd
first.
abandoned him. To Preston,
don't
though,
wanna
the
play with
story
you
made
anymore.
no sense. The other men were prospectors. Even if he wasn't a great guide, he was better than no guide. Eventually, a council was formed to get to the bottom
And
of everything.
he always
Then, right as the
gets
meeting was
tricked.
starting, two members of the Ute tribe arrived
And
at
then
the
my
agency
mom
with
is
pieces
like,
of flesh, which they
you know
claimed
how
came
many
from a
times he
human
has
found on a hill
cried to
close to the
me
agency.
about how he
Upon
played
seeing
with
this,
you,
Alfred panicked
and then
fainted,
afterwards,
and then when he woke up, he begged
you
for
say that
mercy,
you will
and
play
as he
with
sobbed,
him,
told a
play what
different
he
story.
wants afterwards.
Before beginning,
And
though, he was
you're
reported as
always
saying,
like,
quote,
I don't want to play with
"It
you
would not be
anymore.
the
You know
first
how many
time
times
that
he has
people had
cried
been
to me?
obliged to eat each other when they were hungry." Alfred then
And then
went
I
on to
just
explain
look
that
at
10
her
days
and I'm
into their
like,
journey, they'd
he
run out of
always
food.
want to play chess.
The oldest man had died first,
I don't know how
and
to
because
play
they were all so
chess.
hungry,
It's
the
boring
others
to play
ate him and
chess
took
with
his
him.
rifle. 5 days later, another man died. They ate him as well.
And then
They
my
also went
mom
through his
would
pockets
look
and
at
found
him and also be like,
$133.
you're also
Not
dumb.
long after that, another man who was with them died, but Alfred wasn't there
She
when it
uses
happened
the
because he was getting
same
wood for the
trick
fire.
every
The
time.
remaining men then ate
You
him too.
fall for it
Soon
every
after that,
time.
the owner of the pipe,
You're
Shin
also
Bell,
dumb.
shot the remaining man. Then he and Alfred carried some of him with them for food on their journey and then covered up the rest. 2 weeks later, Shannon tried to kill him too. Alfred claimed that
Imagine.
Shannon went mad and attacked him, and so
When
in
you're
self-defense,
asking your
Alfred shot
mom
him. Then a little while later, he
to
managed to
make
stumble
things
into the
fair,
agency.
and then your
General
mom
Adams
is like,
had
you're
this full
dumb.
confession written down, and he made Alfred sign it as a sworn statement. Obviously, Preston
got you
didn't
a
believe
shock
any of
face.
this. He was sure that Alfred had killed them and stolen their things. It got so heated that at one point Preston dragged Alfred outside, and if others hadn't intervened, he would have killed him then and there. After the scuffle was broken up, Alfred was arrested for manslaughter and imprisoned in a log cabin owned by the sheriff of Swatch. When summer came, General Adams took Alfred and some of his men into the mountains to try to find and retrieve the bodies, but they couldn't find anything, so Alfred was returned to his cell. Later in August, while Alfred was waiting for trial, an illustrator named John Randolph was traveling over the mountains. As he came down a pass to reach Lake City, he walked by a tributary of the Gunnison River close to the spot where Alfred had previously claimed he'd left Shannon. There, he noticed something sticking out of the ground. Immediately, he was hit by a terrible smell, but if the stench was hard to take, what he saw was even worse. He found 5 men, each in a different state of decomposition, and it was clear they'd all met violent ends. One of the men was little more than bones, as if animals had gotten to him afterward. 2 of the men had clearly been hit in the head head was something blunt, and another man who was identified as Shannon Bell had been stripped to the bones except for his hands and feet. It was clear he suffered a blunt force injury to his head as well. From what remained, it was fairly clear that there was a deliberate removal of the edible portions, and apart from the first man, it didn't look as though this was done by animals. Upon stumbling on this horrific scene, John stopped to make a sketch of it, and then he continued on and told the authorities in Lake City. It won't show the sketch here, but it is still available online. A little while later, a team of 20 volunteers set off and retrieved the bodies. Upon examination, the coroner was sure they had all been killed by a blow to the head while they were asleep. None of them had any defensive wounds or
other
injuries,
family
and they all had
members. By
similar
other
marks on
family
their
members,
skulls.
I mean either my mom
Other
or my
evidence only
dad
made things
to
worse for
like play
Alfred.
board games
All
with
the
us
men had
because
rags
we
under
do
their
have
feet,
board
meaning they
games,
were probably
right? We have
hungry enough
like
to have eaten the leather in their
Monopoly,
shoes
Game
when
of
they ran out
Life,
of
those
everything
kind of
else.
board games.
There was also a track to a makeshift
But
shelter,
you know how
leading them to
boring it is to
speculate that
play
maybe
with like
Alfred
just
had
two
killed them for their
person.
possessions, got stuck there when the
Even
weather
if
turned bad,
you're
and had
using
eaten them to survive.
two different
Because of these findings, it was expected
separate
that Alfred's charges would be upgraded from
chess
manslaughter to
piece
first-degree
each,
murder.
like
However, before
instead
this could
of
happen,
two
someone
people
slipped
game,
Alfred
it's
a
like
key, a
two
penknife, and
people
some food
game.
so he could escape.
Then
To
it's
this
still
day,
boring,
it's not clear
right?
exactly who
And
was
we
responsible,
try to get
but either
our,
way,
our
at some point,
mom
Alfred
or
slipped
dad
out
to
of his
play
cell
with
and
us,
wasn't seen again
and they
for
always say
9
no.
years. In 1883, one of the original prospectors who stayed the winter
One
with Chief Ure a
no
decade
word
earlier had set up a shop selling
crush
supplies in
between
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Of two
On March
kids
11th, a
being
man
like board
approached him,
games
looking
are
to stock
named
up
with
for a
just
planned
two
trip, and
person.
introduced himself as John Schwartz. To the man, John seemed familiar, and for a second, he thought it might be the same John Schwartz he'd spent time with at a Native American camp all those years ago. But when he looked again, he realized it wasn't John, it was Alfred. After the interaction, the man went on to tell the local sheriff he spotted a criminal, and Alfred was eventually arrested and taken to Denver. General Adams then traveled up to confirm it was
I
Alfred,
used
and
to
after he
create
confirmed
my
it,
own
he took
board
him away
games
for
to
trial,
play with my
and he
little
asked
sister.
Alfred once
Aww.
again what had really happened all
We-
those years ago.
We didn't have to
This time,
create
Alfred came up with what
board
would be
games
his
to play
final
with
story,
each other
one he
because
more or less stuck to until he died.
my mom at
When
the
Alfred's
very
group left
least
Ure's camp, they didn't have anywhere near enough food. The
would
amount was
buy us
basically
board
only
games.
enough for a single grown man to eat
My
for a
dad
week.
would not.
Then on
He's-
top of that, after 2 or
He's
3
more
days, they were hit
selfish.
by a
He'll be
brutal
like,
snowstorm.
I
They
didn't have
continued to
this
trek through this
when
until
I
they
was
got
a
to the base of the
kid.
mountain, and
You
then
don't
beyond that was
need
a
it.
deep valley, but
You
on
know,
the other side of
that
the valley,
type
the
of
snow was so deep they
dad.
could barely
That's
walk.
what he is.
This forced them to get to higher ground, and already by day 4, they only had about a pint of flour.
But my mom is
For the
more
next
of the
10
type
days or
of
so, they lived only on
because
rosebuds
I
and
didn't
pine
have
gum
this
as
as
they
a
followed the
kid.
ridge
I
to
want
stay
my
out of the
kid
deeper
to
snow.
have like
Apparently,
something.
several of the men were in rough shape by
better,
then
you
and
know?
would cry out every night,
Plus,
pray to
board
God,
games
hoping they
isn't
could escape the mountains
bad,
alive.
You know.
Eventually, they came over the main ridge and
So
descended
she
and
was
camped by a
fine
river.
with buying
They
board
followed the
games
stream
for
for a
us.
day until they reached a lake, possibly Lake San Cristobal, that at the time was frozen over. They decided to cross the lake to where a few trees could be used for shelter, and by then
I
they were
mean, she's
exhausted and
literally
tensions
the
were rising.
type to buy
And
like
while some of the men
a
were desperate and breaking down,
$47
Shannon Bell
Sudoku
was
game
feeling something
console,
different. He was
a
furious.
game
He was
console
mad at
just for
Alfred for getting them lost, and
Sudoku.
at the others for how
Okay,
pathetic he
back
thought they
then,
were acting.
expensive as fuck.
And then
It
one
wa-
morning,
she was
Shannon
willing
was
to
acting
buy that
stranger
for my
than
brother.
usual. According to Alfred, it seemed like he either had a plan to survive or was going insane, or maybe both. That morning, he told Alfred to go out on his own and explore higher up the mountain to see if there was any way of getting
Ask my
across.
dad to buy that.
So
He'll be
Alfred
like, "Are
took
you
a pistol and set off, but all he
insane?"
found were steep slopes and more snow, both of which
No.
weren't very helpful. He would even admit to the general for the first time that although he was kind of a guide, he didn't really know what he was doing, and he didn't know that side of the mountains. It took him all day to scout ahead and come back, and then when he got back, he found Shannon sitting by the fire, eating a
The
piece of meat.
Sudoku console,
Alfred
yeah.
then stopped and looked around, and you could see a man lying there a little ways from the fire, and it was clear what had happened. Then he looked back towards Shannon and saw the other 3 men lying around the fire, not moving.
Out of all things,
Then he slowly approached the
Out
fire.
of all
and
things
on
you
noticing
wanted,
Alfred, Shannon rushed at him with a
a
hatchet, but he
Sudoku
managed to
console.
shoot Shannon in the stomach before he could reach him. Alfred then finished him off after he fell.
and
to
it's
the
not
ground.
like he didn't have like
Later
anything
that
else to
evening
do
would be the worst
Sudoku
night
on,
of
right?
Alfred's
Because
life.
my
In a
mom
letter written later,
bought
he asked if
him
anyone could imagine how he felt that
the
night.
Sudoku
In his
book.
own words, he was
So
surrounded by
it's
quotes,
literally a
midnight
book
horrors
full
of
of
starvation, as
Sudokus.
well as those of utter isolation.
She bought him
He
that.
also claimed he
but-
felt like he was losing
but
his
he's
sanity,
like,
and he started
"I
to
want
understand
this.
what happened to Shannon
I
because
want
it was
this
beginning to
console.
happen to him.
I want
In another letter, he
Sudoku
even said,
console.
quote, "The greatest wonder is that I ever returned to a rational condition." The next morning, he tried to follow his tracks from the day before, but between the snow and the exhaustion, he was forced to turn back. So next, he made a small shelter out of
He's-
wooden branches
he
to keep warm, but
usually
that didn't do
wouldn't,
anything to satisfy his ever-growing
Ask
hunger.
for
The group had
something
spent
like
enough time out
that,
there already for him to
but
know that hunting was a
that
reliable source of
time
food.
was because
So eventually,
my
in
my
complete
dad's mom,
desperation, he picked up
right,
the piece of
my
meat
dad's
Shannon had been
mom
eating,
said
cooked it for
to
a while, and then
him
bit into it.
that he can get
Almost right
anything
away,
he
the
wanted.
horror of what he was doing was overcome by the relief of eating
And
food,
that's
he knew
what he
had to do to
wanted.
survive.
And then she saw the
He would
price,
then
and
go
then
to spend
she's
another
like,
2 months
I
there,
ain't
little
getting
shelter,
that
surviving
shit.
off
That's
the rest of his party.
$47. It's
60
expensive
days
as
later,
fuck.
he spotted an avalanche
And then
that
my
left
mom
yellow
had no
clay
choice.
behind. This was an indication that he'd been in an area known as Slumgullion
Because,
Pass,
you know,
which is known
never
for its
go
yellow
back
color and was named
on your
Slumgullion because it
words.
reminded early settlers
So
of
my mom-
Slumgullion stew.
My mom is
So
like, you
finally, now in early
promised
spring,
and now you're
Alfred had an
not
idea where
gonna
to go
get
and
him
set off up
anything
the
and
mountain
he's
again.
never gonna
Before he
leave
did,
because
he
he's a
gathered some of the remaining
stubborn
meat and wrapped it so he could
stubborn
eat it while he
mule.
walked. He also checked the
And
pockets of the
my
other men
mom-
before
in
he
the
left,
end, my
which is
mom
when he found
spent
the
her
money
money
he
to
later
buy it.
spent in Sawatch. And like the others, he'd already eaten his shoes, so he wrapped his feet in cloth, and sometimes he had to stop because his feet began to freeze.
We are so
When that
poor,
happened,
so
he
we
stopped and
almost
lit a
never
fire to
bought
warm them.
toys.
Then
We
when
had
he
a
got close
bunch
to the
of
agency,
old
he ate the
Lego
last piece of
rip-offs.
meat and
I
possibly
have
dropped
Lego
some, which we later
rip-offs
found in the
too.
Ute.
I
He
usually
also
borrow
admitted that
toys
when
from
he
my
went out with
childhood
General Adams'
friend.
search party
Aw.
a decade earlier, he took the
Some
men as far as
plastic
the mountains
animals, that
opposite
was
the
all
camp
we
and did
needed.
all he could to stop them
My
from going further.
joking ass.
He claimed that he really did want to take them further to show them the
Plastic
truth. but even more
animals
than
were
that, he
banned
didn't
in
want to go
our
back and
house
be
because of
reminded the horror
young
he'd been
me.
through. Alfred also told them that the reason that he'd escaped and ran from trial
You
was
tried
because he
to
feared that a
eat
mob
it.
might
Oh
get
my
past his
god,
guard and kill him.
please.
He'd already nearly been
It's,
killed by
I think
Preston
it's
Nugget,
one
and so he
reason,
thought
you
sooner or
know,
later
one
someone
reason
would
is
finish
because
the
Lego
job.
is expensive as
After
fuck,
escaping,
but
he
another
went to
reason why
Arkansas
my
using a
mom
fake
never
name and worked
bought
on a
Lego
ranch
is
before eventually
probably
moving to
because
Arizona and then finally
the
traveling to
pieces are
Cheyenne,
really
where he was
small
bound.
and my brother would
And that's the
probably
story
choke on
that
it.
Alfred
And I say my
consistently told
brother
until the day he died.
because as a
When his
kid
trial
I
finally
had
began,
more
there were
common
several parts
sense
of
than
this
he
story
did.
that were called into
I'm so
question.
sorry. I'm
In
dissing my
particular,
brother.
people were convinced that
But, you
everything
know.
was deliberate and premeditated. It was thought that he had deliberately led the men astray with the intent to steal their possessions by
I
any
choked
means
on the
necessary.
plastic
His
armadillo.
harrowing survival story afterward was just an attempt to cover up his actions after the crime. The prosecution would end up bringing in witness after witness to support this idea. Some of them were
I
part of the
think
original
like
group
my
of people who
family
set out from
was
Utah.
better,
One of
right?
them was
Because
Preston, who testified that Alfred was
my
always trying to
mom
find
and
out how much
dad
money they
are
had.
Malaysians,
Other
which also
witnesses
mean
were
that
brought
when I
in
was
to
born,
testify
I
to
was also a
Alfred's behavior
Malaysian.
after he got to
But
Swatch and the different accounts he told
we
about the events.
we
Then when
we
Alfred
came
finally
to
took the stand,
Singapore
his testimony didn't help his
when
case either. He rambled on for
when
6 hours. and
after they
admitted
got
to eating
married,
the
they
other
came to
members of the party,
Singapore.
but swore that he only killed Shannon.
Okay,
Shannon was
so after they
responsible
got
for
married, they
everything
came to
else.
Singapore.
After all the
And
evidence
my
was
dad
presented, the
works
jury
in
would go on to
Singapore,
find Alfred guilty
and
of
we mostly
premeditated
bought
murder,
our
theft, and
toys
several
in
other charges.
Malaysia.
He
So
was
you
then
know,
sentenced to be hanged for his
Singapore
crimes. Before
is
that could
one
happen, though,
currency. When
Alfred's
we go
lawyers
back to
discovered a
Malaysia,
technicality.
we
Colorado became a
we
state in
get a
1876,
bit
and
more
prior to its
money
statehood,
because of
Colorado
the
territory
currency
didn't have a
exchange,
statute under which he could be tried for murder.
and
It
toys
wasn't
were
until
cheaper
after the crime
in
had taken place
Malaysia.
that Colorado State
So
established the
my toys
specific
were
laws for
mostly
which he was
bought
being
in
tried for.
Malaysia.
Because of this, the conviction
Mostly.
was overturned and he had to be retried for manslaughter instead of murder. In this
And
new
was,
trial, Alfred
you
again
know,
pled not
cheap
guilty and
enough
stuck to his
that
story, but this
my
case
mom
was
can
even
afford
more
it.
damning for him. The
Not my
prosecution
dad.
brought in hunters who said there was plenty of food where they were, even in a bad winter. Game,
My dad
rabbits,
would never
deer,
buy
and plenty
shit.
more would have been easy to hunt, even by someone as inexperienced as Alfred. They even went as far as to claim that the cannibalism had to have been by choice because food would have been so plentiful in the area. In addition to that, it was argued that at the very least, even if he wasn't some malicious monster who premeditated the whole thing, he did
There was
still
also
lead
a
the group
period of
astray by
time when
hiking
I
that more dangerous
realized
route
that,
in the winter
you
under the
know,
guise of being a guide.
a single
In the
storybook,
best-case scenario, he was
right?
extremely negligent,
A single
and so he was
storybook
eventually
in
found guilty of
Singapore
voluntary
cost like
manslaughter.
$10.
For this
And then I
conviction, he received 40
realized
years in prison, which
that
is the maximum of 8 years
in
per man.
Malaysia, it
At the
costs
time, this was the
$10 there
longest prison
too.
sentence handed
You
down in
know,
US history.
$10 in Malaysia
After being
is
in
so
prison,
much cheaper
Alfred
than
wrote to anyone he
$10.
could, claiming the sentence
Like,
was unjust,
if I
that he
buy it
only
in
killed
Singapore
Shannon, and that
because of the
jury was full of
currency
biased and
exchange.
prejudiced people.
So there were times
Eventually, Alfred's story
when
got to a
I
woman
follow my
named
mom
Polly
to
Pry.
Malaysia and I would just go
Polly
to
Pry was a reporter for the Denver
bookstore
Post,
there
and
and
unlike
I
most people,
buy it
after
there.
hearing Alfred's
I
story, she
didn't
kinda
used to
believed
buy
him.
books in Malaysia
Because of this,
because
she began
it's
to use her
mostly
position
in
as a
Malay.
reporter to try to
And
help
I
him.
can't read
She would end up
Malay.
writing stories about
Okay.
him, making him out to be a man of the people.
I
She
can't
claimed he
read
was just an
Malay.
ex-soldier
It was
who'd been
until
persecuted by the establishment and was someone
one
who
of
was just in
this
the wrong
bookstore
place at the
called
wrong time and
Popular
survived the
opened
sort of horrors
in
that most of us
Malaysia
couldn't imagine.
that they
She
also
claimed the
had
sentence was
English
only so
storybooks
harsh because
and
of
now
the
I can buy
cannibalism,
it there.
but anyone would have
I'm
done
just
the
like,
same in that
$10
situation.
in Singapore,
Incredibly,
but $10
over
in
time, her stories
Malaysia.
made
Of
such
course
an
I'm gonna
impact
go
that
to
local
Malaysia to buy
businesses
it.
started to arrange petitions
Of
for its
course.
release. Then, finally, after enough pressure, the Colorado governor paroled paroled Alfred in 1901, just 18 years
I got
into his
some cool
sentence.
toys from aunts and uncles.
In
Nice.
the over a century since the
My
story took
aunts and
place,
uncles
several
never
different groups
gave
have done
us
separate
shit.
forensic analysis
They
of the remains
are
and compared
my
them to
my
Alfred's
aunts
account
and
of what happened.
uncles.
The
My mom
conclusions
and
of
dad
these
are from the
groups have tended to
same
lean in
place,
favor of Alfred being
and
guilty, with some
you
showing
know,
defensive evidence on
everybody's
some
from
of
the
bones of
same
group,
place,
contrary to
and
what
they
should have
are
been here if Alfred
mostly
was telling the
jealous
truth.
of my family
Like, for
for
example,
earning
one group found
Singapore
marks across the
money.
forearms of Shin and Bell,
Because
which
when they
indicate he
think
may have
about
defended
it,
himself from an
wow,
attack.
Singapore
In Alfred's
dollars to
account, Shin
Malaysia
was only shot
dollars,
once and then finished
you
quickly.
get so much more
At the same
money.
time, there also
So
seems to
they
be some
never give
evidence that
us
corroborates Alfred's story.
anything.
In 1994 and 1862,
They
Colt
really
revolver
never
was
gave
found at the
us
site of the
anything.
murders.
My mom's the one
It
who
was
always
still
gives
loaded
them
with three
things.
38 caliber bullets, and these bullets matched some
Filipino
fragments
toys
of
are
lead
just
found in
meh to
Shin and
me.
Bell's head,
Then
suggesting
both
that at
came
least
to
part
my
of Alfred's
life.
story may have been true.
I was a no
After
literature
prison,
kid.
Alfred at least seemed
Mostly
to be a
I
changed
read
man.
was comic
He
books.
went on to
Comic
work at the
books are
Denver
better
Post as
than
a guard for a
nothing.
while, and people described him as
I
kind,
think
modest, and even charitable,
my
far
love
from the
for
grumpy,
books
greedy, and
are
untrustworthy guy he'd been in the past. He eventually
built
moved out to a city
by
known as
my
Littleton, where he
mom
bought a copper mine and went back
because
into prospecting.
my mom
He eventually died
likes
in
to read.
1907 at 65 years old. And
So
rumor has
when
it he was a
when my brother
vegetarian
and
when he
I were
died.
kids,
I would take that with a grain of salt, however.
she would read.
So what do you think happened? Do you think Alfred was telling the
We
truth?
had
In some ways it seems
Doraemon.
so clear
You
he
know
was lying,
Doraemon?
but in others maybe not.
We had
Although
Doraemon,
he had a bad
and
reputation,
those stories
it's
are
quite
good
a
for
big jump
kids,
to go from
right?
petty theft
So
to what he was
she
eventually
would
accused of.
read those
Was he really
with
capable of what
us
is thought to have happened
when
in
we
those
were in her
mountains in the middle
stomach.
of winter, or was
You
he
know,
just a victim of
Doraemon.
circumstance? Let me know down in the comments what you think happened.
And
If you made it this
then
far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story
when
suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description.
when
And
we
hopefully, I
entered
will see you in the
primary
next one.
school, my mom actually spent quite a large sum of money to buy a whole set. It's like a whole set with encyclopedias, storybooks. It's basically built for primary school students. So for young kids, you have encyclopedias, you have storybooks, you have some exercise books, you have some, I don't know, geography fancy things. It was really expensive. It costed like $200 back in the day, and back in the day that's like a huge sum of money, right? But my mom bought it for us anyway because it was good for us. So she saved up and bought
Welcome to Scary Interesting, and
bought
welcome
it for
to some of
us.
the most horrifying caving
And
incidents
then
I've covered on this channel so far.
that was
This
like,
includes
you know,
the
the
deepest cave on
cassette
Earth,
tapes.
the
They have the
infamous
storybooks
Nutty
that
Putty Cave
came with
incident, and
cassette
much,
tapes.
much
I used to
more.
listen to those to
As a
go
word
to
of caution,
sleep.
if you're new here, these stories
was-
are
it was
anxiety-inducing,
great. It was
so
great.
viewer discretion is advised.
Comic books are cool too. Got hooked into it when I read more Wolverine. Wow. We didn't have those cool superhero ones. Mostly was some Mickey and
Vorovkina
Donald.
Cave, at 7,257 feet deep.
No, it was
Vorovkina Cave
mine
is the
though.
deepest cave on
I have
Earth.
never read
The
the
cave is
English
so
comic
deep
books.
that it takes over 4
I read
days and
Doraemon.
thousands of feet of rope to descend to its immense depth.
Calvin and
And
Hobbes.
certainly,
I
what would the
read
deepest
Calvin
cave
and
be
Hobbes
without a couple of horrifying
on the
incidents?
newspaper.
These are those stories.
Oh,
On the
also
border of
sometimes
Russia
when
and
we go to
Georgia
the
is a mountain
library.
range known as the Caucasus Mountains.
Do you know
This
that
mountain
there's
range
no
is notable
longer
for a few
libraries in Singapore?
First, it's home
Nobody
to Europe's
goes to the
highest
library
peak, Mount
anymore.
Elbrus, at 18,500
So there's no
feet.
more libraries in
Then,
Singapore.
on the western side
But
of the
back in
region
the
of
day, I
Abkhazia
used to
is
go
a
to the
sub-range of the
library with
Caucasus
my
Mountains, known
with
as
my
the Gagra
mom.
Range. There are
because
some decent-sized mountains in
we
this area
don't
as well.
always go
The
back
highest among them
to
is just
Malaysia.
over 11,000 feet. But this area
Right.
is notable for
the
another
libraries
reason.
are free.
The Gagra Range is primarily a limestone
So we
mountain
would go
range
to the
carved out by
library.
rivers over its geological history. The prehistoric rivers created a bunch of deep
Sometimes
canyons, and
I go to the
largest
library.
caves
Sometimes
on
I
Earth that are
borrow
currently
English
known.
storybooks,
In
but
fact,
there's
the Gagra
rarely any
Mountains
that
are
I
home
like.
to 4 of the deepest caves
Right,
anywhere on
because
Earth.
I'm not
The deepest of these
into
is Vorovkina Cave at over
romance
7,000
and things
feet
like
deep.
that.
For context,
So-
that's the same as stacking
But they had
23 Statue of
comics.
Liberties on top of one
They
another.
actually had
The entrance to
comics
Vorovkina
in
Cave
the
is also
library
located
because
at
some
an
people
altitude of
donate them, I
7,500
guess.
feet,
So
meaning that
we
you have to
would
climb
get
up a literal
we
mountain
would borrow
to get to it.
Garfield.
Once you're up there, you're
I
still
really
surrounded by the
liked
rocky cliffs of
Garfield
the mountain
as a
ranges,
kid,
and then in the middle
so
of
we
these
would
cliffs
get
is a fairly
Garfield.
unremarkable looking hole in the ground.
And
It's obvious that it's the entrance to a cave,
there
but
was
you never
like
expected
some
to descend for
Chinese
over a mile
manga
into the earth.
that sometimes my mom
When the entrance was
borrowed
first
for
discovered
me
in
to read.
1968 by a group of cavers, they only descended down to a
Don't
depth of
remember
377 feet
the
before
title
returning to the
anymore.
surface.
It was
Then
never in
1983,
order.
The cave was discovered for
I
a
would
second
just
time by
read
a separate
whatever
team
I
of
get.
speleologists from the Parevo Speleal Club from Moscow. Over the next 3 years, a series of expeditions pushed the depth to around 1,400 feet. But then, for reasons that are unclear, there were no more expeditions
Library
until the
in
year
the
2000.
Philippines.
Work
bro.
resumed
Oh my
again that
god.
year, but it would take
Same
all
here,
the way
library
until
don't even have
2015
books
to
anymore.
discover a new
I think
shaft that would
mine,
unlock the
my
true depth
country
of
is just
Vroid
closed
Cave.
this year.
By
Cause it
2017, they
used
extended
to
the
still be
maximum depth of
there.
the cave from
I
1,400
fought a
feet
kid for
all
that
the way
one
to
book I wanted to finish.
7,200
It was
feet,
the
and mapped
Diary
over
of
17
the
kilometers
Kid.
of tunnels and passages. Then finally in March of 2018,
Library I
the
used
official
to
deepest
school
point of the cave
homework
was
because we
discovered
didn't
at the
have
bottom of
internet
a
in the
subterranean
city.
lake where the cave
Oh.
meets the water table,
I
giving
think
Vroid Cave a
Singapore
total
is
depth of
Singapore is lucky,
7,257
right? I'm
feet,
lucky to be in
or
Singapore because Singapore is
2,212
like
meters.
quite.
6 months later in September, the Prevo team
It
returned
was
once
the
again to continue
technology
exploring the
was
cave,
advanced
and this time they were
quite
joined by
early, I
photographers
have to
Robbie
say.
Stone and Jeff Wade.
So it was
It was
really
the
good.
same team of world-class
We go
cavers
to
from
the
Prevo
library a
Club
lot
that made all of
because
the seminal descents
there
in
was a lot of
Vroid and
things
of the
that my
other
mom
deep
don't
caves on the Gagara mountain
really
range.
understand
Led
for
by
like
team leader
homework
Pavel
and things like
Demidov,
that. You
this
know, things
expedition
that
would be
my
returning to the
brother and
bottom
I
of
would
Vroid
ask her
Cave to collect
because my
samples
dad
of some
is
of the potentially
useless.
undiscovered species
Okay.
and explore some of the promising horizontal passages at the bottom of the cave.
We
all
go
while
to the
having
library a
Robbie and
lot.
Jeff document
Mostly
the entire
it's
thing.
her
Now, in an ordinary
searching
cave of
for
moderate
like
depth, where you can descend
the
and
book
ascend in a
that
single
would
day,
help
you'd still be bringing a decent
explain
amount of equipment because you need food and
what
a
my
bunch of
brother and
climbing
I
gear
wanted
for
to
every
know.
single person on the team.
You know,
In caves as large as
because my
Vroid Cave,
mom's
the descent
mostly
is
the
more
type
similar to
that's
an
like,
expedition that
if
you'd
I
expect to see
don't
when
really
climbing a tall
know
mountain.
how to explain
If
it,
you've
I
ever
could
watched anything
probably
related to
find a
Mount
book
Everest,
to
you may
help.
have heard of the multi-camp
And
system. These
we would
camps
go
are
to the
established
library,
higher
she
and
would
higher up
search
the
for
mountain
the
to
book,
store
I would
food
find
and
the
gear
storybook,
for the
and I would
climbers to
sit
sleep
there
and
and
stay
read.
in
My
between
brother
climbing.
don't have that much patience,
For multi-day
so he
expeditions on a
doesn't
mountain
go
or in a
with
deep
us
enough
to the
cave, the
library a
amount of
lot.
gear
He
becomes
doesn't really
way too
need
much
that
to
much either.
transport at a single time. People have to climb up and down in
That's
advance
mostly-
to transport
that's mostly
load
that.
after load of the necessary equipment
Mostly
to ensure
that.
a safe attempt. And Vroid Cave is no different. In fact, because of how deep it is, it has a total of 6 camps at
My
various
mom-
depths on the way to the bottom.
It's pretty dumb, okay?
From the entrance,
Not in the
climbers have to
sense
put on
of
special
like,
clothing,
not
harnesses, and
saying
helmets fixed with
about her
headlamps.
knowledge
They then
part,
descend
okay?
down the first
More
shaft
of
into the
like
darkness
as
and
a
move through a series
person,
of tight
as a
tunnels and
wife,
passages
she's kind of
to reach the
dumb.
first camp
You know,
at
my
2,000
dad
feet.
was such
This
an
camp is a
asshole.
permanently installed camp where gear
And
and
she's
equipment
so
are stored
dumb.
year-round for emergencies.
She forked
Then,
out
over the course of the next 4 days,
She forked
Robbie,
out
Jeff,
money
and the Prevo
for my
Speleo Club
dad
made
to,
their way to
like,
Camp 6, all the way down
study,
at 6,900 feet.
was
On
it
their way, the
university
temperature
or
was just
was
a few
it
degrees above
college?
freezing.
I don't remember
They
which
crawled through
one it
mud
was.
and water,
I
and
know
possibly
that
tight
she
squeezes,
forked out
and
her
descended
own
down
money
100-foot shafts
to
over
allow him
nothing
to
but
get
air.
a diploma,
The
which I
thousands of
get,
feet of
right?
ropes that
Because
they
if
used
he
to make
gets
the
the
descent
diploma,
were their
his
only
pay
means of
will
transportation
like
in and out.
increase. But that's such a
Then
dumb
finally,
thing to
they
do
set
because
foot
he
onto the
wasn't
flat,
that great
sandy
of a
Camp
husband.
6 set up in a large horizontal tunnel.
It's
This
what
would be
I
their
often
home for the
say to
remainder
her.
of the
Like, your
expedition.
husband is shit.
Over the next 3 days, the team set out from their camp to complete all of the
But
tasks
she
they
still
had
forked
intended.
out. She forked out
One of
so
these
much
was
of
to
her
bring
money.
Robbie and Jeff
okay?
to the lake
so
that
much
sits
of
at
her
the
money.
bottom.
She
When
had
they got
she
there, they were
saved
stunned
so
to see
hard
this
for
beautiful
those money
turquoise water
back when she
surrounded by
was
jet
working
black
and haven't
limestone.
met my dad yet.
The lake is 50
And
feet
then
long,
she spent it all
25
on
feet
him
wide, and is
and his
actually
family
28 feet
and
deep.
her family.
If not for the lights that they
She didn't
brought,
even
it would
spend
sit
it on
there in
herself.
complete
It's just
darkness, entirely without
very
color.
stupid. Very stupid of
On
her.
day 7, everything was still going according to plan, and that day, 2 of the members of the team had to leave early to catch a
Scrimp
flight
and
home.
save on herself,
When they got
but
up to
give it
Camp
all
3,
to others.
there was a ton
That's
of water pouring
not
into
smart.
the cave.
not smart
A
at
massive
all.
storm up on the surface had caused a flood pulse to send thousands of liters of water rushing in. Inside these caves, you can't really communicate wirelessly because of the thick layers of rock, so instead, cavers have to run a physical line the entire length of the cave to communicate. The 2 team members
Most of
immediately
internet
tapped into
was
the
in
cable
English
to
and we
warn the
don't
others
speak
about the
English.
flood pulse headed their
I
way.
see.
Down at Camp 6,
That was
they
young
weren't
me,
all
so
that
I'm
worried
pretty
when they
much
initially got the
local.
call. Flood pulses are a common thing that cavers have to worry about.
You used,
A single
you used to be
milliliter of
such a
rain is
fiery
1 liter
kid.
per square meter, meaning that a single square kilometer receives 1,000
now
liters
you're
of
like,
water
no
if just
fight.
a single milliliter of rain falls.
Peace
In
and
heavy
harmony.
rain, that number is significantly higher. All of this water then bursts down into caves in equally huge volumes and can last for hours, depending on the volume of rain and how long it rains for. Again, they weren't all that worried when they first got the call. The Prevo group is world class, class, and their plan was to monitor the water level and then plan accordingly. Camp 6 had also been set up off of the main vertical shaft in what looked to be an area away from the flow of water. It was also at 6,900 feet, whereas the total depth was over 7,200 feet. For the water to reach them, it would have to fill up 300 feet of passages below them before it would reach them. About half an hour after they received the call, they heard the
Please, how
first
many
sound
is
of
all at
water
once? I'm
approaching.
tired from
It started off as a
feeling
faint
emotions.
rumble and slowly grew like a train approaching. By the time it was just about to reach camp, it was so
I
roaring
don't
loud
think
that
you
it was
wanna be
almost
numb.
deafening. The entire cave
Being-
shook like a constant earthquake was going
Being
on.
numb
Robbie
from
had just started breakfast when the noise
emotions
really
isn't
started,
as
and he and the others
pleasant
rushed out of
as
their
you
tents to
think
see
it
the
is.
approaching storm. As they turned their headlights towards the vertical shaft, a
This is
fire hose of
my-
water came pouring down.
My personal
Robbie stood there with his mouth open
feelings.
and almost dropped the food he was holding. Not nearly as experienced as the Prevo team, Robbie was really concerned by the volume and speed of the water rushing in. But again, the spot they were in was completely dry, so
Surprisingly,
he tried to
being
stay calm like
numb
his Russian comrades.
to emotions.
About 2 hours into
are
the flooding,
quite
with no signs of it
tiring.
slowing, one of the team members noticed a gurgling sound coming from a small hole near the tent. He looked into the hole and couldn't see any water, but he figured he should tell the team leader anyway. Pavel agreed that this was a bit concerning, so they decided to go and check out a nearby siphon to see how much the water table had risen. They returned about 5 minutes later and looked into the hole once again. This time, not only could they see water, but it was rising so fast it was sloshing up around against the walls and almost out of the hole. The team member looked back at Robbie, and Robbie saw that his face had gone completely white. Immediately, he knew that this meant that they needed to leave, and leave right away. With the sound of water still almost deafening, all hell broke loose in the camp. No one expected to be leaving that day, but now everyone was running around packing up essential gear. Robbie and Jeff pulled on their latex suits over their fleece base layer. After that, they slipped on their abrasion-resistant nylon shells and harnesses. Robbie then made the tough decision to leave all of his camera equipment and personal items. Literally tens of thousands of dollars of equipment. He knew he couldn't risk being slowed down, or it could cost him
I
his
wanna
life or the
feel
life of one of his teammates.
happy every day.
He pulled all of the memory cards out of the cameras, placed them in a Ziploc bag, and then slipped them into his latex suit. At the very least, he could save all of the pictures he had taken. With that, he called out to the others that he and Jeff would start their ascent, and then they started
That's
off to the
like
vertical shaft out of the
my
quickly flooding
goal.
Camp 6.
My goal
This
is
would be the
to
last
feel
interaction
happy
they would
every day.
have with the Russians at Camp 6. The remaining members of the Prevo team would wait for the team leader Pavel
Same
before
hell,
starting
man.
their ascent. As Robbie and Jeff made their way to the vertical ropes, they reached a narrow traverse, almost
Only
like a
thing
bridge
that
that
can
went
make me
along
happy
one
is a
wall.
great job
Prior
that
to the
pays
flooding, the
for
chamber beside the
whatever
bridge was
makes
60
me
feet deep
happy.
and 25 feet wide
I've
of nothing but air.
tried.
Now it was
um,
almost completely flooded, almost
back-
coming up over the side
Back
of the
when
bridge.
I was working,
At the
it
end of
is
this narrow traverse with
truly
the vertical ropes and
retail
the source of
therapy
the
for
water
me.
pouring into the cave,
'cause
Robbie stepped into
I-
the waterfall pouring down
the
from the shaft
reason
and
why
clipped
I
his ascenders
spent
to the
so
rope.
much money was
Then he put his head
because
down, took a
when
deep
I buy
breath, and started
things,
making his
I-
way up the
you
rope
know,
as the water
I don't know
pummeled him
why.
from
A
above.
lot of people do it.
The water was
actually,
coming down
the
so
retail
hard it felt like it was
company-
crushing
retail
and
company.
suffocating him. It was
Retail
literally as if his
therapy
head
thing.
was being squashed into his
Such a
shoulders.
bad idea though.
Thankfully, he was able to tuck his chin,
That's
which allowed
like-
the water to run off of his helmet and
something
create a small
only
air
rich
pocket
people
for him
can
to
do.
breathe. Focusing on just the white rope directly in front of his face, he moved his ascenders up rhythmically as fast as he could. Finally, he reached an area with a small outcropping that he could step on and out of the waterfall to look up. He saw that the rope was coming out of a shoulder-sized hole in the rocks, but this was also the source of the water. Coming out of this little hole was a fire hose of water that seemed to take up the entire space. He
I'm
thought
like,
to himself that there was
I
no
don't know.
way he was going to be
If
able to
I
make
say
it
this
through that
myself,
intense
it's kind of
downpour.
weird, but I
At the
feel
same time,
like
he
I'm
couldn't just
good
stop. He was the lead
at
climber. Everyone else was coming up behind him,
controlling
and there was no
emotions,
telling what the water was
right?
like down below.
But
He had to at least try to make it
am
through.
I
When he got to
really?
the hole, the force of the water was so
I-
strong that he was
sometimes
only
I
able
feel
to push
like
his
it's
ascenders
more
a
like
couple
I'm
inches
good
at a time.
at masking
He
my
finally made it
emotions.
through the squeeze and then
so
realized
that
that Jeff
people
would have to do
can't
the same
really
thing. He had no idea whether or not Jeff would
notice,
be able to make
you
it,
know,
so
what
he just
I'm
kept climbing
actually
as high as he
dealing
could to get out of the way.
It's
In his
more
panic,
like
he hadn't
that,
realized
I
that this
feel
new
like.
section of the cave was mostly dry. The water flowed down a different route to the squeeze, so he was relatively safe where he was. But because he was so full of adrenaline, he was mindlessly climbing for his life as fast and as high as he could.
That's why
He
that's
only
always
finally
been,
realized what he was
there's always
doing
been
when Jeff
people
yelled
who's
out to
like,
him to slow
oh my
down.
god,
Snapping out of it,
you're
he
so
stopped and waited for Jeff to catch
mature.
up before they continued.
you're like a
When
mom.
Jeff reached him, his face was white, his eyes were wide,
All that
but
type
he
of
exclaimed
thing that
when
they
were
tell
released
me.
alive. The two of
And
them
I'm
silently
just,
wondered
I
if
don't
the
even
same
know
could
how
be
to
said
deal
for
with
the
my
Prevo
emotions
team down
myself.
below. Robbie and Jeff eventually
a
made it up
lost
to Camp 5
case,
at 6,200
bro.
feet, where they waited, hoping they would see the Russians any minute. As the cave continued to shake around them, they occasionally looked down over the edge
Literally
into
a
the abyss.
lost cave.
Miraculously, down below they saw a single headlamp slowly making its way up the shaft. When he was finally close enough, they realized it was Andre. After he climbed up into camp, they
I'm
asked
just
him if he'd
great at
seen the
bottling
others,
my
and he just
emotions
shook
and
his
just
head silently.
unleashing it in the game.
all
I'm
sat
gonna save
there
it for
thinking
later
about the
when I'm
worst
killing
case
people
scenario.
in the game. So
Down
I'm gonna
below,
save
by the
it for
time Pavel had
later on
returned
the
from the
story
siphon, the
game.
bridge that Robbie
And
and Jeff
just
walked
be
across was
just in the
completely
horror game.
submerged.
Hey,
The
as
rest of
long
the team
as
members
you
had to
have
actually
like
swim to reach the vertical ropes.
an outlet
The last to
to
swim out was
release
Pavel,
those
and as he was making his
emotions,
way out,
it's
the chamber
good.
had become a swirling vortex.
Pretty good, right?
All of the water draining deeper into the cave had
It's
turned
better
into a
than
giant
nothing,
whirlpool.
I would say.
When he
Better
went
than
through
nothing.
it spun him around and he had to swim hard to make it to the line. By the time they were ascending, all of the deeper passages were completely submerged in water. Then, 15 minutes after Andre emerged, 5 more lights could be seen making their way up the shaft. One by one,
Keep
all
on
of the
doing the
remaining
same
members of the Parevo team made their way up to Camp 5.
As
Robbie
long
watched them
as it
ascend out of the
works.
flooded
As
passage
long
and
as
couldn't
it
believe
works.
how strong and capable they were. One team member was even carrying a stove and 4 sleeping bags attached to his harness. He thought to
Do you
himself how glad he
know
was that it was
that
him and Jeff that
why
had
do I
gone
say
first.
do you know? You
If
guys
they had
don't
been the
know
ones to
this,
climb
okay?
up last,
But
it's
when I
likely
was
they
a
wouldn't have
kid,
survived.
I
And
was
then when they climbed
a
up into
freaking
camp, they were quickly in the
crybaby.
tent,
Like,
having coffee and
not
laughing
even
about the
kidding.
entire ordeal.
Anything
Robbie, on the other hand, was still
could make me
thoroughly
cry.
freaked out.
A little
For
bit,
hours, he refused
like
to take off his gear
if
and
I'm
kept
playing a
looking down
game
into
and
the
the
chasm
story
to
is
see if
like
the
a
water was still
little bit
rising.
touching, I'm
200
crying.
feet above
That
them
kind of
was a
thing.
horizontal
If
passage
I
that they needed
fell
to pass to
and I
move higher
hurt
into the
myself,
cave.
I'm crying.
Normally, it's
That's
already
how
half filled with
how
water,
much
and you have
of
to
a
crawl through it.
crybaby
With all of the
I
flooding,
was.
it was completely
It
filled
was
with water.
only until
As long
things
as the flooding
happened,
continued,
and
they
then
were
I
trapped and just had to
literally
hope that the water
stopped
didn't continue to rise
crying.
higher.
It's like
Pavel reassured Robbie that they would wait until morning to let the
I had
water
to
clear.
stop
And then over the
feeling
course of the next
things.
16 hours at the camp, the roaring of the
it
water
was the
slowly died down.
stress. And then
The flood
I
pulse ultimately lasted a
started
total
not
of 20
being able to
hours and was
cry
the
at
result
all,
of a week
especially
of
in
rain
front of
followed
people.
by a single
I
severe
stopped
storm.
being able
The
to
week of rain
cry in
had
front of
completely
people.
saturated the ground, so by the
I'm
time
a
the storm
crybaby
happened,
too, and
the
I
water
was
poured
looked down
relentlessly
upon.
into
Oh no.
Varovkina Cave.
My
They
feelings
later
are
learned
very
from a cab driver
special.
that the raindrops from the storm had been the size
Call
of
me
nickels.
fat or
This was actually a good
bald.
learning experience for the team.
Call me
They had previously
ugly,
been
same
operating
thing.
under the assumption that the cave only
Okay,
flooded in the
bye
wintertime.
Zion. Thanks for hanging
Following the
out.
expedition, plans were put in place to
God.
improve the surface monitoring to watch for rain.
I
Another
used to
camp was installed in
be.
the lower chambers to provide another escape
I
point
was
in
a
the event of flooding.
crybaby, but I
And despite this
also
expedition being cut short, they
I
had completed
also
essentially
used to
everything they had set out to
be
do.
like
New
a
passages
ray of
had been explored
sunshine.
and mapped,
Okay, it's
cave
very
species
weird
had
for
been
me to
sampled,
say this
and although
about
the camera
myself,
equipment was
especially
destroyed,
now.
all of the pictures were
But
preserved.
back in the day,
But this wouldn't be the
I
last
was
accident to
a
ever occur in
very,
Varovkina
very
Cave.
happy child
2
who
years
is a
later, in November
crybaby.
of 2020,
You know, I
some
was
people exploring the
very,
area
very
noticed a
happy.
rope fixed to the cave's entrance.
I
This is typically a big
I
no-no
was
in
very
the
bright.
caving
I
world,
was very
because then anyone
cheerful.
can
I
access the
was
cave
even
and potentially get hurt
extroverted.
or lost if they're
Okay,
unprepared.
I'm no longer an extrovert
8
now,
months later, on August
but
4th,
I
2021,
used to
the same
be
Parevo team returned
an
to continue their
extrovert.
work in
I
Varovkina
could
Cave.
talk
They descended
to
into the cave as
anybody.
they had 3 years earlier.
Literally.
But then at 1,300
Very
feet, they found a
dangerous.
pair of
I
crampons
know.
and an ice axe. This didn't make sense.
I could talk
This
to
equipment couldn't have
anybody,
just
and I
fallen
would
into the
talk
cave from the
about
entrance. There were no
anything.
straight drops to where the
Anything at
equipment was
all.
found. This meant that someone had
So,
to have come
I
into
was
the
a
cave
very,
and
very
deep
bright
into the
kid.
cave. They continued
It's
further in,
like
all the way to the permanent
my
camp
mom
at
told
2,000
me
feet. Then to
that
the second camp at 3,200
when
feet,
I was
and then all the
before
way
things
at
happened,
3,600
right?
feet.
Before things
Halfway
happened,
into the
I
deepest
was
cave on Earth, they found the
someone
badly
who
decomposed
liked
body of a man.
really
He
bright
was wearing camouflage
and
overalls,
colorful
trekking
things.
boots, a helmet. He had
Like
2 cell
if the
phones, and he
teacher
was still
gave
attached to
us
the rope that he had
something
used
to
descend
color,
into the
for
cave.
example, like
By
what
the
she
looks of
told
the
me,
decomposition, he had
the
been
teacher
there
gave
for
us a pig
months.
to color.
Although he had
I
no ID
colored
on
the
him
pig
when he was
a
found,
rainbow.
authorities were able to identify the man
Because
as 37-year-old
I used to
Sergei
like
Klausy
those,
using
I
a missing
suppose.
persons database.
And then after
Then,
things
using the
happened,
information from the cell phones found
it was
on
just
him,
black.
they were able to figure out what had happened
it
that led to
was
his death.
just black.
Sergei
It was
lived in the
black
city of
for a
Sochi,
lot of
Russia,
years,
just
actually.
east of the Russian border with Georgia, and about
When
2
people
hours
ask
from
me
the
what my
entrance to
favorite color
Varovkina
was,
Cave.
it was black
He
for
was an
a
avid
lot
outdoorsman
of
who
years.
frequently went on
It was
solo
only
expeditions to
until
explore the wilderness.
quite
On November
recently
1st, 2020,
It was-
he said goodbye to his family, as he always did when he was going on one of these solo expeditions. and then set off
Probably
for the
about
Gagra Mountains.
2020.
He also didn't tell them
Around
where he was
there,
going,
around when
despite
I
the fact that he was
started
heading to a location
VTubing.
that fewer people had set foot in than the International
Around
Space
when I
Station.
started VTubing,
Based on the
then I
documents
was
and
like, my
screenshots found
favorite
on his
color
phone,
is
it seems that
actually
Sergey had spent almost
teal.
a year planning this trip.
It's no
He
longer
had printed out
black,
maps
it's
and materials
teal.
from the
I
expeditions made by
still
the
like
Bravo
black.
team specifically
I
to
still
navigate down into the cave.
wear black
First, he made the
and
ascent up
only
into the mountains to
black
the cave
when I
entrance
go
using his
out.
crampons and ice axe.
But
Then he fixed a rope to the opening and descended
at
down
least
into the
for like
darkness
these
of
past
Vroid
few
cave.
years,
Using
I
the
started
information that he had
adding
gathered from the
more
Bravo team,
colors,
he hauled all of
you
his
know,
equipment in
into,
3
like,
transport
my
bags
life.
through the tunnels and narrow passages.
Still mostly
Then,
black.
using a lattice
It's like
descender, he traveled down the
98%
massive
black
vertical shafts all
with
alone.
like 2%
He
color,
successfully made
you
it to
know?
the first
It's
camp
better
and
than
then
nothing.
left some of the equipment later
It's-
discovered by
it's
the Bravo team, and then proceeded almost directly to the second camp. It was determined by the excrement found on site that he lived at the second camp for about a
Wow.
week before descending further into the cave.
No longer an
From the
extrovert.
second camp,
I
things got a bit more
also
challenging. Beyond that camp, there are some larger and
no
more
longer
technically
am
challenging vertical
able
shafts.
to
In addition, the cave becomes significantly
output my
wetter from that
emotions.
point onward.
So
As
everything's
any caver
just
knows,
bottled
proper
up.
equipment is crucial. The standard fleece underlayer with a waterproof outer layer is crucial to survive in the cold and wet subterranean environment. It's unclear exactly what happened in Sergei's last
Sometimes
moment,
to
but
the
it seems as though he
point
realized that he
where
wouldn't
I'm
be able
not
to descend
sure
any further through the water with
if
the equipment
I'm
he had. At which
I'm
point, he would have
okay
tried
or
to
not.
make his way back
It's
up the
like,
cave, but because he had already descended
after
into a
many,
technically
many
challenging area,
years
he was
of,
unable to get back out.
bottling your
Sergei had brought
emotions,
ascenders for
it's
his
so
hands, but
hard
he didn't
to
have any
tell
stirrups for his feet, meaning
if
that he had
I'm
no footholds
feeling
for any of the
okay or
long vertical
not.
shafts. He
I
must
don't
have
know if
tried and
that's
tried
like
to
the
make his way out
correct
of the cave, but
explanation,
between the
but I
exhaustion and the
feel like
cold,
it's
he
so
eventually
hard
laid
to
down
tell
to
if
sleep
I'm
one last
okay or
time
not.
and
Like,
never woke up. Upon finding his
recently
body,
I'm not
the Bravo
even
team went back up
online
to the
much,
surface and
which
alerted
is why you
authorities. Due to the
don't
difficulty
really
of the cave and the
see
depth
me
that Sergei's
stream
body
as
was
much
found
anymore.
at, it would take
And
a team
I
of over 100 individuals
I don't
to
know.
eventually retrieve it.
It could
It's also
be
particularly risky to be in a
stress,
confined space like a cave
could
with a decomposing
be
body, because the
mental
gases given
issues,
off from the
could be
decomposition
anything,
process
to be
can build
honest.
up
I
and
don't
become
know.
toxic at high enough levels.
As long as you're breathing, you should
Despite
be
how many
fine.
people were involved in the rescue,
Yeah.
they still ended up having to cut
You leave
Sergei
one
into
day-
pieces to successfully remove him
One day
from the
pass
cave.
and things like that.
After his retrieval, his body was finally
Even
returned
now that
to
I
his
lost
wife
my
and
job,
kids in
I'm like
Sochi.
curious, how could I
For
not
now,
care less
Vroid
about
Cave
it?
is the deepest cave on Earth.
I,
The Earth is a big place, and caves are not nearly as readily
you know,
viewable
like,
as their
I get
mountain
stressed about
counterparts.
thinking I need to
Cave
earn
was only crowned
money,
the
but
deepest
I'm
in
also
2018. It
I
remains to
have,
be
like,
seen whether it will hold its place as the
no
deepest on Earth.
motivation at all. I don't know what I'm doing with my life right now. It's like people have their
6 men
midlife
were
crisis
exploring the
at like 30
300-foot
plus
deep
years old. I
Cascade
have my
Cave
midlife
on
crisis
Vancouver
all the
Island
time.
when something went horrifyingly wrong. This is
I don't know
their
what
story.
I'm doing.
On the west coast of
I don't
British
know what
Columbia,
my
Canada,
future
is the
looks
beautiful
like.
Vancouver Island.
My
Home to the
my
province's
my
capital,
mom
Victoria,
is more
Vancouver
worried
Island is
about
the
my
largest
future
and
than
most
I
populated
am
island along the west coast of the
currently.
Americas. Vancouver Island also has a diverse climate with some of the mildest temperatures anywhere in Canada. The temperature in January rarely drops below freezing, and the summer temperatures
She
can
talked
reach
to
as
my
high as
brother
33
so
degrees
much
Celsius
about it.
or 91 Fahrenheit
Like her
on a regular
plans
basis.
for the future and all that
The interior
shit.
of the island also has significant mountains, similar to those that are typical of the rest of the Pacific Northwest, and as a result, there are large differences in the amount of precipitation across the island. The interior of the island can see as much as 262 inches, which is the most in all of North America,
She's
whereas
worried
the
to
eastern
the
tip
point,
in the Rain Shadow
right?
Mountains sees as little as
She's
24
worried to the
inches.
point where
In
she's
addition, the
like
majority of this precipitates during the
planning,
winter months.
because
In fact,
in
the rainfall during
Singapore
the summer
you get
season
to
amounts to less
apply
than
for
one-fifth
like
of the rain
your
during the winter season. And if you've ever
first-
been to the Pacific Northwest, you're probably all too familiar
apartment,
with the rainy months.
I would say.
At 6 a.m. on December
36
5th,
years
2015, Jason
right?
Story bent down in the
And
dark over his
she's
bed to
she
kiss his
literally
wife Caroline
planned
goodbye.
for me.
That day, he would be traveling
She's
80
literally
miles
the one who
northwest of his home
planned
in
for
the city
me
of Duncan
to
on Vancouver
most
Island to
likely
explore a cave
buy
with 5 friends.
a
He walked out of his house that morning, and the rain was coming
3-room
down steadily,
flat.
as is the case with most days in the
3
winter
room
months in the
includes
Pacific Northwest.
1 living
Jason
room
was dressed for the wet
and 2
weather, though,
bedrooms.
not only for the trip there, but
Right.
also for the conditions
And
inside
she
the cave.
planned
He had on
that
some rubber boots,
because she
neoprene
says
socks, 3 shirts,
that
overalls, and
if
a water-resistant
all things
jacket.
fails,
He'd also recently bought
I
a helmet
could
with a
at
mounted
least
headlamp
rent
for just
out
this
one
occasion.
of the bedrooms
Up to this point, Jason
and
had only been
earn
caving 4
something
times, and
monthly.
the cave that he would
That
be going to
was
that day was going to
her
be his toughest cave
plans
yet.
for me.
Near the city of Port Alberni is a cave
at
known as
least
Cascade
survive
Cave.
somehow.
It's dangerous enough that there's a
If-
locked hatch
if-
covering the opening,
if
and the
she
key to the
spends
hatch
money
is only
with me
given
to
to
buy
groups
a
that sign
three-room
waivers
flat.
indicating that they understand the danger
You
of
know,
exploring
she's
the cave
literally
system.
paving the
In addition, the
my
location
life
of the
for
cave
me,
is kept
and
somewhat
I'm over
secret
here
within
like,
the caving community to ensure that people can't
I
get hurt
don't know what
exploring
I
it or
want.
disturb the formations
I
inside
don't
of it.
know what I'm gonna do.
The interior of
I have
Cascade
no
Cave is about a
plans for
mile
my
long
future.
and descends to 338
I
feet
don't
under
see
the Earth's
anything in my
surface.
future.
It's also filled with
I don't
impossibly
see
tight and
anything
winding
tomorrow.
tunnels that are just barely passable
I
by
don't know
an
what
adult
I'm
person.
doing.
After
Have you
leaving his house
tried the
that morning,
beginner's
Jason met up
guide
with his
game?
friends
No, I have
Andrew and
not.
Adam, who were paramedics, and
Fiance
Zach,
was the
who was
one
a
who
chef
cried
and
for me
volunteer
when I
firefighter.
lost my job. I was like,
Together,
why are
they
you the
drove
one
into
who's
Port
crying
Alberni,
when
where they
I'm like,
picked up the
chill?
key for the hatch and met up with two more friends, Matt and Taylor, who
I
were
guess
both computer
she's really
programmers.
worried for you.
Jason was the oldest
To
of the
figure
group by
things
about
out,
a
live
decade
in the
at
present.
43 years
I
old, and
really
the least
do live in
experienced
the
caver among
present.
them.
It's like
It was his friend Andrew who introduced him to the sport, and if there was
no
anyone
other
you'd want to be
time.
your teacher,
I
it
only
was
live
Andrew.
in the present.
Not only was he an expert caver and former cave guide, he had a wiry frame perfect for caving. His job as a paramedic also made
Only
him
live in the
invaluable if
present.
anything went wrong during their descent. From Port Alberni, they drove up a forested, unmarked
She
trail
was
for
like
about half a
pampering
mile
me so
before
much,
parking
and I'm
in a
like,
small
this
clearing.
is so much please.
After parking, they took inventory of all their climbing gear, which included
Aw.
ropes, harnesses,
loves you.
carabiners, and a small ladder that they would use to descend into
It
the
should just
opening
be
of the
like,
cave.
babe.
They
babe,
also brought
I
a small gas
appreciate
stove,
you.
food, water, and
I'm
a first aid
fine,
kit
don't
containing
worry.
a Mylar space blanket. If you've never seen one of these before, they look almost like a blanket made out of aluminum foil, and they're excellent at preventing heat from escaping. After checking their gear, they set off into the forest to find the entrance to Cascade Cave. The entrance to the cave is just a small steel hatch in the ground that you could easily miss
I don't
if you
know.
weren't specifically
I
looking
feel
for it,
like
which is
I've
incredible
done
considering what it leads to.
So many things
They got to the hatch at about 10
that were
a.m.
wrong
and reached
in
into
the
the small hole
past
beside it with the key to open the
that
lock.
is hard to
Next,
fix.
they fixed their aluminum ladder to
my
two
life
carabiners
anymore.
near the opening, and then fixed ropes to their harnesses to belay
The
one
only
another down
thing-
the ladder.
The only
All of them descended into the
thing
cave, and then the
I
last person in
am,
closed the hatch and locked it once again. With it
happy
closed,
I didn't
the
give
last
up
little bit
on
of light filtering into
is
the cave was
probably
now gone.
art, because
The
art
key
has
was then
allowed
tied
me
to the bottom
to
of the ladder, because if
meet
it got lost, there
so
would be
many
no way
people,
for them to reopen the
right?
hatch and exit the cave. From the
I
surface,
may
the cave
not
descends
always
30 feet
like
straight
my
down into the first
artworks,
chamber. Now relying on their
but at the
headlamps,
very
they took their
least,
first look around the
my
subterranean
friends like
abyss that
my
would be their
artwork,
home for the
and
next few hours.
that's
It was damp
all that
and
matters
cold,
to me.
just barely above freezing, but this is what they expected.
It's
So they
weird.
started
It's
down the
like
first narrow passageway from the first
asking
chamber.
validation
On either
from
side were jagged boulders,
other
and the ceiling
people's
was dripping with water
feelings,
from
but,
all
you
of
know.
the moisture. As they continued deeper into the cave, the dripping water eventually turned into a small stream along the cave floor. First, it was up to their ankles, and then up to their shins as they crouched through the narrow tunnels. At around 45 minutes in, Adam decided that he couldn't go any further. He had tweaked his back a few weeks prior, and all of the bending over was making it flare up again. He said goodbye and good luck to everyone, and then Matt went with him to the cave. Once
You
he
may
was out
not
safely,
like it, but
Matt
we
locked
love
the
it
hatch once again
indoors, so
and then
keep doing
rejoined the
what
rest
it
of them to continue further into
I
the
do my
cave.
best.
For the
I do
next
my
hour and a half, they slowly made their way through the narrow
You know,
passages,
there
crawling
was,
and
like,
sliding. Inside the cave,
Times
the entire group was always within
where
about 100
I
feet from the
wanted to
first
give up
person
on
to the last
art
person.
because
But most of the time, they
um,
couldn't actually see one another
it's
because they were
sometimes
obscured
it's
by the rock.
difficult to
Jason was
tell whether
amazed
you're
by what he was
improving or
seeing.
not.
There are
right?
over 1,000 caves and tunnels on Vancouver
For
Island,
anything you're
and they're all
doing,
completely unique.
not just art. For anything
Eventually,
you're
they
doing,
made
and
it to the
sometimes it's
first
hard
feature
to
that makes
tell if you're
Cascade
improving
unique,
or
which
not.
is an area known as Bastard's Crawl.
And there was a long period
This
of
passageway
time
is too narrow to be able to stand, so
where
you have
I
to crouch
felt
down
like
and crab walk through it.
my
It's
art
also on a sharp slope downwards, so you have to
was
brace yourself against
not
the ceiling
improving
so
at
you
all.
don't slip down the wet rock.
It was also
After
the time
exiting
where my
Bastard's
mental
Crawl, they reached the
health
only
was
major
not that
waterfall in the
great.
cave,
But you
known as
know,
Double Trouble.
when your mental
The
health is
reason that
not
it's called Double
good,
Trouble is that the stream coming down through
anything
the cave
is
up to that
bad.
point hits a rock at the top of the
Anything-
waterfall and splits it into two
everything
streams.
just looks
The streams
bad
then
in
fall
your eyes.
50 feet down
It's-
onto the
I
rocks in a
think
large
it's
chamber below.
quite
At the top of the
quite
waterfall, they
normal
set up
to
their
feel
rappel
that way.
lines and then slowly
But
made their way
there
down
were
the wet, slippery
times
rocks
where
into the
I was
chasm.
really
The
questioning
entire time, the
really,
water was just
really
spraying down on
questioning
either side
if
as they
I
tried to
should
keep from slipping on the
continue
wet
drawing,
footholds.
you know?
As Jason was going
Like,
down, he could hardly believe how hard
like
his heart was
drawing.
beating.
I
He
do,
wanted a harder challenge though, and that's
but
exactly
it's
what he was
sad
getting.
when
After they all finally made it down, they walked a
um,
little ways away from the waterfall
I don't
to regroup
like
for
my
some
own
lunch.
art. And
They also noticed that it seemed like the
that
water
kind
coming
of
down
feeling,
Double Trouble
you know,
was getting
like
stronger as time
whatever
went on.
whatever I draw
Just before
doesn't
1
look
p.m. and
good
about 3
things
hours
like
into the
that.
cave, they sat
But
there
I
using a
had
little stove to heat up
friends.
some beef
I
stew.
have like friends.
Although they
who,
were
like,
200 feet
who's
underground
like,
in the light of just some
oh my
headlamps,
god,
this is
this one
exactly
looks
what they
great.
hoped the day would be.
That kind of
About 20 minutes later, they
comments,
started moving again, and with only a
and
quarter mile
that
left
gave
in the
me
cave, they would be at the
motivation
end in
to
less than an
continue
hour.
drawing.
When they got about 300 feet from where they ate lunch,
It's
Zach
because of
started shivering
those
violently.
comments from
After 3 hours
when
in the
my
cave,
art
a
was
short rest
bad
was just
until
long enough
like
for the
now,
coin to
where
creep
I
in.
think my art
But
is
because they were
at
almost
a
at the
more
end anyway,
decent
they all
level
decided
where
they
I
would turn back
continue
together
drawing.
and head for the exit.
It's been
The group retraced
lot
the
of
route
years,
all the
though.
way to
It's
Double
been
Trouble and noticed that the sound of the water was a
10
lot louder,
years.
and visibly the streams were a
and
lot
I'm
larger.
still
Matt
not
started up the
super
waterfall
good at
first,
drawing,
then
but
Arthur
at
would
least
go,
I
then
have
Jason,
improved,
Zach, and
especially
Andrew
when I
would
look
come up
back
from behind
at like
as the
my
most
old
experienced
art,
caver.
you know.
There was also a lot more mud being washed down into the cave, and it was sticking to their feet
And
as they
I
walked.
finally like,
The climb up is always a lot
unlike
slower than
when
the
I
climb
just
down,
started
and with
out,
how
I
hard
get
the
to
water was
see
coming
like
down
I've
now, it was
actually
even more
improved
difficult to find
a lot
footholds on
more.
the rock.
Then I'm
After
just
Jason
like, oh,
successfully made it up Double
that's good.
Trouble, he was wondering how the water had gotten
it's
so
not
much stronger
wasted.
so
The
quickly.
time is not
He
wasted.
wondered how runoff from the rain could be adding so much to the flow of the streams.
Compared to myself back
Beyond Double
then, I
Trouble,
say I
Jason got
came
on
a
his
long
stomach
way,
and
but
started
more
pulling himself up towards
desensitized
Bastard's Crawl,
to like
and the water
everything.
was just pelting him in the face. With it
It's
barely
hard
above
to
freezing, the
notice.
water was
Yeah,
like
it's
ice,
so
taking his
hard to
breath away as he
notice.
pulled himself through
I
it.
think that's
After
why
making
there are
it
some
past an
people who
outcropping,
do
he
like
started into another tight passage that split into two.
the
He paused for a second, not
yearly
remembering which way to go,
art
and because he couldn't
comparison
see
thing,
anyone up ahead, he decided it would be
where
best to climb
not
back
the
down
one
and
where
ask.
they
As he climbed back down about 15 feet, the water suddenly surged
do a
and swept
showcase
his feet
of
out
like
from under him and knocked
every
him onto
art
his
they
back,
did each month,
completely submerging
but more
him in
like
the stream.
they
He quickly tried
take
to stand
an
up, but
artwork
because of the
they
way the
have
water was
drawn,
flowing, it was sucking
and then
him
they
down, and his
redraw
body
it.
was acting like a cork in the passageway.
So like every
He
year
could
they
barely keep his
redraw
head
the
out of the
same
water,
art,
and the pressure was
and then
building around him.
they can see
If he didn't get out quickly, the
the
water would shoot
difference
him out the
and things
passage
like that.
and over Double Trouble 50 feet down onto the rocks below. He tried
I
to
couldn't
move, but
care
his boot
less
was
on a
jammed,
lot of
and the
things at
freezing
this
water
point.
washing over him was making him extremely cold and quickly draining
You
all
know,
of
there
his
was
strength.
actually
Lying on his back, he
period of
realized he needed to
time
call for help, but
where
when he did,
I was-
water just flowed into his mouth, causing him
was
to choke
quite
and gasp for air.
sad
After 5 minutes
about
of
the
struggling in
fact
freezing
that
water,
I didn't
thinking about
have
his
a lot
wife
of
and kids,
friends.
he managed
It's
to get out
kind
and guttural
of a
cry
weird
for help.
thing, right?
Zach and Andrew finally caught up and realized
It's
that
kind
Jason
of
was in
a
serious
weird
trouble.
thing to
Andrew jumped into
to
action and rushed over
think
to where
about,
Jason was
but
stuck.
I
When he got
did
there, he
have
could
a
barely
period
see
of
Jason's face
time
above the stream
where
of
I
water.
was sad
He yelled to him
that
to
I
keep
didn't
his head
have a lot
above
of
the water
friends.
and started trying to pull him out, but between the tight space
I
and the
think
rushing water, it was incredibly
felt,
difficult to get any leverage.
um,
Jason was also
really
so weak at this
lonely
point,
at
and the
that
water was
point.
so loud, he could barely
Right.
communicate with Andrew. So Andrew
Plus,
started shouting specific instructions at Jason,
like,
guiding his hands and feet to stable
all my
positions so that he could help
friends
to pull him out.
have other
When he
friends.
started pulling him out, though, the
You
water
know,
washed over
that
Jason's
kind of
head
feeling.
and forced him back into
My
the
friends
recess
have
once
other
again.
friends.
They started the process
But for
over
me,
with
I
Andrew
only
shouting
have
specific positions
said
and Jason
friends.
struggling through the torrent. Eventually,
then
Andrew managed to
I'm
grab hold of
just
his
like,
arm and rip
I'm
Jason out from
so
the torrent of water.
Lonely.
When Jason finally emerged, he was wide-eyed and
I-
gasping for
I
air,
feel
barely
so
able to get out any words.
alone.
Although they were out of the worst of it, they were still
There are
almost
some
submerged
days
in a
when I
stream
feel
of
like
water.
that.
Andrew encouraged Jason to keep moving,
Even
but he was in
though-
rough shape and wanted a moment to catch his breath.
Even
Andrew
though
knew, though, that they need to keep
I'm
moving
like
because every second spent in the water was another second closer
not
to
a good
hypothermia, and the flow of water was still getting stronger by the second. Finally, Jason
I'm
managed to wiggle his leg free, and they were able to
really-
move further into Bastard's Crawl. Once it was clear
you know,
that
as
Jason was
friends,
safe,
you
Andrew
should
told Zach to stay with Jason
communicate
while
and
he went up
things
ahead
like
to grab their
that.
bags.
I'm
About
not
15 minutes later, he
I'm
returned
not
with a supply
really
bag
that-
containing the mylar
that
blanket and
good.
immediately wrapped it around Jason.
with those things.
He told
I'm not
Zach
that
the
good at
water
it.
was way higher and rushing a lot faster, so he should go
Lonely
up and
and
join the
helpless,
others and tell them
yeah.
what happened.
Even though I'm in a relationship,
If he and
I
Jason
feel
weren't
like
behind
I'm
them,
left
in 30
out.
minutes, they
And
should
so I
leave
was
the cave
like,
to
I'm
alert
always
search
an
and rescue.
option if they want to.
He
pull
also
me
knew
out.
that if for
I'm
some
like,
reason
who
he
is
and
it
Jason
finally
weren't able
my
to exit
turn
that
to
area,
hang out
there
with
wasn't
you
enough
guys?
room for 3 people to stay. He then used the
Yeah,
gas stove to heat up water and poured
yeah.
it down Jason's clothes to warm him up.
I don't know.
Although he didn't have a thermometer to to actually check, Andrew knew
You know,
that Jason was likely
I'm
stage
sure
2
you know
hypothermia.
Bob Bork,
He was so cold
but
he
it
had actually
was
stopped shivering. All of the
actually
color
like
had drained from his
after
face.
I got
Thankfully, between
close
the mylar
to
blanket
Bob
and
Bork,
warm water,
right,
Jason slowly
that I
regained
actually
color and was
felt
eventually warm
like,
enough to try to make it out
so
of the
this
cave.
is what
From where they
true
were, under normal
friendship is
circumstances,
like,
it would be
you
about
know?
an hour back to the
Because
surface. But as they started climbing out, they had to fight the rushing
I
water
had
with every step. The final
I
section of
had,
Bastard's Claw had just a 4-inch space between
this
the
period
water
of
and the ceiling.
time
And this meant
where I
that
was
they wouldn't be able to crawl
surrounded
through it
by
and keep their head out of the
fake
water.
friends.
With
And
that,
I think it
Andrew knew
caused,
they had to turn back and wait until
I
conditions
think it
improved,
caused
while also
like
hoping that the water didn't fully submerge the cave.
some
After climbing back
mental
down, they
issues
found a
within
mostly
me.
dry ledge jutting out at a
I was
45
already
degree angle
dealing with
just
like
enough
my
room for both of
mental
them.
issues,
The stream running
and
through the
then
cave
I
sprayed the
had
ledge on
like
the outer
fake
edge, and
friends,
so
and
Andrew
I
had
was
Jason
like,
go on the other side
oh,
to stay dry.
so like
Andrew then braced
they
himself on the
say
ledge as well
that they're
and
my
made himself
friends,
comfortable for the long wait.
but they don't
Some
actually
terrain
like
caves can have
me.
little microclimates
And I've
different from the conditions
before
on
that
the
I've
surface.
never dealt
Inside
with this,
Cascade, the torrent of
so
water was moving so fast
I
that it was
didn't know
actually
how
windy
to
on the
deal
ledge,
with
and
it
eventually
that
the
much.
water was so high that it was just a
It
few
was
feet from where they were
only
sitting.
like a
It was now
few
6 p.m. and
years
they were
later
still
where
200
I was
feet
like,
underground,
oh well,
huddling
if they
together
don't
under
like
the
me, they
mylar
don't
blanket.
like me, you know?
It had also already been 3 hours
It took
since
me
Zach
a
left,
while
and they had
to
no way of knowing
come
whether
to
or not their
terms
friends had
with the
made it out of
fact
the cave.
that they were
It's
just
possible
using
that the
me
rest of the cave had
and
been
things like
blocked up
that.
by water, or someone else had gotten stuck
And
or
because
injured,
of that,
or even worse,
I
it was
wasn't as
possible that no
willing
one
to
made it out,
get
and no help
close to
was
people
coming.
anymore. 'Cause
Thankfully, though,
I'm
the rest of
kind
the group
of
did make it out
a
of the cave, and after driving into an
straightforward
aerial cell
person,
service, contacted
right?
search
If I
and
don't
rescue
like
teams at
something, I
9
don't
p.m.
like something.
Rescuers
And
immediately
I
went into the
could
cave
try
to
to
trap
change
them
my
in, but the
opinion on
water level
things,
was
but
too high and moving too quickly. They would just have to hope that the water
once
wasn't
I have
filling up the cave
decided
entirely, and that the two men had
that
found
I
some sort of shelter
don't like
deeper into
something,
the
I
cave.
probably wouldn't change my
Inside
mind.
the cave, Jason and Andrew kept their headlamps off to conserve the batteries.
I'm very
as they sat there
stubborn
in
on
complete
that
darkness,
fact,
wondering if
right?
anyone was coming to help them.
So
Hours went by, and the water slowly crept higher and higher. They couldn't sleep because the 45-degree
when I
angle they were on would
realized
mean that
that
if they didn't focus on
I don't
keeping
know,
their footing,
I don't know
they
how
would
to
slip
say
off the ledge
right?
and into the water.
It's just like,
Throughout the night,
wow,
they would check
you guys
in with each
say
other
that you're
every
my
20 minutes or
friend,
so,
but
and
you
then finally,
actually
at 5
don't
a.m.,
like
the
me,
water
so
looked
why
as though
didn't
it
you
had
just
started
tell
to
me that
recede.
you don't like me, you
They
know,
waited
that
just
kind
a
of
little bit
deal?
longer to make sure
Of
it was
course,
safe,
it's
and then
because
made
they want to
another
make
attempt
use
at
of me,
exiting.
but still.
After sitting in the exact same
Still,
position for 12
right?
hours and without sleep, it was incredibly difficult to get moving again.
Every time I hang out
Over the
with them,
course of
there's
90
always one
minutes,
person
crawling on all
missing, and when
fours
they're
and waiting for
complete,
water
they
up
don't
to their
invite me
chest,
out.
they
Oh
finally made
man.
it close enough to the
I'm
exit
still
to see
thankful for my
lights
childhood
off in the
friends for
distance.
being there though.
They called out to the
I
rescuers,
didn't deal
and one
much with
rescuer
fake
called back, "I
friends.
love
Thanks
you,"
for
in sheer
being
relief
isolated
at
in
the
high
sight of
school
the
and
men.
college. Ah.
After almost 24 hours trapped
Some
in
people
Cascade
just aren't
Cave,
upfront
they
with
fixed their
how they're
harnesses to the
feeling.
belay
Yeah.
rope and slowly climbed the
I
aluminum ladder
am the
towards
type
the
who's
surface.
like, if you don't
In true
like me,
Canadian
I'd rather
fashion,
you
Andrew greeted them
say
with a
it to my
cheers as he
face.
finally poked his head
You
out
know,
of the 30-foot
like,
shaft.
for example, let's say you
The
and
following
I
year,
met
on May
if
7th,
there's
the group of men
something,
returned
I've
to
always
Cascade
said
Cave
this,
to
right? If
retrieve
there's
some of
something
their
I
equipment to get
did
redemption for
that
their
you
failed
don't
attempt.
like
They
please
parked
let
in the
me
clearing once
know.
more and made
That
their way
kind of
to the steel
deal.
hatch.
It's like, you
Since their
know,
descent
for
the year
you
prior, no other
and
groups had gone to the
Tachan,
cave, and so they had to brush off the dirt
for
that was
both
now
you and
covering the
Tachan,
entrance.
we do
Andrew reached down and
tease
unlocked the
you
hatch as he did the year before,
too
the ground
a
much
lot.
drier than their last attempt.
right?
They
We
fixed their
tease
harnesses, their
you
rope,
two
and
a
the
lot.
aluminum ladder once again, and Jason
Okay, I
descended back
know.
into the cave that almost took his life.
And I've said
As they
before,
moved their way through the
right?
cave this
That
time,
if you
the
don't
torrential
like,
stream from the year before
if you
was
don't
just
like
a tiny
it,
trickle of water.
please let me
Instead
know.
of wet, slippery
right? And I
rocks,
would
they had
I would
rough,
stop
dry
that kind of
handholds,
thing.
make it
It's
much
basically
easier to
something
make their
like
way
that.
through the cave this time.
Right? If you
After the
don't like
harrowing
what
ordeal
I'm
from the
doing,
year
let me
before, the
know.
group successfully
Like if
made
you
it out of
like me as a
Cascade without
person,
incident.
but you don't like a certain thing I'm doing, let me know, right? And I can just
John Jones was exploring the
stop
famously tight
doing
Nutty Putty Cave in
that
Utah when he got
thing.
stuck upside down in a tunnel the
I
size of
get-
a dryer door.
I get.
Because of the angle he was stuck, blood began to pool in his brain,
don't mind if
ensuring
it's
that he
with
would die
friends.
if he wasn't
Well,
rescued
see,
soon.
even with
This is
friends,
the story of John
even with
Jones and
friends
the Nutty
that
Putty
are
Cave disaster.
John
Edward Jones was born into a big
they're
family
still
of 7
like
kids. As a kid,
sometimes
John and his brother
where
Josh were introduced to
you
spelunking
might
or
go
cave exploring
overboard.
by their father.
It
During their
does
childhood,
happen,
they would
even
go on
with
caving
friends.
expeditions all
Even with friends. So if that happens, happens, you should let us know. Just laugh it off. No. Laughing it off is not that good. If it's bad, you should let us know that it's bad and we should stop. There's a limit for everything. Right? There's a limit for everything. For everyone and anything. So if like something really hurts you or pisses you off and you want it to stop, you should let people know. I don't even know what's bad or not. It's hard to take me off. I know it's hard to take you off. Which also means that you're mostly at a disadvantage, you know that? You know that? Having like a huge, what do you call this? Tolerance to everything is not exactly a good thing. Yeah, I'm looking at the bright side. Yeah, but still, I'm letting you know that it's not exactly a good thing. That's why I'm letting you know. Just telling you. I used to be hard to take off too. I say used to because my tolerance level has decreased a lot. Like literally a lot. I am no longer as tolerant anymore. I don't know if it's because of like mental health or anything. But it could be just because, you know, I'm old now and I no longer wanna tolerate shit anymore. You never know. It could be that. I still know how to read between the lines too, like, oh, that wasn't actual sarcasm. Do you have trouble reading between the lines before? You want that too? What do you mean? Tolerance? Or low tolerance? I want to lower my tolerance. But everything around me is a joke now. Lost my job, that shit's funny. I don't know. I feel like having good tolerance is a good thing, but at the same time it's also not that great. You get taken advantage of. There are some times where I feel like people go overboard. There was a few times where I felt like when people were going overboard, and I talked to the friend about it, but they were like, oh, it's okay, I don't think they were overboard. And I was like, oh, okay. It's just me then. It's just me then. You know, when being taken advantage of, that's good. One thing that can take me off is someone else badmouths my friends. Yo, I used to be like that. And then that's when those fake friends found me. It's like, you know, teenage years and you're hot-headed. I'm hot-headed. In teenage years, I'm hot-headed. I stand up for my friends. That's why those fake friends stuck to me, because they didn't want to get bullied, and I'm fierce as fuck. Alright, with my resting bitch face and my actual hot-headedness, I was a very, very fierce person. And then they were making use of that. And I never noticed because, you know, young and dumb. And the thing. And it was only until like almost graduation when I finally realized how stupid I was. And I was like, huh, Oh well, I suppose. I don't badmouth my friends. I think it's just... No, that's wrong, because I do badmouth one person in particular. Out of all my friends, I badmouth one person in particular, and I think everybody knows who that is without me having to say it. But other than that, I've never badmouthed any other friends. It's more like friendly badmouthing. Not the bad mouth. Yeah, but you've never heard me say anything except that one guy. Never said anything about anybody else, only him. You know? I don't know why, it's like special case. Like, oh, this guy did this, ew, and then when you're in front of that guy, you won't die. I would say it in front of that person. I also, like, it was also this year where I decided that it was time to let go of somebody I know for many years. We've known each other at the same time as I known Bok. We were from the same school, and the reason why I decided to no longer see them as a friend on my part was because they truly gave me the feeling that they were making use of me, right? And they, like, I'll tell you this, right? They were really jealous of Say. They were really jealous of Say because I kept drawing and doing things for Say, but it's just what I wanted to do, right? Like, for example, I made you a model. I wanted to do that. It's not like I was forced to do that, or that you asked me to do that for you, you know? No, I did that because I wanted to, right? And it was at that time when I realized that this relationship is not two-sided. It was kind of more one-sided than I thought it was, because as the way that Bobok put it, it's a long friendship and I didn't have a lot of friends, right? I didn't have a lot of friends, so I just don't see a lot of things, or I persuade myself to the point where I see it, but I pretend it's not there, you know? It was kind of that. And I think I finally decided to let go was when I realized that they either only find me when they need something from me. If not, they would not contact me at all, you know? Like, literally, I tried. I tried at the beginning of this year, where I told them Happy New Year, and I don't usually say Happy New Year, right? I was just like, I'm gonna try, okay? And I said Happy New Year to them, and then they replied me, and afterwards, I just left it there, right? No communications. And they really didn't contact me at all until they required something from me, and then I was like, okay, now this is not a friendship. This is not friendship, quite literally. It's no longer a friendship. Let's say I let go of someone really close to me for some reason. Everything I do is unbiased and not meant to give someone else an advantage. Yeah! Greeting people. The only time I greet people is when I meet them or it's their birthday. I even forget to greet people when it's their birthday. I'm not good at keeping up with birthdays. But for close friends, right? Like for you, I gave you... it's not your birthday because I don't know when your birthday is. But it was for your anniversary. I would try to give things like that, right? And it's quite easy to see that I was really biased for Sei, mostly because, right, Sei is a really nice person. I think that is quite easy to tell that Sei is a really nice person, right? And I also am really grateful for her. Like, she would say that I am too doting on her, right? I'm too doting on her and things like that. But I was really grateful for her because back when I just started streaming, I was still at the phase where I wasn't really proud of my artwork. But the moment she met me, right, and afterwards, she has always loved me and my art. Like, she doesn't just love my art, and she doesn't see me as someone who she can use to get free artworks, but you can literally feel that she likes me as a person and she likes my artwork as well, you know? Like, those people give you that kind of feeling, right? So I was like, it's not something that I have around me. It's quite rare to find these kind of people around me who likes both me and not just my art, you know? Which is probably why I'm really biased for her. So I did draw her a lot of things, it's true. But it's all because I want to. Wow, it's not like she forced me to. Right. I mean, I never told anyone my birthday. No one knows because no one asks or bothers about it. I don't really keep up with birthdays, but if you want to, you can tell me your birthday. I would try to not forget about it. No promises. We all have those kind of people, you know. I dote on certain people that deserve it or really need it. We call those the favorite child. Yeah. She just makes me feel warm inside. You know, that kind of feeling? It's like... it's not like I want to crush her with like artworks, but sometimes I just think like, oh, I really want to do this for this person, you know? And she gave me a lot of that feeling back in the day when I was drawing a lot more, which is why I did draw her quite a lot. It's too bothersome. Just to tell me your birthday? The fuzzy feeling? Yeah, the fuzzy feeling. Even like when we meet up, you know, like because we're both Singaporeans, right? And every time I hang out with Sei and the gang, by the gang I mean like some other friends that we hang out together with Sei, every time she sees me, right, it doesn't matter how sweaty I am. And I sweat a lot because like Singapore's really humid and it's hot and I sweat a lot, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how sweaty I am. I don't even use like perfume, so I must smell like sweat at the very least. She doesn't even care. She'll just hug me every time. And I know that her hugging, right, like the touching, her hugging, is also part of the way to show that she cares. Because I know that, like, for example, Bobok, he doesn't like touching. So I don't touch him. Not even like, you know, a shoulder pad or anything. No, I don't do anything like that because he doesn't like to be touched. And his way of showing care is literally through his words and actions, right? And then the way that Sei shows her love is by hugging, you know, that kind of thing. And it makes me feel all warm inside. And that's probably why I like her so much. That's what I usually do for people with the song you make. You made me so many songs. You made me so many songs. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I don't think I'm worth. I don't think I'm worth. Was it a lot? I don't remember. It was like 3 only. Was it 3? No, it was 4. It was 4. The one that you made for my anniversary last year, and then you made me my current starting one, ending one, and be right back one, even though I don't have be right back. You made me 4. I wouldn't even bother if you weren't worth. But here's the thing, right? The first one you made for me, I was so shocked because like back then the very first one that you made for me, we weren't even like we didn't even talk much. I remember because I was like, why do you make it for me when like we weren't even like super close or anything? The first one is bad? What do you mean it's bad? It's not bad. I used it for like a whole year. I was confused why I did that. I don't know why you did it, but I am very grateful for it. I actually erased that memory as to why I did that. Oh my god. What I remember was it the day after where Uwe messaged me and he was like, can you reply Atty? He's like really scared about what you're gonna say. And you know what? I didn't tell you back then, but I was scared of how to say how thankful I am to you because I'm bad at communicating my feelings. I'm actually really bad at communicating my feelings. This is why, you know, this kind of gifts to me, right? It's like what do you call it? This kind of gifts is very personal. It is very personal because it's like something you custom made for me, right? So to me, that's like a very, very personal gift, which also means that is something very important. And I am so bad at communicating my thanks. I want to say something to show that I really appreciate it, but I don't know how. Which is why my thanks to like gifts is always quite boring. It's always just thank you, I really like it, you know, that kind of thing. And it's like, I'm just bad. I actually really like it a lot. If I didn't like it, you know, like I said, if I really didn't like it, I wouldn't use it. Because if I don't like something, I really don't like something. But when I like something, you know, you can't change my opinion to not like something. That's why even now I'm also using your BGMs. I'm still using them. I'm using it for my starting and ending screen right now. There's 2 songs that I made on the day and I had a hard time deciding which one to present to you. The other song is lost somewhere in the void. Aww. I mean, the doll model made me finally buy a webcam too. Oh my god, I remember that after I gave you the doll model, I was like, does this guy even have a webcam? I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it at all. I was just like, as thank you, I'm gonna make you a doll model. And then, webcam? What's that? It's not boring, simple works for me better. Like, even a single line of thank you works. That's like gonna make my day. I didn't even have one because I was like, I don't think I'll ever make myself move. Well. You are no longer just a PNG anymore. No more flat PNGs. Now here we are. I did enjoy making you the model, so it's all good. I like to draw things for friends, especially like friends who really appreciate it. Like every time I draw something for Say, it also makes me feel warm inside because her reaction shows how much she likes what I draw for her, you know? It's like when I gave you like the art that I did for you, the same thing. Like, you showed how much you actually appreciate and like the art. That's why I would continue drawing for you, because when I, you know, I don't know if it's like being sensitive or anything, but you can tell, right, when someone really likes something you did for them or not, right? And if I feel that the person I'm drawing for doesn't really appreciate what I do for them, I probably wouldn't draw for them ever again. It's you know, it's just how I am. Also, I enjoyed making you music stuff because your music taste is like perfect to what I usually do. I really like it. I really like the music you have made for me. It's so good. Yeah. Like, when you don't feel that they love it, why would you do something for them again? It's like, I think it's the same for like friendship. You can tell when someone appreciates you as a friend or they no longer appreciate you as a friend, you know? Same for me, like, oh, you don't like it, okay, that's the last of it. Yeah! It's not being selfish, okay? It's just, if you don't appreciate it, why should I make something for you again? That was basically what the friend that I've cut off made me feel. Right, first of all, like I said, they were jealous of Sei because I drew a lot for Sei, and Sei has never asked me to draw things for her, okay? Everything I've done for her on my own accord, but that ex-friend of mine was very jealous about how I always do things for Sei, and I'm just like, what? And then she tried, they tried to play off. I'm bad at keeping people's genders a secret, okay? They tried to play it off like they were standing up for me, not out. They were standing up for me. Like they were trying to play it off like that. Like oh no, I just think like she's making use of you, you know, do so many things for her, that kind of thing. And I'm over there like, I know you're jealous. I can tell you're jealous of Sei because I keep doing things for Sei. And you're clearly not trying to think that Sei is taking advantage of me. It's more like you wish you're Sei right now. Like you wish that I would do so many things for you. You know? It's literally what the person gave me the feeling of. And it's not like I didn't do anything for them, right? After they got a design, because back then, right, they weren't even like you, Etty. You were a PNG tuber. They weren't even a PNG tuber. They had nothing for me to like gift them. You know? They had zero, nothing, no design, nothing at all. Why are you complaining about Sei? Not even PNG. Yeah, not even PNG. It was until they actually commissioned me to draw them a PNG. It's like Sei, right? I started gifting Sei more artworks. Well, technically I gave Sei artworks before she had like commissioned me for a live 2D model, but I started giving her more artworks after she had commissioned me for a live 2D model. But for the other person, they finally commissioned me to draw out their character, a full body, a sketch, full body, flat colors, something really simple, right? And I don't say it to my friends, but when I do commissions for my friends, right? When I do commissions for my friends, I give them a discount. I don't tell them that they have a discount, but I give them a discount, right? It's just something I've always done for my friends. But clearly, like since they commissioned me from the beginning, I could tell that they thought my prices were too high, and I was like, bruh, I literally gave you a discount already. I already gave you a discount and you still think it's too expensive. Okay, fine, but too bad you asked for it, and they did send me the payment. Okay, even though I can tell that they weren't that happy about it. And afterwards, I did make them a model. I actually did make them a live 2D model. It's not a full body, it's not a bust, it's like a chibi model. I did make them a model, but I could clearly tell that they don't appreciate it, and they didn't even use that model that much. And you still want me to like treat you the same as Sei? Clearly you can tell the difference already, like right then and there, that you don't even appreciate the things I do for you, you know? Even, I don't know how, maybe it's because I have like many years of friendship with them, that from the way that they said thanks when I send them the model, right? When I send them the model, the way that they say thanks, I could tell that they were like, just this? This is all? This is all you're giving me? That kind of feeling. And it did not feel good. I was not that happy about it, which is why I didn't really give them anything much after. I did do some things afterwards for her. It's still some artworks here and there, but you know, it just, you can just tell. You can just tell when people don't appreciate it. You can just tell. It's so easy to tell. The only reason I had that PNG was because it was a person I was really close to, and now I don't know where they're at. Maybe they got busy with life. I'm like, pay me later, and then I'll deny the payment after making them a song. I'm the type to never haggle any prices even. I don't haggle either. I don't like haggling either. I usually just follow, like even for Say, I did commission Say, right? For example, my Twitch panels. If you look at my Twitch panels, the chibis, those are commissioned. I commission Say for those, and I don't haggle the price. To be honest, I asked her to increase her price because her chibis used to be 5 USD each, and to me that's like way too little, even though I did get a few chibis from her that was like 5 USD each, but that was like really little, I think, and I asked her to increase her price to 10 USD, and she did. So that's good. I do think that her chibis at 5 USD is too little. 10 USD is a more reasonable price for like those chibis, you know? Just treat me like a normal customer. What I do now, right, nowadays, is instead, I used to do something like giving a discount to returning customers, right? Because I appreciate people coming back to commission me again, right? And back then, I thought the way to show my appreciation is to give them a discount. But nowadays, I no longer give discounts. What I do, because I draw, I'm artist, right? So instead of a discount, I draw them something extra. So for example, Jet Black Magic, if you remember him, he commissioned me to rig his model, and he is a returning customer because he first got like he got something really cheap, which is like, I used to call them beans, but I no longer do those beans. And then he came back for a doll model, and the rig was the third commission he got from me. So instead of giving him a discount, what I did was, after I rigged his model, I drew him 5 emotes, because 5 emotes is like, for me it's like 90 USD, and I was like, I didn't draw Say emotes after, she commissions me for her Life 2D model. I also drew, the one before is Tiny Basket Bun, I also drew her emotes after she got me to rig her model for her. So for Jet, I also drew him emotes. So it's kind of like something I do something I do for them after I rig their model. I draw them emotes, and then he came back to commission me for emotes. So I cracked my brain thinking of what else to draw for him. If it's a returning customer that makes them come back for more, it's like a drug for those discounts. Yeah, that's what I used to do. But now it's just extra artworks. Also, my iPad's running out of battery, so I'm going to change to a webcam. Just... I also work extra art. Okay, I'll come back for more. I don't know if everybody appreciate the extra art, but at the very least, I feel good about it. you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like, instead of people feeling happy that they got extra art from me, I feel good that I gave something back. I guess you could say. Poof, she's gone. Yeah. I'm gonna swap. I mean, doing a good deed does make you feel good, I suppose. Good morning, Bobok. Good morning to you. And I'll be back. Wait, is it this one? Oh, is it? No, it is this one. Okay. There you go. I'm back. I'm such a waker. Also, waking up in the morning made me feel like I'm human again. That's good. This tracking is with the hands. Alright, this one, the body moves quite a bit. Quite a bit. I don't know why. Is it the body filter? Who knows? Yeah. Someday I'll make you a Vroid model too, and then we can play around with this. You don't get to say no. It's something that I want to do myself. But here's the thing, right? Just now, you were able to see like the expressions and all that. It's because I was tracking with my iPad. So, if you use VC Face, you can still kind of track your facial expressions a bit. The tracking is not super fluid. You have to play around with it. With a webcam, you can still track your facial features, but with this hand tracking one, this one, it doesn't really track your facial that much, I would say. There is some tweaking for the settings, but it doesn't track it that well. So, you know, you get to play with hands. Hands tracking is not super good, but it works. If it works, it works. You know? Trying to throw hands with chat. The hand tracking is not... I don't know if it's because of the resolution I'm using, because I'm using quite low resolutions for the tracking. My resolution for tracking is set at 640 by 480, so it's not super high resolution for tracking, and that might be why my hand tracking is not that good, but it works for me, you know? And if I'm using webcam, I would usually use this one. I think the rest shouldn't matter. It does matter, because it would, depending on your resolution, that's how big the tracking area is for your hands. And mine is only until like, it's not that big. It makes the box small. Yes, it makes the box small. Yeah, is that. But you know, it doesn't matter for me because I don't need you to see my hands reaching all the way out. I usually this here, around here, if it sees my hands around here, right, is where my tablet is. So I don't need it to track that far away. As long as it's right in front and I can just wave, I can do this, I can say fuck you, if I can track fuck you, right? It's good enough for me. So if you see me scratch my face and things like that, if you don't want hand tracking, you can just use VC face. So you know, hand tracking is just whether you wanna or not. Why is it that your model reminds me of Steins Gate? I have no idea. No idea. Yeah. It's one of the FMC. What do you mean FMC? I've been wanting to make a Vroid model again. So I suppose you're my guinea pig, Etty. You'll probably get a Vroid model. Female lead character. Female lead character to Steins Gate? Oh no. I don't have anybody else to make it for, right? Bob Bark is a dog. Bob Bark is a dog. And Cress Dusties and Dachan all have a Vroid model, right? So I don't have anybody else to make a Vroid model for. I've made one for Sei and one for Ray already. So both Sei and Ray have Vroid models. So you're my next guinea pig. you have no choice. Kurisu, that's her name. You're rocking leap motion? Nope. It's not a leap motion. It's called webcam motion capture. That's literally its name. Let me give you a link. Right. Webcam motion capture.info. You have hand tracking with just webcam. This is what I'm using. This one. So it literally tracks with just your webcam. I have it as well. You got the lifetime license. I actually didn't get the lifetime license. I don't know why I didn't get a lifetime license, but I'm paying $2 a month for, I don't know. I'm next on the chopping board. Yes, that's right. That's right. I think you should, if you want to have the hand tracking with webcam, you should download from that webcam motion capture. It's good. I was introduced it by, was it Cress or Dusty's? I think it's Cress. I think Cress is the one who told me about it. The webcam motion capture. You have no hands? What do you mean? When you get a Vroid, you have hands. When you get a Vroid, you even have the full body, even though most people don't use the full body, you know? More accurate than leap motion. I've never tried leap motion, so I can't say. But I can say that when my nose itches, you can see me scratch my nose the whole time. That was my thinking. Nobody is gonna look at my legs. It was probably why I only made you a bust model. Because most of the time you only look at the bust up anyway. it was the worst purchase I've made. Oh no. I actually saw like I didn't see the lip motion, but back then, right, when I didn't have the patience to make my own Vroid model, I've never liked Vroid models, I have to say, because the default Vroid model didn't look that good in my opinion. You know, it doesn't look that great. So I didn't like Vroid model in the past. My first Vroid model was made by my friend Everdango. So, and I got him to make my model for me because I was a lazy fuck who didn't want to make my own model. So in exchange, I rigged their chibi model for them. Then Muppet. That's also a tracking for Vroid, right? It's called Equal Exchange. Okay, Equal Exchange. And I still have that model on VR chat. I'm amazed that you can draw and rig, honestly. I practiced rigging quite a bit. I'm still not like super happy with my rigging for like my Left 2D models. It's not to the point where I'm like, this is the level that I wanna be at. Currently I'm still like, my rigging can be better, but I am quite what do you call it? Because my PC isn't strong enough, I'm quite limited on what I can do with rigging. Because my PC will cry. Like how I added 3 extra hairstyles to my model, and when I open up that file, my PC cries. I turn off everything and I turn on Live 2D Cubism and it's at 90+%. Fun. I'm amazed. Oh wait, I already read that. 2 things I never stick to. If you wanna try again, it's never too late to restart learning, you know? You just need a lot of patience for practice. Yes, like Bobok said, practice. Just decent and gave up. Once I upgraded my PC, I'm gonna send over my old one. Oh my god. You're gonna give me your old PC. Your old PC is probably better than my current PC. I would gladly take your old PC. Me with patience, I lost that too. Oh no. You only have tolerance, but you don't have patience left. Do you know that I actually did like a few lessons of rigging with Hyunon, and he gave up. He was like, not my thing, you know. It's a 2060 and Ryzen 5 3600. I said 300. It's better than mine. Honestly, it's better than mine. It's decent enough for anything. What do you want to upgrade your PC to? I ask, but I don't really know PC. Just so you know. Because I wanted, but no, not why, but what are you gonna change it to? How powerful of a PC are you gonna get? My brother got one during Black Friday. I don't know what happened to his old one. His old one is like worse than mine, so I'm not gonna take his old one. Like high end. Are you gonna get those fancy ones with like the lighting and all that shit? My brother got the one with like the fancy fans. The fans have lights. RGB rainbow. First need to buy a gift for the fiance, gotta keep her happy so I can be happy. Oh please, I don't even like the lights, it burns my eyes when I wanna sleep. I feel you. Like, it's pretty to look at for like a few seconds, but I don't think I want that. My current PC, right, is very dusty, so I'm not gonna take a picture for you to see. It has lights, but only on the back side of the motherboard. You know? I do that once I got a new job and send this to you. I feel like sending it to me is gonna be so expensive. This thing has lights and everything. I will find something to cover it. It has the glass that look through, that I'm gonna find like a, you know, the gift paper, wrapping paper, and stick it on the glass. You don't think so? I feel like it's gonna be expensive because it's very heavy. Isn't it like the heavier the thing is, the more expensive the shipping fee is? But it's a PC, not a heavy. What do you mean it's a PC, not a heavy? Isn't PC like really heavy? I think like even my PC is really heavy. Be careful though, this has a glass panel. You know, like I saw this one TikTok where this person was trying to clean their PC and they took off the glass panel, and the moment they put the glass panel on the ground, they didn't even throw it or anything, right? They put it down gently. And then the moment the whole piece laid flat on the ground, it shattered. And I was like, what the hell just happened? He didn't put it down that heavily. You can clearly tell that he's taking like extra attention to put it down softly, gently, and then it just cracked and shattered. I don't know what happened to that guy's glass panel. PCs are so heavy, mine is like 25 kg, Jesus. Some of them are very brittle. That's so scary. Like my PC have like a glass panel too, and after I saw that video, I'm so scared. When I take off the glass panel, I either put it on like a cushion or on the pillow, or I put it on my bed. Because I don't want it to shatter. It's so scary. It's terrifying. Jesus. Putting it down, shatter it. Probably due to weather conditions. I guess so. I don't remember what country those people are from, so can't say. But still scary. Still very scary. If it's very cold, high chance of just breaking. Or just shipping. That's so scary. I keep saying that. I'm actually really scared of touching any component in the PC. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'm scared of the PC. That's why I have like this I have like the thing that just blows air. Basically, it's like a hair dryer but without the heat. I use that to blow the dust out of the PC every time I clean it. I used to be like that, but now I just understand they're just Lego pieces with wires. No, that's still scary. Oh yeah, I have one of those. Yeah, I bought that specifically to clean the PC because it's... I don't want to touch anything inside. No touch. No touch. Never. I'm never gonna touch those. In my family, nobody knows what the PC parts, how to build the PC and all that. Nobody knows. So when my brother decided that he was gonna buy a new PC, he just bought one of those pre-built ones, you know? Plus it was Black Friday. So he was like, my PC is dying, I have the money, it's Black Friday, everything's on discount, I'm gonna buy one. I mean, the pre-built ones are just fine. Yeah. My family have always bought pre-built PCs, to be honest. It was only until like my brother's, the one that he changed from, that one was not a pre-built PC, but that was because his friend knew how to build PC, so his friend told him to get the parts, and then his friend came over to build it for him. So technically my brother didn't touch a single thing. He just bought the parts. You know? And then the friend helped him build everything. As long as you have the specs needed or can customize, that's even better. They're even better that the friend built for him. His friends is no longer free to do this kind of things anymore, so he just got pre-built. Mine's the same, so I'm like, after we finish this and it runs smoothly, I'll treat you to dinner. Ah, that's what he did too! I still remember that day he bought his friend Arnold's, which is just fried chicken. Because his friend wanted to eat the fried chicken. And I get free fried chicken because my brother bought some for me too. He bought like those family deals, the one that gives you a lot of pieces of chickens. So I had some too, and I have to say those chicken was dry and salty. That was my opinion of that chicken. It wasn't that great. It was dry and salty. I treated mine to a buffet because I wanted to eat meat. Nice. Nothing can go wrong with buffets. No, there's something that can go wrong with buffets, and the only thing that can go wrong with buffets is the fact that their food sucks. You know? I remember a few years ago, there was this buffet that my family really liked. It was like Japanese buffet, and it used to be really, really good. And then the most recent time we went there, it was really bad. Really, really bad. I guess they, in order to save money, they removed a lot of things, and they also cut down on like some ingredients and things like that. So it wasn't good. And my most impression was like Bobok dunking the salmon sashimi in soy sauce. Not even just dunking, it was literally marinating. It was not because of COVID. It was actually before COVID. They are closed after COVID. It's not even there anymore. Right now, the buffet is now a hot pot place, I believe. They had real lights. What I remember about the same place now is that the last time we went by it, they had lights that looked like whales, and I was like, oh, look at that! Bobok drowning fish in soy sauce, yes. I watched him and I'm just like, okay, there's too much soy sauce. We went there, I think, was it for my mom's birthday? I don't quite remember. We went there because my mom wanted to eat there. That's what I remember. And then, you know, it wasn't that great. Not everybody's happy either. I went there with like a group of friends and my mom and my brother. Gotta take that sodium intake. Yeah, because you know, he's always like at his house they don't really eat sodium. So drown the fish in soy sauce. Quite literally drown. You know, I still owe Bobok money. When we went out, I don't know if you saw, I posted it on Twitter that we went to see the concert, right? And I have not had an income for a while now because my most recent income, right, was like the two emotes that I was drawing at the beginning of the stream. The emotes was from September/October, and I used the money to pay my bills, so I I didn't have extra income. And we went out to eat and Bobok was like, it's okay, I'll pay first. And then I will, when you get a job and you earn money, then you can pay me back. So I still owe Bobok money from that outing. That's not money owed at this point. It is. I owe money. To be honest with you, I have not paid this month's bills yet. I'll figure out a way. If I really don't have money, I'll have to borrow from my brother to pay my bill. It's because I don't have a job. We do live in the present. We do indeed live in the present. What? 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 What do you say? We live in the present. Why is my nose so itchy? It's not even the inside of the nose that's itchy, it's the outside of the nose that's itchy. And it's like, stop. Is it because of dust? But if it's because of the dust, it should be inside that's itchy. You heard your name? I was talking about you. I was dozing off in front of my computer. You wanna go back to bed and sleep some more? No. No. I think when I have the time, I also wanna draw something for Maple. After all, Lethal Company is like the third game that he has gifted me. Hello, Prata Wizard. Welcome in. Good morning to you. Lethal Company? Yeah. Maple bought me Lethal Company. It's time for you to Lethal Company. Yes. I'm sure you'll breeze through it, unlike me. No, Aki. Of course you have to play with us. What do you mean? You have to carry me. I'm waiting for someone to sponsor me Lethal Company, and then I will see what it is about. Waiting for people to sponsor you, huh? Do you want to play together? I mean, I don't mind. What? I have the mod to include more than 4 people. Oh my god. What do you mean what? Etty, what do you mean what? I have Lethal Company, you have Lethal Company. Of course we have to play together. What do you mean what? How dare? Do you think I will not invite you? What kind of game is Lethal Company? You collect things, sell things, and run away from monsters. That's what I know. I'm just gonna guide you inside the ship. Why? No, you have to be outside. That makes it more fun. Basically what she said. Yeah. See, I know the game. I totally know the game. Totally. I know the game so well. I had fun moments inside the ship. Getting mangled by an entity for being noisy. I saw that in a clip. I saw that in a clip from the Niji Sanji English where Luca Kaneshiro is using the air horn and he just honked non-stop and then he got killed. Basically that. Were you honking too? Using the in-game mic is just pure fun. Tachan did say that he really likes the in-game voice chat. You can hear the screams fade away in silence. That's only if they scream though. Alright, that's only if they scream. I don't know why the hand jumps up when my hand is not there. Are you tracking the hand? Maybe. Oh, when the sentence gets cut off, you know the jig's up. Can't you see who's dead or alive? Can you not see that? Technically you can, the shit that is, yeah. I can't believe I survived the Steam autumn sales without buying anything. Be proud of me, Rich. When's the last time you bought games? When's the last time you bought games? If they ain't moving, they're in heaven watching over you. Oh man. So you mean if I stand still the whole time I can trick you into thinking that I'm dead? The last game I bought was Star Ocean 2 on the Switch. I don't know when that game came out. That was before the sale started. Alright, I'm proud of you. At least you survived the Steam skills? Sales. I can't speak. Okay? I can't speak. Basically. How to trick Etty 101. Stand still, don't move. It was Super Mario RPG. There's a bug. There's a bug somewhere. I hate bugs. Please don't, you're gonna make me cry if you didn't move wrong side. Why? Why would you cry? You didn't even cry in Demonologist. Remember that game? Remember that game that we played like once? The amount of times I have to recover the bodies, I screamed so much in that game. You have to recover the bodies? In Lethal Company? Fuck. I guess that's not what I have to take care of because I'll probably just die. If you didn't know, right? Tachan and I played 2 Backrooms game. Right, there's the inside the backrooms and escape the backrooms. And when we first played the first backrooms game we play is inside the backrooms. And when we play that, every time I see a new entity, I run towards the entity, so Tachan had a great time. So you don't lose money. Ah, I see. You get penalized lesser if you recover the bodies. Please don't jump off the point like how I usually die. That's evil? What do you mean? I was interested in the entity, okay? I wanted to see them. Alright. That's why I ran towards them. It's not like I was trying to die. It's just curious. Okay, I was just curious. Curiosity kills the cat, you know? And I was the cat, I suppose. Technically, I do the same in Lethal nowadays. Hey, pick that up, that's an item. They proceed to walk towards the mine and explode. I'm also a cat, we're all cats. You're also a cat? I thought it was sun god that evolved from a Prata wizard. That's what I thought it were. I'm definitely not okay. Wrong. You're wrong. Have you forgotten what I said, Etty? You are a cat. And as people say it, mom's always right. A god can be anything. I suppose so. I suppose so. Henceforth, I am now a cat. Exactly. You're a cat. No escape. You literally cannot escape because like so many times we've asked in your chat whether if they think you're a cat and they all said yes. Everybody said yes to Etty being a cat. Even my fiance thinks I'm just big baby cat. See? See? You literally can't escape. Even your wife says so. Even though she's not your wife yet. Cat. Don't think that I don't know, but every time you use your live 2D model, you use the cat mouth anyways. It's literally a cat. Literally a cat. My SGF and my future wife to be. Exactly. I like the cat mouth and it makes me smug. Say meow, which? Why? Do you know that in Vroid Studio, I can give you cat ears too? Should I give Vroid a T cat ears? Yes, no. I should make a poll. Make a poll in Etty's channel. Make a poll in Etty's Discord channel. Vroid Etty, yes or no? What is happening with the chat? What's happening with the chat? What's going on with that? You guys see that? Oh, it disappeared. The dancing disappeared. By the way, can your 3D model point middle finger? Yes. Look. Middle finger. Fuck you. My Discord channel is dead as hell. So is mine. The dancing. Yeah, the dancing. I can... If it tracks my other hand... The tracking is not good. The tracking is not that great. I am using the very small capture because the bigger the capture, the more CPU it uses. So you know. I use your Discord exclusively to see if you're streaming. Yeah, the stream pings, yes. That's what it's for right now. That means you can punch people too. Yes, but the tracking is not that great. You know. If you make yourself a Vroid model Prata with it, you can also use this to track. It's this one. Can use. Yeah. if you have a VROID model. You can select people here. It's not dragging that good, but here. If I really wanted to select people, I think it would be easier to do in VR. Even though I have not streamed in VR since like last year. Do you know that in VR chat they have like a place, like a world, a VR chat world where you can watch movies? We can literally have a movie party. They also have anime, I think. They have some anime and some TV drama. I went on there to watch Talk to Me, you know, the horror movie. I forgot who said that Talk to Me was pretty good. I think it might have been Ta-chan or somebody. But it was recommended to me, so I was like, okay, I'll watch it. It was okay. And then Dusty's were talking about the FNAF movie, so I watched it. I didn't finish watching the FNAF movie. I watched until when the Willem Afton dies, and then that's it. I'm a little bit sad, right? Because if you didn't know, you can port your Vroid model into VR chat. You can actually do that, and I did manage to port like my old Vroid model into VR chat. I've deleted it though because I ported a updated one inside there, but the newer one, for some reason, the hair would not move. So like, usually, you know, like this, the hair moves, right? And in the past, when I ported it to VR chat, the hair moves too. But for some reason, the newest port that I did, the hair doesn't move, and I have no idea how to fix that. I have to research more. But yeah, if you get a Vroid model, for example, if I make you one Etty, I can actually port it into VR chat, even though I'm not sure if I can get the hair to move. Maybe the hair might not. Maybe it might have no physics, you know? Is Vroid easy to learn? Yes, especially now. Especially now. I can work with my model now. Not just as a VR model. Yes. If you want, I can directly port it into your account for you, but you have to give me your account so that I can do that for you. It's quite annoying because I need your OTP as well. So when I port it, you have to be online. You have to be online so that I can do it for you. You don't mind it? Okay. I'll disturb you. I'll disturb you when I finish the Vroid model and it's free to port it into VR chat. I did say that I'm gonna make you the Vroid model, but just know that your outfit is most probably going to be the default outfit in Vroid Studio. Cause I like to make the hair and all that, but I'm lazy to do the clothing from scratch. So for example, Say and Ray's model, they have the default outfit from Vroid. I can show you guys the models again. Let me just... I need... Ray is short too. This is Ray. Ray's newest design is like, you know, this. It's a female. Female character. It's a female character. So this is Ray. The outfit is default. So Ray has a default. It's one of the outfits in Vroid Studio, basically. Alright. So is Say's model. Say is even shorter. All I did was make her hair. Alright, Say's hair is even easier to make because, I mean, the bangs, right? The bangs is... They already have bangs in the default Vroid Studio. So her hair, the bangs is just the default bangs, and I just edited it a little bit, and then I made the hair rings, you know. And then the outfit is also default. The nails is a pre-made asset. I use a lot of pre-made asset, so yeah. Oh, I forgot. I could just do this. One day I will have a 3D model. Just make your own Vroid, yeah. Vroid is not that difficult, especially because now that it's out of beta, they have a lot of pre-made. They have pre-made eyes, pre-made hair, all those kind of things. They have a lot of that. So it's gotten even easier to make, unless if you're trying to make like custom hair. For example, my hair, this one is I made it myself because I wanted it to follow my original hairstyle, right? I did fuck up because if you wanna know, Vroid model, they have separate hair places. You can either make it separately, so like the bangs can be at the bangs, or you can make it in the overall hair. But if you make it in the overall hair, you have to make everything by yourself. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that, so I made mine in overall hair. So that's why she has a ponytail, because that's easier. Because ponytail is considered an extension. So I didn't make the ponytail myself. The ponytail is one of the default ponytails. I just made the tight look to the ponytail. If I had actually done the front hair in the front hair part, I wouldn't even have to make the tight part, you know. So for example, if I wanted to continue using this hair that I'm currently using, and I want to change from a ponytail to like something that's let down, I will have to do it by myself. So that's the pain I did for myself. But for Say and Ray's model, I've learned my lesson. So for them, it's separate. So I don't have to worry about making the whole hair by myself. For Ray's one, right? It's like the laziest one I've ever done, because for Ray's model, even the hair, even the hair is mostly pre-made asset because his character's hair, they have it in the pre-made. I just have to edit it a tiny bit, so it's like really easy to make. I have to search to see if they have the hairstyle for Etty. If not, then I'll just draw it by myself. If you don't consider, because I don't make the clothing myself, right? I usually just use the default clothing. So if you just cancel away that part, I just spend time making the hair and adjusting the face. So it's not difficult to make at all for like the Vroids that I make. My hairstyle is like the easiest thing to find out there. No. The bangs is the easiest way. You know, the straight bangs like Say have. What programming language it use? It doesn't use any programming language. I don't think. You can send it to... Oh, it uses Unity. I think it's Unity. It's like default. Default 5, huh? I guess like the side swept hairstyle is quite common. It's quite common. The Vroid models that I make is not exactly quite custom made, you know, like there's some people who make their Vroid model into exactly how it looks like their style, you know. But for me, like you can tell, right? The eyes are like they call it, the artists call it crystal eyes or something like that, and I really like the eyes because it's a pre-made asset. Okay, I bought it. I bought it for 350 yen. Okay, but it looks great, and that's why my Vroid models all have this eye, because it looks nice. So I use this eye. And for my own model, even the eyelashes, right, is bought. There's two parts to the eyelashes, right? There's the... How do I explain it? If I zoom in, there you go. So you can see there's like one that's lighter in color and the one that's darker in color, right? That's actually two separate parts to the eyelashes. And of course, the lighter color one is the one that I did by myself. Okay, I just added it in because I think it looks nice. So I added for all my Vroid models that I've made. And then the eyelashes is actually also a pre-made asset. My model has more of pre-made assets, but for like Say and Ray's one, they don't have this eyelash. Theirs, I made the eyelash myself. But even like the makeup, like the makeup, it's hard to point because it's not exactly accurate. The makeup that I have on like my Vroid model's face is also a pre-made asset that I edited to my own liking. So I use a lot of pre-made assets. A lot of it is pre-made assets. I make it for fun. It's also probably why you'll never see me open up Vroid model commissions, because pre-made assets. you can't sell these because it's pre-made assets. But I like the way it looks, so I'm just gonna continue making my Vroid models this way, you know? You know. My other mom made it one-to-one to my real hair. But the last time I saw an image of your real hair, right? It was on Twitter, and your hair was way longer than it is on your model. was so long. You look like the typical emo kid. I grew out my hair on occasion. You know, when I first made my persona, which is what I use for my VTuber, right? I didn't give her bangs in the beginning. If you remember my first model, she didn't have bangs. She had side swipe hair or side swept hair, whatever it's called. But basically, no fringe because I didn't have a fringe. And then I decided to get a fringe, so I changed it so that she has a fringe. But if you ask me now, I kind of want a fringe, but I also hate taking care of a fringe because it gets in my eye and it irritates me. It itches my face. I'm not used to it, so I don't know. Talking to barbers causes me anxiety and living gives me depression. I hate going to barbers too. I think it could also be because since I was young, right? I've actually not gone to barbers that much. When I was a kid, my mom cuts my hair. So, and then like when I got a bit older, I went to the barber, but I never liked going to the barbers. I don't know why. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It really makes me feel uncomfortable. And then now, last year I still went to the barber, and the hairstylist was okay, but I don't like how they keep pushing you to buy like a package. Right? That's bullshit. I'm just here to cut my hair. Stop asking me to buy a package. And then I don't want to go back there, and I just cut my own hair. I actually did cut my own hair. I didn't give myself a fringe. I just basically cut it shorter. I don't care if it's uneven. I don't care if it's uneven. I've actually cut my own hair multiple times, so I just anyhow cut it. As long as it's good enough, it's good enough in my books. My mom used to cut my hair, typical Asian bowl cut. Oh my god. When I was entering primary school, my mom cut my very, very long hair into the typical bob cut. And the only reason why she cut it to the bob cut, right, was because every night she got scared thinking I was a ghost. Because I go to the toilet. And you know, like my house, there's a toilet in the master bedroom, and then there's the toilet in the kitchen, right? And then as a kid, of course, if you want to go and use the toilet, isn't going to the one nearer like much easier? So I go to the one in the master bedroom. And every time I go to the one in the master bedroom, I'm always afraid that I will wake up my parents, right? So I would look at them. And then my mom always thinks that I'm a ghost scaring. She keeps thinking that I'm a ghost because I look at her, and you know how my kids sleep, right? They don't sleep like in a very peaceful posture and not changing, right? So every time I wake up, my hair is like a mess, like over, it's like covering the face, and then I stand there and I stare at her. I stare at her when I go and use the toilet just to make sure that I didn't wake her up. But apparently she has always been awake and she thought I was a ghost. How many times have I scared her about that? So she decided, I even told her that I didn't want a bob haircut because I hated the way the bob haircut looks. But she didn't she didn't care. She gave me the bob haircut. I cried for so long because of that. I really did. My eyes are immune to fringes. Oh my god. I read that, didn't I? I like to be bald. Why? You do not like to take care of your hair? Not the ghost treatment. Bro, every time I just try to be quiet passing by, she kept telling me we have a ghost in the house. Took me long enough to figure out it was just me washing past her. Short hair is cute, but bob haircut is just mid. I don't like bob haircuts. I really didn't. If she gave me like kind of like shoulder length hair, you know, a little bit longer than a little bit past the shoulders, like around here, I would be happy with that. Like it didn't matter. My hair was down to my hips at that point in the time, right? If she cut until like here, I would still be okay. But she cut until like the bob haircut, and it was so ugh. It was so ugh. It looks so bad on me too. I'm becoming like those uncles where their middle part is bald, so I rather cut bald. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Bob haircut is just asking to be Edna from The Incredibles. I have no idea who that is, but I hate bob haircuts. I really did hate bob haircuts. I also didn't like having fringe, to be honest with you. There is quite a few times that I tried having fringe. There was when I was a teenager, I had like say the straight bangs, right? The first time they cut it, it looked nice, but it was cut by the lady boss and it looked nice. And the second time they cut it, the person cut more and it looks bad. It looks like a mushroom. But I didn't like it because I'm the type who cannot have hair in their face when they are trying to work. So the fringe really made me angry. It really made me angry when I was trying to focus on work, you know. It keeps touching my face and all that. I have a bob haircut. What? You have a bob haircut now? The second time I had a fringe, it was better than the bangs. But you know what? Because you know, as you can see, my hair that I did for my model has a parting, right? In real life, I also have a parting at the side. I can never have a middle parting. I have a parting at the side, and back then, they cut my fringe for me. The guy cut my fringe for me. I did tell them when they cut my hair short, my hair tends to become a bit curly, like it would curl. So the guy cut the fringe for me, and he made sure to cut it in the way that when it curls, you know, it's still okay. But the hair would always have like at the parting, cause he didn't cut into like two separate fringe like my model has, right? So he cut it as one whole fringe, and because I have the parting, there's always a hole at the parting. And I really hated that. It's because my hair is used to the parting, and it's just like every time I see the fringe and I see the parting there, I'm just like yuck. I'm like yuck. That's so gross. Also, I sweat a lot, so the fringe touches my face and I'm also like yuck. You know how after you sweat and it dries, and I have oily face too, and it's like, it's so disgusting. The hair becomes disgusting too. So I didn't like it. And then afterwards, I became like those people who would always put the hair up. I always did that. I had like pins and all that to put my hair out. Even now, when I go out, I also make sure that the middle part of it, like besides my hair parting, that middle part, I always pin it up. I'm used to it now. So I kind of want a fringe, but I'm also like, I don't think I would get used to having a fringe. It's like first world problems, you know? I want a fringe, but I don't think I'm used to having a fringe. Do you dye your hair? The last time I dyed my hair was probably last year. I do dye my hair. For one of my birthdays, I went with my ex-friend to bleach my hair, and they dyed a semi-permanent hair dye on my hair. I thought it was a permanent one, but it was semi-permanent, so the color faded in like 2 to 3 weeks. And I prefer permanent hair dye. So I did dye my hair, but I have not dyed since like last year. I kinda wanna dye it again. If you look at my hair color now, it's quite similar to the hair dye that I use. Sometimes when I dye my hair, I post it on Twitter. Just my hair. It's like the same color. But if I wanna dye my hair again, I don't know if I'll get back the same color. I kinda wanna try dyeing it blue. I do like this hair color though. I like the poison witch vibes. I also like that permanent hair dye because I used it back before I even bleached my hair, and even with my black hair, the color pops up quite nicely. So I quite like it. Even though it never dyes evenly. No, there was this one time when I wanted to dye my hair, so I bought it's basically box dyes, right? I bought the box dye, and I asked my mom if she wanted to dye her hair too, cause I can help her do it, and she was like, okay. So she chose a color. I bought it for her, and I kept asking her when she wants to dye her hair. And she keeps saying next time, to the point when she finally said that I want to dye my hair, the box dye was expired. So I looked at her and I was like, well, you're too late, ma'am. Expired. No more dyeing hair. I only have white hair. Was it 4 years late to the question, you know? You only have white hair? Do you bleach your hair again? Yes. You are now white hair boy. I thought I heard a knock. I'm tired of drawing. Let's play with Vroid. Oh, what was I showing? I was using display capture the whole time. Hey, if it's Vroid, I'll have to change to Pung. Change to Pung. There we go. Vroid. How tall is Etty? I forgot. 5'7". What's that in CM? What's that in CM? If you thought I knew my inches to CM, you're wrong. 170 cm, okay. I can make it so that your height is the same. Let's open up an image of Etty, and I'm not even using an image. This is... There you go. Okay, not the eyesight. Where is the eyesight? Not the eyesight. Can't believe you're making it now. Why not? No, why not? Which eye? These are the ones that I did. What bet? What do you mean? One a little bit smaller. Gonna lurk while looking at cat videos. Have fun looking at cat videos. If you need me for anything, just mention my name. I'm currently doing something dumb or amazing I don't know. Alright. It's okay, me too. I'm making you, but will it be amazing or dumb? I don't know.
When suddenly he sat up because the room he was in was now completely illuminated in this unbelievably bright orangey white light. Now he looked at his watch and saw it was too early for sunrise, and so whatever this light was, it was not the sun. And so this fisherman leapt out of his bed, he ran upstairs to the top deck, and he looked out towards these lights in the sky, and then the lights just vanished. And so for a minute, this fisherman and the rest of the crew were kind of relieved because they're thinking, okay, this seemed bad, whatever it was, but it's gone now. However, they didn't know this yet, but those lights were just the beginning of a 2-week-long nightmare that would go down in history as the first time ever humans experienced this particular horrible, horrible thing. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is fast asleep, secretly take their phone and change the language settings to Chal Katongo Mixtech. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into
Good morning to you. I ended work at 2 a.m. and I'm still tired. You ended work at 2
At around
a.m.?
1 a.m. on March
Are you
1st,
working night shift?
1954, a 20-year-old fisherman named Oishi Matashishi finally headed down to his bed on the lower deck
Oishi
of the fishing boat that he
Matashishi.
worked on, which was called the Lucky Dragon
Nice
No.
name.
5. Oishi was totally exhausted. He and the other 22 crew members had been working practically around the clock, 18-hour days for the last 6 weeks, trying to catch tuna, but so far, this trip had really been a disaster. They had gotten stranded on sandbars, there had been these terrible storms that had nearly capsized the boat, and then also they had lost a lot of their fishing lines when they got snagged on coral reefs. And so, as a result, their tuna haul
Change
so
the
far
color
had been
here.
devastatingly low. And Oishi and the rest of the
I'm
crew
barely
were
out
very
of
aware
bed,
of this.
mostly because
In
my
fact,
heavier
Oishi was very
the
worried
thing
that
on
he would
my
not bring
chest.
home enough money
crushing you
for
to
his
death.
family. Back when Oishi was 14 years old, his father, who had been the breadwinner for their family, had been crushed to death when he was repairing a ship. And so now Oishi had stepped into that patriarch role, taking care of his mother and his 5 other siblings. And so
Thank you
Oishi really
forever.
needed a solid
Yes.
paycheck from this trip,
Okay,
and it
this
wasn't looking
color
like that
is
was going to
good.
happen. And so Oishi staggered his way into his small room and he collapsed onto his bed.
Seriously,
And as he lay there trying to sleep, he felt the ship gently rocking side to side. The ship, the Lucky Dragon No. 5, was anchored relatively close to the Marshall Islands, which is a strip of islands right about halfway between Hawaii and Australia.
I was drawing,
But what's
but
unique about the
currently
Marshall Islands is they sit
currently
over
we're
these
making
huge ancient underwater
Ati
volcanoes. Now
in
these
Vroid.
volcanoes are dormant, but the captain of the Lucky Dragon No. 5 was weary enough about getting too close to these dormant volcanoes in fear they might erupt, that he intentionally kept them about 80 miles or so away from the Marshall Islands. And so eventually, Oishi did drift off to sleep in his bunk, but 5 hours later, Oishi suddenly sat up wide awake because the little room he was in was now completely flooded with this very bright yellowy light. And so Oishi, he's kind of confused. He felt like it was too early for sunrise, and he checked his watch, and he saw it was only 6:45 a.m. And so yes, it was too early for sunrise. So whatever this was, it was not the sun. And then when he went to the little porthole window where all this light was coming in, he had to squint his eyes, but he looked outside, and he couldn't tell where this light was really coming from or what it was. But he could clearly see it was coming from the west, and the sun rises in the east. So really, whatever this light was, it was not the sun. At the same time, the rest of Oishi's crewmates who were in this room with him, they were also starting to wake up and kind of looking around like, what's going on here? And then without even saying anything, all of them just rushed out of the room and ran upstairs to the top deck to look around and see what was going on. And when they got up there, Oishi looked out towards the west where these lights were up in the sky, and he couldn't really see a clear point of origin. It wasn't like there was an obvious thing creating these lights. It was more like the western sky was just unbelievably bright and yellow and orange, and it seemed like the light was kind of hovering over where the Marshall Islands would be. And so everyone's thinking, is it possible this is a volcano eruption? Is there something else going on here? And then as the crew is just watching in stunned silence at all these crazy lights in the sky, the lights kind of began to fade and they turned blue and purple, and then they just went away, and the entire crew was pitched back into darkness. And as everyone's just standing around having no idea what to make of these lights, the oldest crew member on board, who was 40 years old, he said the one thing that everybody kind of in the back of their mind was thinking about but didn't want to say. The oldest crew member just said, atomic bomb. Just 9 years earlier, the United States had dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan to end World War II. Now, Oishi, who was Japanese, he was 11 years old at the time this happened, and it had a profound impact on his life and his family's lives, his friends. Anybody who was alive when this happened, it changed everything. But as Oishi and the rest of his crew are kind of staring out to the west, which was all dark at this point, Oishi thought, there's no way this could have been an atomic bomb. Number one, World War II is over, so there's no reason a bomb would get dropped again. And 2, when those atomic bombs were dropped on Japan 9 years earlier, it vaporized basically everything and everyone in its path. And so for them to be this close to these huge lights, if that were an atomic bomb, wouldn't they too be vaporized? Like, they would not be able to see that and live. And so Oishi began to tell himself, okay, it probably was not a volcano eruption, it probably was not an atomic bomb, I don't know what it was, but we're okay. And while many of the other people on board the ship felt the same way Oishi did, Very quickly, the call came out amongst the crew to just go ahead and bring in the lines right now. We don't know what these lights were, but we need to head back to port back in Yaizu, Japan. And so quickly, Oishi and the rest of the crew got to work pulling these lines in and prepping the boat to head back to port. And then at some point after Oishi had done what he was supposed to do, he began walking his way down below to the galley to get some food. But when Oishi was about halfway, he suddenly heard this deafening explosion outside coming from the west where these lights had been, and immediately Oishi just jumped onto the ground, covering his head, thinking that was going to protect him. And as he's laying there listening to this unbelievable exploding sound, he's thinking, oh my gosh, one of those volcanoes under the Marshall Islands has indeed erupted. That's what's happening. And any minute now, a giant tsunami wave from this eruption is going to flip us over. We're going to get killed here. And so Oishi, as this massive exploding sound is going on, he jumps to his feet and he runs upstairs and he finds the majority of the crew that was still up there had jumped to the ground and they were just kind of protecting themselves. A couple braver crew members had stood up and were kind of looking out towards the west to see if they could see what was going on, but there were no lights now. It was just these crazy loud exploding sounds coming from the west. And then suddenly all the sounds stopped and Oishi and the crew at that point braced for what they believed was this inevitable tsunami wave that was going to hit them.
Giant
But the weird thing
tsunami.
is after the exploding sound stopped, everything was totally calm. In fact, Oishi
Everything
glanced
was
over the edge
totally
of the
calm.
boat and he saw the water was totally placid, more calm than normal. And after a few more minutes went by and no massive tsunami wiped them all out, the crew was like, what's going on here? Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. In 2017, I was medically retired from the military, and at first, this was awesome. It was like finally I had my life back again. However, not long after becoming a civilian again, I started becoming restless, and before long, it was like everyone and everything around me just totally annoyed me for really no reason. And over time, this caused a lot of problems because nobody wanted to be around me. And the way I handled this was by isolating myself. Luckily, my wife saw what was happening to me and she encouraged me to go speak to a therapist, and I would. And honestly, it changed my life. My therapist told me the reason I was acting the way that I was is because I was really struggling to transition to civilian life, and also there was some serious trauma surrounding a near-death experience I had when I was in the military that I had not really come to terms with, and that was kind of bubbling up to the surface as well. And while it was kind of jarring to hear this from my therapist, once I was given this diagnosis, I was actually able to treat the symptoms and I got better. Now, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution. However, it's a great starting point for people who are just totally lost and don't know what to do. And if that's you, you really should consider giving BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey online, and then it's up to you how you communicate with your therapist, whether it's via messaging, phone, or video call. Also, you can switch therapists at any time for no additional cost. Go to our sponsor, betterhelp.com/MrBallin for 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp, and get matched with a therapist who will listen and help. And so as Oishi and the rest of the terrified crew on deck began exchanging wild theories about what these lights and these sounds could have been, ranging from, again, the volcano, or maybe an atomic bomb, or some said maybe an asteroid hit the Earth, and as they're doing that, the ship captain called out again, hey, finish pulling in the lines. We need to get out of here right now. We don't know what that was. We don't know what's coming next. We gotta go. Now, for reference, pulling in these lines was not as simple as it sounded. It was kind of a long and complicated process, and so Oishi and the rest of the crew, they began doing their best to pull these lines in as quickly as they could, but when the sun finally rose in the east, the crew on board the Lucky Dragon number 5, as they looked out towards the west, towards the Marshall Islands, they began to notice these weird gray clouds forming over these islands. And as the crew began to talk about these strange-looking clouds, they noticed that despite the wind blowing from east to west, these clouds, these weird clouds over the islands, were actually making their way towards them. Basically, they were moving against the wind, which made no sense. And so as these clouds got closer and closer, the ship captain was screaming at Oishi and the others to hurry up, get these lines in, we gotta go, we don't want to wait for this cloud. But it just was taking so long to pull in these lines, and before long, these weird gray clouds had moved directly over them and blocked out the sun. It was like it was nighttime all over again. And as soon as these clouds were right above them, Oishi and the others, they just stopped and looked up, and suddenly it started to rain. Except not normal rain. It was like this weird milky substance, like gray milky color, and it was also hot. And so Oishi put his hands out and he cupped all this weird liquid in his hands, and nobody knew what it was. And then before long, the rain turned into sleet, still kind of gray and milky, and then the sleet turned into what looked like snow. And so Oishi and the others, they had their hands out still, and they were catching these weird snowflakes, but they didn't melt in their hands. They just kind of pooled on their hand and just sat there. Now, Oishi and the others were definitely unsettled by the snow, and frankly by everything that had happened that morning. They really did not understand what was going on, but there was something kind of incredible about this weird substance that was coming out of the sky, to the point where many of the fishermen on board grabbed bags and saved some of this weird mushy snow stuff to bring back home, to maybe show their families and friends, or even to give to science to see if maybe they could study it and see what it was. And so after Oishi and the rest of the crew had kind of gotten over the novelty of this weird snow coming out of the sky, they just got right back to work pulling in these lines. And the whole time, remember, they're getting dumped on by this weird stuff that's not melting, and it's building up on the deck to the point where they have to stop what they're doing and shovel this stuff off the deck just to continue pulling in the lines. And for hours and hours they did that, just under this weird snowstorm. And then finally, right around noon, all the lines had been pulled in, and the ship's captain turned the wheel, and they began heading towards port. The next morning, Oishi woke up inside of his bunk on board the Lucky Dragon number 5. It would take several days to make it all the way back to port. And when Oishi woke up, he was suddenly struck with this intense nausea. And so he got up and stumbled his way into the bathroom, and just kind of out of instinct, he grabbed his toothbrush and began brushing his teeth. And as he did this, he had this weird feeling that his teeth felt like they were loose, that if he brushed too hard with his toothbrush, that he could knock his teeth clear out of his jaw. And then when Oishi spit into the sink, he saw there was all this blood. And so Oishi began to panic, and he opened up his mouth and he stared in the mirror to see if maybe he had lost some teeth, but his teeth looked okay. But again, everything felt wrong, and he felt so sick. And so Oishi, he left the bathroom and went upstairs to the top deck. And when he got up there, he saw many of the other members of the crew, and they looked terrible. Their skin was a weird gray color, and some of them had blisters all over their skin. And so to Oishi and to the other crew members, it now seemed kind of obvious that whatever was coming out of the sky, that weird milky substance and that weird snow that didn't melt, clearly it must be toxic in some way, or maybe it's led to some horrible allergic reaction. And so Oishi and the others began referring to the stuff that came out of the sky as death ash. And the fishermen who had gathered up a lot of this death ash into bags to bring back home were now too scared to even touch the bags. Like, they wanted to take the bags and dump the contents overboard, but the fear of interacting with that weird death ash was too much. And so there were these bags kind of draped all over the ship that nobody went near that contained this stuff. And over the next few days that the Lucky Dragon number 5 continued its journey towards port, Oishi and the rest of the crew members continued to get sicker and sicker. In fact, on one day, Oishi was outside unfurling one of the sails, and as he was hoisting this rope, he noticed the rope was covered in blood. And then when he looked at his hands, he realized it was because his hands were basically disintegrating as he was touching the rope, like his skin was just falling apart. And then in addition to his skin falling off, Oishi's hair began falling out in huge clumps. And he was not alone. Many of the other crew members on board the Lucky Dragon number 5 had the same things going on. It was like everybody was just totally deteriorating, and they all knew it had to be connected to whatever the heck they had heard and seen when there was that explosion and the lights and the stuff raining out of the sky. They didn't know what it was, but it could not be a coincidence that happened, and now this was happening to them. And so finally, on March 14th, the crew of the Lucky Dragon number 5 pulled into port in Yaizu, Japan, and as they got off, they made this interesting decision to not tell anyone what happened to them. They all had this fear that, if it got out, that people knew what happened to them, that somehow they'd get in trouble. And so they all decided they would treat whatever was happening to them, but they would do it kind of secretly. And so Oishi, as soon as he left the boat, he went straight to the doctor's office, and as best as he could, he tried to kind of discreetly tell the doctor what had happened during this fishing trip. And then he showed the doctor all these lesions on his skin and the bald spots and the fact that he was so sick and that his teeth felt loose. And the doctor's like, I got no idea what's wrong with you. And so all he did was prescribe Oishi some zinc ointment to put on all of these blisters and lesions on his skin. And he told Oishi that, this should work. It should clear everything up and you should be okay. But, come back if this ointment doesn't work. A few hours later, a woman was inside of her home in the port city of Yaizu, right near where the Lucky Dragon number 5 had docked, when she heard a knock on her front door. And so she put her broom up against the wall, she walked to the front door, she opened it up, and standing right outside was this horrible looking man who had gray skin and lesions all over him and all these bald spots, and he was smiling and his teeth were all red, like there was blood all over his teeth. And for a second she thought about slamming the door, but then she looked more closely and she realized it was her neighbor, Oishi. As soon as she realized this, she said, Oishi, what happened to you? And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders like he didn't have a way to explain all of this. And then he held out a small gray package and he just said, here's some extra fish that we caught on the last fishing trip I was on. I just wanted to give it to you. And the woman, who was still totally caught off guard by how terrible Oishi looked, she just turned and pointed at her kitchen table, telling Oishi to put the fish on the table. And so Oishi came inside and limped his way into the kitchen and put the package down. And then when he turned to leave, the woman stopped him and she said, Oishi, tell me what's going on here. You look horrible. You have all these bloody bandages on you. Was there a fire on the boat? Was there some sort of accident? Tell me. And so Oishi, he looked down for a second and then he looked back at her and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Because again, remember, Oishi and the rest of the crew had decided they were not going to share details of what happened. And so this woman, who really liked Oishi and wanted to make sure he was okay, she just said, okay, you don't got to tell me about it, but here, have a seat, we'll catch up about other things. And so Oishi, he nodded and took a seat inside the living room. And as he sat there, the woman went into the kitchen and she got a cup of water. She brought it back and she handed it to him. And Oishi, he took the cup with a trembling hand and he sat there drinking his water, just looking so terrible. And the woman, she really didn't know what to say. She did not understand at all what was happening, but she could tell, Oishi does not want to talk about it. And so to kind of break up the silence, she just began talking about stuff she had heard on the news. And the big news story that everybody was talking about was the science experiment that was done out near the Marshall Islands. And when this woman talked about a science experiment and the Marshall Islands, Oishi dropped his glass and it shattered on the ground, and he just stared at this woman with a look of absolute terror on his face. And at this point, Oishi decided he was not going to keep his story secret anymore, and so he told his neighbor what had happened out on the water, the explosions, the lights, the rain, the snow, all of it. And after he did, the woman became terrified and said, "Get out of my house, go, go, go." And so Oishi, he got up and he kind of ran out of the house, not really sure what was going on.
Get out.
And then the woman, after Oishi was gone, she turned and she realized the package of fish that Oishi had left was sitting inside of her kitchen. And so she screamed and she too ran out the door. Over the next few days, more and more of the fishermen from the Lucky Dragon number 5 began to talk about what had happened out on the water. And as those stories began to circulate, they began to make the news all over the world. And as this happened, fish markets all over Japan had to shut down and destroy thousands and thousands of pounds of fish in fear that it might have come from the Lucky Dragon number 5. And the reason why everybody was so scared of coming in contact with anything that had been on board the Lucky Dragon, whether it was the fish or the people, is because on March 1st, 1954, when Oishi was suddenly woken up by the bright light outside coming from the west, and then there was that loud explosion, and then the cloud and the rain and the snow, all of that was not a volcano, it was not an atomic bomb, it was not a meteorite, it was not a fire, it was that science experiment that was talked about on the news. The US military was testing a brand new weapon that is quite possibly the most lethal weapon ever made. It's called a hydrogen bomb, and for reference, hydrogen bombs are 1,000 times more powerful than atomic bombs. Now, they detonated this hydrogen bomb far away from all of civilization. However, the Lucky Dragon number 5 was just close enough to this explosion that the crew on board the ship became the first humans in history to experience something called fallout, which is when deadly radioactive particles from this explosion get thrown up into the sky from the blast, and then they rain down on you like snow. That weird material they were feeling that they called death ash, that's the fallout. It's all radioactive. And in fact, the actual material itself that was raining down on them was coral reefs. They had basically been liquefied from this hydrogen blast. They got shot up into the sky, and then that's what fell down on them. That's why it wasn't melting. It was coral reefs. And so the reason Oishi and the rest of the crew got so sick and their skin began falling off and their hair began falling off was because of their contact with this fallout, this death ash. And so once they began sharing their story of what happened out there and it began making the news, the crew of the Lucky Dragon was rounded up and sent to a special medical facility where they were quarantined, and unbelievably, only one of them died. He was the oldest crew member who had brought up that maybe the lights they had just seen was an atomic bomb. But even though the rest of the crew survived, they would spend the rest of their lives battling strange diseases and cancers, and many of them would become sterilized, and those that weren't, their children often had birth defects. As for Oishi, he gave up being a fisherman and instead became a dry cleaner, but he wound up spending the bulk of the rest of his life being an anti-bomb advocate and author until his death in 2021, when he would pass away at the age of 87. In the winter of 2001, inside of a Southern California police department, a fax machine in the corner of the room suddenly came to life. A moment later, a few pieces of paper fell out of the machine onto a tray, and a police officer walked over and began reading them. And as he did, his eyes went wide, because the fax was a goldmine of evidence for an ongoing murder investigation that had begun to stall, so this was a major breakthrough. But as other officers rushed over to see the fax for themselves, they all started to feel like something was off about this fax. It just seemed too good to be true. But regardless, the police followed up on the contents of this fax, and sure enough, it did lead them to their killer. However, the killer was not who anyone thought it would be. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have hundreds more stories just like this one, but many of them are only on the podcast. Again, that podcast is called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available on Amazon Music. Today, we're going to look at 3 stories that sound totally made up, but they are all actually true. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time you're over the Like Button's house, sneak into their closet and replace all of their shoe insoles with pudding skins. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the morning of December 21st, 1980, a woman in her 40s walked into a jail cell in Los Angeles, California. Now, in this jail cell already was another inmate. Her name was Etta Louise Smith. She was 32 years old, and at the time, she was laying on one of the benches inside of this cell. Etta had actually been in jail for 4 days leading up to this moment. The police were sure Etta had something to do with the savage murder of a nurse in the area, but they really didn't understand what role she had played. In fact, virtually everything about Etta was very confusing to police. And Etta herself was not really doing herself any favors, because she wasn't really explaining how she had the information that she had. Now, Etta had already gone through a 10-hour-long interrogation, which led police nowhere. She had undergone a polygraph test, which didn't lead to any new answers. And she had also undergone a thorough strip search. She had been kept without food for 24 hours at one point. She had been left in this cold jail cell without shoes for 4 days. But she just wouldn't crack. She would not confess to playing a role in this murder. And so this was why police on this day had decided to go another route to get information out of Etta. That woman in her 40s who had just walked into Etta's jail cell was pretending to be an inmate, but in reality, she was an undercover cop. And her job was to go into this jail cell, befriend Etta, win her trust, and see if maybe then Etta would begin revealing information about what she had done. And so after this undercover cop walked into the jail cell, the jailer shut the door behind them, closing in the undercover cop and Etta. And at this point, Etta was woken up by the noise, and she sat up on her bench and she looked over at the undercover cop. And the cop, she was immediately struck by Etta's appearance. Etta did not look like a murderer. She was this little, slight, totally unthreatening person who really just looked like a suburban mom who maybe had a white-collar job. But the undercover cop also knew that appearing to be totally harmless was a great cover for being a murderer, and so this could all totally be an act. And also, to this undercover cop, it just seemed like Etta was way too calm and collected given her circumstances. She is effectively wanted for murder, and the police are putting so much pressure on her to get her to speak about it, and she's just laying down sleeping in her cell, making no big deal about it. But the undercover cop maintained a very neutral persona, and she sat down, and at some point she asked Etta, hey, what are you in here for? And Etta, she kind of just looked down and smiled for a second, and then when she looked back up at the undercover cop, she said, you're never going to believe me. The undercover cop at this said, oh, come on, how bad could it be? Tell me what's going on here. Why are you in here? And it was at this point that Etta would say something that nearly caused the cop to break character. Because Etta, she would say, well, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a movie. Now, the undercover police officer tried to be as neutral as possible as she's hearing this, but in her mind, she's like, okay, well, I clearly just discovered Etta's motive for being involved in this murder. Etta wants to be famous. She wants this made into a movie where she's the star. At the same time this conversation was happening, in an office within the jailhouse, a police captain was listening in on the conversation between Etta and this undercover cop. And when he listened to Etta talk about wanting to turn her story into a movie, he just shook his head in disgust, because Etta had just brought police to the location of the body of 31-year-old Melanie Uribe, a local nurse who was robbed and savagely beaten to death and then dumped in a canyon behind a bush. And now here Etta was talking about how she could get publicity around this terrible, horrible crime. It just did not sit right with the captain. And so as the captain was sitting there kind of watching this conversation transpire between the undercover cop and Etta, the captain was beginning to form a theory of what actually happened to Melanie Uribe and how Etta played a role in her murder. His theory went like this. 6 days earlier, the victim, Melanie Uribe, had left for her shift at the hospital in Burbank, California, which is a suburb of Los Angeles, but she had never arrived for her shift. And so when her colleagues had noticed her absence, eventually the police were called and a search was launched to find her. But after 48 hours, the police had not found Melanie, and there were no signs as to what happened to her. She had just vanished. And it was at that point, 2 days after Melanie had gone missing, that Etta just showed up at the police station and said she knew where Melanie was. And so the detective who was talking to Etta at the time when she came in and said this, he brought out a map and he said, okay, point to where she is. And Etta had immediately pointed to this area on the map called Lopez Canyon, which was about 25 miles away from Los Angeles. And she would tell the detective that, yeah, Melanie is somewhere right in there. When the detective asked Etta, how do you know this? Etta would say she just knew. And then when the detective followed up and said, Etta, this is pretty incriminating that you're telling me you know where someone's body is. What's motivating you to come and say this to me? And Etta would say that her conscience was weighing on her terribly, and she just had to go to police. Now, the detective who talked to Etta when she first came into the police station really didn't know what to make of Etta, because she looked so unthreatening, and what she was saying, she was saying with a lot of confidence, and it seemed like she was really eager to help the investigation versus just clearing her conscience, which is kind of what she said she was doing. And when the detective looked into who Etta was, he discovered that she had a great job. She worked at an aerospace company in Burbank, California, and she even had governmental clearance. And so this woman clearly has been vetted by the government and by high-level companies, and she's passed the tests. But at the same time, the detective knew there was no good reason for why Etta would have this information, the location of a dead body. I mean, either she's just wrong and there is no body there, or if the body's there, the most likely scenario is that Etta was involved in killing this person or disposing of their body, or maybe both. So the detective said to Etta, hey, come back tomorrow and we'll take a police helicopter, we'll fly out over that canyon, and we'll see if we can find Melanie's body together. And so Etta said, okay, sounds good. She turned and she left. But then just an hour later, Etta came back into the police station with her 2 young kids in the car, and she would tell that detective that she actually just drove out with her kids to that canyon and had found Melanie's body. In fact, she told the detective that her 7-year-old child, who was in the car right now, had been the one to actually find Melanie's body. The detective could not believe this woman, 1, had gone out by herself to do this, but 2, had brought along her kids as well? Like, what's going on with this person? But regardless of how weird this was, the detective immediately rounded up some backup, and with Etta's help, they went out to a particular spot in this canyon, and sure enough, when they got out there, right in the spot where Etta said it would be, was Melanie's badly beaten body. And so it was at this point that the police captain had grabbed Etta and said, "You're under arrest. I'm putting you in a cell because there's no way you could have known about this unless you were somehow involved." The captain thought by putting Etta in jail for a couple of days, she'd get scared and start talking. But 4 days had gone by and Etta had not cracked. She had not given up anything beyond telling the undercover police officer that she thought her story that was kind of still developing would likely be turned into a movie. And so the captain really didn't know what to do because at this point, Etta had not actually committed a crime. It was not a crime to find a dead person's body and report it to the police. And there was no evidence that actually tied Etta to the murder. All the police had was the fact that Etta came to them and told them that she knew where the body was, and then they actually found the body. But that's all they had. But the police captain would catch a break on that 4th day because he would receive a phone call that would totally change everything about this case. It would turn out on December 17th, 1983, so the same day that Etta would go into the police station to report that she knew where Melanie Uribe's body was, well, on that day, Etta was at work listening to the radio and filing some paperwork. And as Etta listened to the radio, the local newscaster was talking about Melanie Uribe and how she was missing. And the newscaster talked about how police had found her truck and it was parked on this dead-end street, and that police were searching nearby residences to see if maybe they knew what happened to Melanie. But as of right now, there really was no new leads. They did not know where Melanie was. And it was right around this point that Etta's listening to the news about Melanie that Etta heard a voice in the room she was in. And the voice said very clearly to Etta, "She's not in one of those houses." And Etta immediately, when she heard it, she turned around wondering who the heck was in here, who's talking to her, but there was nobody else in the room. And then it was like immediately there were these flashes of images in Etta's brain that she had no idea what they meant, but it was a succession of a dirt road and then a bush and then something white, a nurse's shoe. And Etta very clearly saw these 3 images. And it was right then that Etta thought, oh my God, I know where Melanie Uribe is. And so she sat there wondering what to do, and then finally thought, I have to go to police, as crazy as this sounds. And so she hopped in the car and she drove to the police station and she said, I don't know how, but I do know Melanie Uribe is right there in that canyon. But when the police had said, come back tomorrow and we'll go out and look for her, Etta just couldn't wait, and so she had gone with her kids, driven out to the canyon that she had seen in her mind, and sure enough, when she got out there, she found the dirt road that she had seen, then she found the bush that she had seen, and then with the help of her kids, they found the white nurse's shoe, and it was right near Melanie's body. Which meant that voice that Etta heard and the vision she had all been real. The phone call that the police captain received on the 4th day that Etta was sitting in jail and talking to the undercover cop, the phone call that changed the whole case, well, the phone call was from another police officer saying they had just arrested 3 men who were caught bragging about beating and killing Melanie Uribe, and they had confessed and they were now being held in jail. And so clearly, Etta did not commit this murder, and so even though it made no sense that she just knew where this body was, the police had to release Etta the same day, so she was released, and then ultimately the 3 men who confessed to killing Melanie Uribe, they would be found guilty, and they would each be sentenced to life in prison. 6 years later, Etta would sue the police department, and she would win the lawsuit because the jury on that case absolutely believed that Etta really did have a psychic vision that led to the discovery of Melanie's body. Etta would never go on to make a movie about her story, and in fact, when she was asked later on about why she said that during her conversations with that undercover cop, Etta would clarify that she didn't say that she wanted to make a movie, but rather she said to the undercover cop something to the effect of, it feels like I'm living out a bad movie. And so that was kind of misconstrued by police into her saying, I want to make a movie about this. She didn't and has never made a movie, and in no way has sought out any fame or recognition for what happened. Today's video was sponsored by SoFi. Shortly after I left the military in 2017, my family and I decided we wanted to move. And so we went house hunting and found the one we wanted and moved to purchase it. Now, we had bought one other house before, but we used what's called the VA loan, which is a low interest loan for military members. And for a variety of reasons, we were not able to use the VA loan to buy this new house. And so we had to go the traditional financing route. And my goodness, was going through that process totally overwhelming and stressful. But if I had known about SoFi at the time I was doing this, the whole thing would have been a breeze. SoFi is the ultimate finance app that helps you bank, borrow, and invest all in one place. But what really stands out to me about SoFi are their incredible home mortgage loan options for military veterans. SoFi is actually a veteran-led company, which is definitely part of the reason why they care so much about supporting military veterans and active duty military members on their journey towards realizing their financial ambitions, which includes home ownership. Veterans who use SoFi can qualify for perks like lower interest rates, lower closing costs, no mortgage insurance, and also potentially no down payment requirement. So think about joining the over 130,000 homeowners who SoFi has helped get their home loans. Also, SoFi is doing a giveaway where you can have a chance to win up to $50,000 that will go towards helping a veteran pay their rent or mortgage for 1 year. To enter, click the link in the description below or go to sofi.com/winva and then just follow all the on-screen instructions to view your VA home loan mortgage rate. Thank you, SoFi. Back to the stories. On the night of November 7th, 1860, a 51-year-old American politician walked inside of his modest two-story home in Springfield, Illinois. This politician was totally exhausted, but he was also really happy because in his hand he had a telegram that confirmed he had won an election that he had worked so hard for and he wasn't sure he was going to get. And so earlier that night, this politician had been out basically partying and celebrating this huge victory. But now he was totally beat and ready for bed. Once the politician was inside his house, he picked up an oil lamp to light the way, and he walked through his house to his study, where he put the lamp down on his desk. He put the telegram saying he had won this election next to the lamp, and then the politician just collapsed into his sofa to fall asleep. But before he closed his eyes, this politician looked over at a mirror on the wall, and what he saw in the mirror made him gasp, and he sat upright and looked at it like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In this mirror, this politician was seeing his own face, reflected as it should be, but then next to it was another face, and it was not his. It kind of looked like him, but it actually looked more like a corpse, like a dead person was looking out at him from this mirror. And so the politician, he stood up and began walking over to the mirror to get a closer look, but as he got closer, the dead person's face disappeared, and all was left was his own reflection. And so he's like, okay, I must have been dreaming that, that can't have been real. And so feeling very unsettled, this politician just went back over to the couch and he laid back down thinking, okay, just forget about that, go to sleep. But again, he glanced over at the mirror, and now that he was laying down again, he saw the two faces again, his own and this dead person's face. And at this point, he stood up and rushed out of the room into his bedroom where his wife was. Now, his wife was a very devoted spiritualist, and so the politician thought maybe he could tell her about what he saw in the mirror, and she could interpret it and tell him what it meant. And so he sat down and he told his wife about what he had just seen, and she would sit there for a minute pondering what her husband had just said, and then her expression on her face just totally changed. She went from intrigued to very upset, and in a quivering voice, she would tell her husband that what this meant was he would serve honorably in the office that he had just been elected to for one term, he would get reelected, but he would not survive the second term. Now, when the politician heard this, he immediately rejected it. And he said to his wife, there's no way that's true. I probably didn't even see a face in the mirror. I'm probably just so tired, I imagined what I saw. So let's just forget about it. But his wife was not consoled, and she fell into his arms sobbing as if he had just been diagnosed with some fatal illness. And over the next several days and weeks and months, this politician's wife continued to be so upset about this potential death omen that the politician had apparently had, even though, again, the politician is constantly telling his wife, come on, like, there's no way that's actually going to happen. And sure enough, over time, the politician's wife did sort of stop being so scared all the time that her husband was going to die, and the politician himself, he just kind of forgot about what he had seen in the mirror that night. And so he would go on to serve his first term in this elected office. He would be re-elected for a second term. And then during his second term, on April 14th, 1865, this politician and his wife were out at a play in Washington, D.C., and during the last act of the play, a man named John Wilkes Booth famously snuck up behind Abraham Lincoln, who was this elected politician. He was the president of the United States in his second term. And John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln in the back of the head, killing him. And so Abraham Lincoln would indeed not survive his second term, just like the mirror death omen had predicted. On April 1st, 1984, a 28-year-old man named James Syunthia opened his eyes and looked down and saw his whole body was covered in snow, and a lot of that snow had turned red from what looked like blood. James tried to take a breath in, but as soon as he did, his chest exploded in pain. Then James began moving his tongue around in his mouth, and he realized there was this weird substance in his mouth, and there were all these sharp objects in his mouth. And so when he spit, he realized what it was. It was blood and shattered teeth. James began to panic and tried to lift up one of his arms, but it wouldn't move. And then when he tried to move his other arm, it did move, but that little movement hurt so bad he began crying in pain. So James is dealing with this blinding full body pain that he has no idea what it came from. He's looking around and he can barely understand where he is or what happened. But then James looked up kind of right behind him and he saw this enormous snow-covered mountain. Now, James had no idea what mountain this was, but in his head, he thought, I must have attempted to climb that mountain. James was a self-described climbing bum, which really just meant he lived out of his car most of the time and traveled all around the world, seeking out the most dangerous mountains in the world for him to climb. And so as James was racking his brain, trying to remember what happened, suddenly it all just came flooding back. He remembered he was here in the Canadian Rockies with his best friend, Richard Whitmore, and the two of them had attempted to climb this particular mountain. It was an 11,000-foot tall mountain called Mount Deltaform. And James remembered that as they were making their way up this mountain, they were hit by an avalanche. Now, James didn't really remember what happened once the avalanche hit them, but it would turn out he had fallen, along with his friend Richard, about 140 stories as this avalanche carried them down the mountain. For reference, that's taller than the Empire State Building, so this is a massive fall. And so as James is remembering that avalanche, he began looking around frantically for his friend Richard, hoping that maybe he was okay and nearby, and they could work together to get out of this situation. And sure enough, at some point, James looked over and he saw there was a crumpled figure kind of lying in the snow that obviously was another person. And so James instinctively tried to sit up to go over to his friend, but as soon as he attempted to do that, he felt the blinding pain in his body. I mean, he is totally wrecked here, and he couldn't stand up. But James really wanted to go see his friend, so he kind of rolled over, and through the pain, using his one good arm, he crawled his way over to Richard. And for a second, he thought maybe his friend was alive, that he too had survived this epic fall. But as he looked down at Richard, he could see his chest was not moving, and his neck was twisted really badly, and so was his back. And so James knew his friend, Richard, was dead. And so James just collapsed into the snow, feeling unbelievable anguish and sadness and fear. I mean, this is the only other person out here. They are nowhere near civilization, and it's going to be at least 4 days before anybody even notices that they aren't back yet, because that was when James and Richard were supposed to be home. And now James is thinking, like, I can't even stand up. I can barely breathe. I'm so badly hurt. What am I going to do? And pretty quickly, James adopted the mindset of, unfortunately, you're going to die here. And this was something James had always thought would happen to him eventually, that a mountain would end up killing him. And here he was realizing that, yep, that's exactly what's about to happen. I'm gonna die out here. And so James just kind of lay there, resigned to his fate, literally waiting to die. And after about 20 minutes, when his body began to go numb and he was starting to enter into hypothermia, James heard a voice from behind him. It was this woman who walked right up to him, and she said, "You can't give up. You have to try." And James, even though he was totally caught off guard that there was another person out here, there was something so calming about this woman and the way she was talking to him that without any hesitation, it was like James's whole mindset about this situation completely changed. Suddenly, he was not ready to give up and die. But now, because of this woman, he was going to fight to survive. And so, after kind of moving around and looking back towards this woman, she would say to him, "Put your coat on." And so James, despite the excruciating pain, used his one arm that still worked and kind of propped himself up, and then he pulled his coat out of his pack, which was lying near him, and very painfully he slipped this coat over his broken and damaged arms. And then once the coat was on him, the woman said to James, "Now take a sip of water." And so James, without any hesitation, he reached over and grabbed his water. He unscrewed the top and took a sip, despite how painful it was to sip, even though the water stung his totally shattered mouth. And then after James put the water down, the woman very calmly told him, "Okay, now disconnect yourself from Richard's body and then use the tree right here to pull yourself up." And so he untied from Richard, and then using his one good arm, he grabbed the tree and he managed to hoist himself up onto his totally destroyed legs. And he couldn't believe he was even standing at this point, but here he was, up on his feet. And then the woman said, "Okay, it's time to move." And so James began walking away from the mountain, and this woman just followed along behind him. And for a long time, he trudged through this knee-high snow, barely able to take a step without this blinding pain coursing through his body. But every time he began to stumble or slow down or seemed like he was going to give up, the woman would very calmly urge him to keep going, keep moving. And finally, after about 4 hours of this horribly painful trek James was on, he came upon the camp that he and his friend Richard had built before coming over to this mountain to begin this climb. And so James quickly began moving towards his tent that was still pitched, that he knew inside had a warm sleeping bag and some water and food. And so as he made his way towards the tent, he stopped himself and he turned around to talk to his guide, to thank her for pushing him onward. But when he turned, there was no one there. And when he looked at the ground, there was only one set of bloody footprints that were his, leading all the way back to where he had fallen. This guide, this woman, she didn't exist. James was totally unsettled by this and really didn't know what to do about it, but he knew right now the priority was just to survive. And so he made his way over to his tent and he attempted to get inside of it, but his hands were so cold and so badly beaten up that he couldn't use the zipper. He couldn't even get it open. And then finally, when he managed to use a tool to get it open, he couldn't open up his sleeping bag. It was like his body was shutting down. And so we thought, okay, I'll make a fire and that will be enough to keep me warm. But again, it's like his body was failing him and he couldn't do it. He couldn't start the fire. And so right as James is realizing that, despite making it to this campsite, he may not be able to survive because he can't use the campsite, he began to hear voices. Right away, James is worried that the voices he's hearing don't really exist, like this woman he had seen. But sure enough, just a second later, 3 skiers came around the corner and they saw James. And amazingly, one of them was a very experienced mountain guide and another one of them was a nurse. And so right away when they saw James, they saw he was dying. The nurse rushed over, she made a fire for him, she got him comfortable, she put on warm clothes, and the mountain guide, he took off to go get help. And sure enough, a couple hours later, a helicopter arrived and they airlifted James out and he would make a full recovery. However, it would take James years before he finally opened up about this mysterious vanishing woman who literally saved his life. Without her talking to him and urging him to go, he would have laid there next to his friend and died. But James, he was afraid to bring up that he had seen this woman in fear that people would think he was crazy. But when he finally brought it up, he would quickly learn that he was far from the first person to experience this phenomenon of having this invisible person help you. In fact, this phenomenon is common enough that it has its own name. It's called the third man effect. The third man refers to this mysterious vanishing person that steps in and helps people survive who have just undergone some horribly traumatic event. An example of
I'm very
somebody else who
slowly
has
doing the
experienced
hair.
the third man effect was the very last person to escape the Second World Trade Center tower on September 11th, 2001 in New York City during the terrorist attacks. He was able to get out right before it collapsed because a mysterious vanishing voice told him exactly which direction to go
It's
until he
fast for
escaped.
me, so take
And
it.
so,
No.
whether the third man effect
Rejected.
is actually supernatural or just a trick of survivor psychology, we don't know. James, who is both an atheist and a scientist, says he does not believe that this woman who saved him was an angel or connected to religion in any way. Instead, he just said, it was a presence that I needed at the time that saved my life, but that is the extent of my understanding. There are many totally terrifying stories that have come from Native American folklore, but none are quite as unsettling as the story of the Wendigo. According to the Ojibwe people, the Wendigo is this huge 12-foot tall, slightly emaciated, gray-looking humanoid creature that's constantly roaming the earth searching for food because it's always hungry. And what does it eat? People. The Wendigo will be featured on the very first episode of our brand new incredible podcast from Ballin Studios called Run Fool. Run Fool comes directly from the mind of the horror storytelling icon Rodney Barnes. Rodney is an award-winning writer and producer who has helped define the horror genre in film, TV, and even in comic books. And now I'm certain he's going to help redefine the horror genre in podcasting. To hear the story of the Wendigo, go run to wherever you get your podcasts, look up Run Fool, and make sure you karate chop that follow button. Episodes 1 and 2 of Run Fool are available right now wherever you get your podcasts, and remember, every week Rodney will drop a brand new scary story. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's stories, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, which has hundreds more stories just like these available to listen to right now, but many of those stories are only available on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available on Amazon Music. There is a mountain range in the middle of the desert in Arizona that's called the Superstition Mountains. And for decades, adventurers have been going into these mountains to try to find a secret treasure. But many of those adventurers have died trying to do this, and many more have come running out of those mountains claiming that unseen predators are lurking all around, stalking you as you move through these mountains. And so today's story is going to be about one of those adventurers who goes into the superstitions,
Must be my mom has woken
and
up.
he comes face to face with something. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week.
I'm gonna go
So, if
grab
that's of
more
interest
water.
to you, the next time you're at the Like Button's house, please replace their favorite cologne with tuna juice. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late on the afternoon of June 14th, 1931, a 59-year-old man named Dr. Adolf Ruth climbed off his donkey that he'd been riding on for hours through the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. Once he was off the animal, the doctor shook his legs to work out the cramps, and then he just took in the scenery all around him, and as he did, he smiled. Now, to the average person, what Dr. Ruth was seeing in front of him would look very impressive. There were all these jagged peaks on either side of him that jutted straight up into the sky that almost looked so steep they couldn't even be climbed. And this mountain range was cut through all over with all these twisting and turning canyons that almost seemed like a maze. Also, high up in these mountains were all these caves where people used to live, but now they were abandoned. In fact, today, if you were to travel through the Superstition Mountains, you could go days without seeing another person. And that was true back in 1931 when Dr. Ruth was there. But Dr. Ruth knew that where he was standing right now, between two towering rock walls, was not just a regular desert canyon. This particular stretch of desert was about to make Dr. Ruth a very rich man. He was going to be the very first person to actually find the Lost Dutchman gold mine. The same Lost Dutchman gold mine that had claimed the lives of hundreds of other treasure seekers who would come into the Superstition Mountains and not come out again.
here,
But Dr. Ruth knew
or
he had a special advantage that nobody
my
else
mom
who
wants
had
to
come out
come
here
into my
looking
room.
had. He had a treasure map that was going to show him where this treasure was, and he knew it was right nearby. And without even thinking, he reached into his pack that was slung over his shoulder, and he felt the edges of the treasure map, which was folded up and tucked inside of his notebook. But as Dr. Ruth was daydreaming about finding this treasure, he heard someone grunt from behind him, and suddenly Dr. Ruth pulled his hand out of his pack, and he whipped his head around, and he looked at the two cowboy guides who had brought him out here, and Dr. Ruth just said, "What?" In Dr. Ruth's daily life, he was a retired veterinarian and a government employee who worked in Washington, D.C. He was a small guy with glasses and he walked with a limp, and he knew these two cowboy guides of his just thought he was some frail old man, and this deeply offended Dr. Ruth. And so, because the doctor totally resented these cowboys, he had told them that, yes, I need your help getting me to a particular spot in the desert, but once I get there, you guys are done. You can leave, I'll pay you, and you can just go away, I'll be fine on my own. And as it happened, they had reached this particular spot, and now Dr. Ruth is looking at these guys like, all right, let's go, get out of here, you don't need to be here anymore. But the cowboys, now that they were at this spot where they're supposed to go back home, they kind of hesitated before they left, because they looked at Dr. Ruth and they did think he was kind of a frail old man, and they knew all about how all these people had died going into this canyon to look for this treasure. And so the cowboy who had kind of cleared his throat and made a noise to get Dr. Ruth to turn around, he chimed in and said, you know, doctor, I don't know if this is a good idea for you to go in there on your own. And Dr. Ruth, again, is super offended, and he just says to the cowboy, I'm fine, just go. I'm gonna set up camp, I'm good, get out of here. And then Dr. Ruth pulled out his wallet, he handed some money to the cowboys. The cowboys took the money, they looked at each other and just kind of shrugged, and then the cowboys turned around and began galloping away. And as they did, Dr. Ruth was standing there feeling kind of proud of himself for getting rid of these guys. But as they kind of faded into the distance, Dr. Ruth turned back around and he looked out at the landscape. And suddenly, now that he was actually all alone, a lot of his bravery was now gone. Now he was feeling maybe a little apprehensive. But Dr. Ruth reminded himself that he knew what he was doing. He was not a frail old man, despite the way he looked. He could handle himself, and he certainly knew this area well. He had a map, he'd be in and out, he would get that treasure, and then he'd be rich and famous. And so, with that in mind, Dr. Ruth grabbed his things off the ground, he hopped back on his donkey, and he began slowly marching his way deeper into the canyon. A little while later, as the sun was starting to set, Dr. Ruth decided it was time to stop, and so he stopped his donkey, he hopped off, he found a clearing by the side of the trail, and he began setting up his campsite. And then finally, once the canvas tent was all set up and his campsite was good to go, Dr. Ruth started a small fire, and then he rolled a small boulder in front of the fire, and he sat down on it, and then he reached into his pack, and he pulled out that notebook, and from inside the notebook, he pulled out the old fragile treasure map. Dr. Ruth's son had acquired this treasure map from a man in Mexico, and this man in Mexico apparently got it from a family that used to do mining in the Superstition Mountains, and they had drawn out this map before apparently they were all massacred inside of the Superstitions, but somehow or another, their map they had drawn about where they thought this treasure was had survived, and so Dr. Ruth's son had gotten this map and given it to Dr. Ruth. And so Dr. Ruth held the map up and he stared at it for a second, and as he did, he couldn't help but be drawn to this huge rock formation way off in the distance. So not on the map, but actually in real life, basically far down the canyon, there was just this massive rock formation. And for a second, Dr. Ruth was looking at it, thinking it kind of looked like a huge oversized gravestone. And in a way, it kind of freaked him out. But he looked back at the map and he realized there actually was a drawing on this map that clearly represented this big rock formation. And on the map, it had an arrow pointing to this little drawing, and it said this thing, this big rock formation, was called Weaver's Needle. And according to the map, apparently the treasure was right near Weaver's Needle. And so Dr. Ruth was like, great, tomorrow I'll head straight for Weaver's Needle, I'll find the treasure, and I'll be rich and famous. And on that note, Dr. Ruth folded the map up, he tucked it back into his notebook, put it back in his pack, and then he took his beans and meat off the fire and he began to eat. And as he did, he whistled periodically to fill the silence that was filling the entire canyon.
I'ma be rich and famous.
Back when I first started Mr. Ballin, so early 2020, I was doing all my work out of this room in the back of my house in
is that
Pennsylvania.
easy.
It was basically like a shed. It definitely was not up to code. Whoever had owned the house before us had built this kind of ramshackle room off the back of the house, and that became my studio. And I remember, since there was no heat in there, at night I would have to turn on my space heater as hot as it would get and let the room heat up, but then I would have to turn off the space heater because it was so noisy I couldn't record with it on, and then rush through my recording before it got so cold that I was shivering in the recording. And so really, like, there is a very humble beginning to the whole Mr. Ballin thing, but now, I mean, we have blossomed into a full-blown studio, Ballin Studios, with nearly 40 full-time employees. And I only say this because I want you to know that it's really only because of you that any of this has happened. And so I do not take that for granted. I want you to know that as we grow, I want to continue to bring you the best possible immersive storytelling I possibly can. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Well, we have been very lucky to secure a partnership with a masterful storyteller named Rodney Barnes. Rodney Barnes is an award-winning writer, director, producer, comic book creator, and he's made all these genre-defining horror stories about vampires and demons and the occult. And now Rodney Barnes and Ballin Studios are partnering up to make a brand new show hosted by the iconic Rodney Barnes. The show is called Run Fool, and the trailer has already been released. So please, right now, go to wherever you get your podcasts and look up Run Fool and listen to the trailer and get ready for us to drop the first couple of episodes. And those first 2 episodes of Run Fool will drop on Tuesday, November 14th, and then every Tuesday there on out, you will get a brand new Run Fool episode. Thank you all so much, and I can't wait for you to experience the masterful storytelling of the one and only Rodney Barnes. Again, his new show is called Run Fool. By the time Dr. Ruth was done eating his food, it was totally dark inside of this canyon, like completely pitch black and silent. And as the doctor was kind of taking in this moment of absolute darkness and silence, he was startled by a sudden sound coming from high up one of the canyon walls. It sounded like hooves marching on stone, and it kind of echoed through the whole canyon. And for a second, Dr. Ruth felt relieved, even though he had been adamant, especially to the 2 cowboy guides, that he wanted to go into this canyon by himself. Now that he was here by himself, and it's so dark and quiet and kind of spooky, he was glad to hear hooves because it meant that must be a person riding a horse, and so I'm not alone anymore. But when Dr. Ruth called out and said, "Who's there?" there was no response, and there were no more hoof sounds. It just went totally quiet again. And then, from all over the canyon, all Dr. Ruth heard was the yipping and howling of coyotes everywhere. By this point, Dr. Ruth couldn't help it. He felt terrified, and suddenly all he was thinking about were all the stories he had heard about unseen predators lurking in the shadows, stalking people who come into this canyon. And so Dr. Ruth decided, you know what, I'm just going to bed. And so he extinguished his fire, he packed up his things, and he went inside of his tent, and he laid down inside of his bedroll. And even though he knew he really wasn't actually safer in here, all he had was, canvas tent material protecting him from the outside world, but mentally, being inside the tent, he just felt safer. And so Dr. Ruth would lay in his tent in the total darkness, kind of on edge for a while, wide awake, listening intently for more hoofbeats or something out there. But there were no more sounds, the night remained silent and dark, and eventually Dr. Ruth fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, Dr. Ruth suddenly woke up, and it was totally dark and silent, and he sat up, and he looked out of his tent. The flap was open, and at first, he couldn't see anything. It just seemed like darkness out there. But then he realized, moving around very slightly, pretty far away from his tent, but not that far away, were 2 eyes staring at him, unblinking, just staring directly into his tent. And Dr. Ruth, his heart started to race, and he's realizing that an animal, a person, something is right there. And so Dr. Ruth, he was about to yell out when suddenly the eyes blinked and vanished. Dr. Ruth fumbled for his gun, and he drew it, and he aimed it out of the tent, and he yelled, "I'll shoot if you come back, I'll shoot!" But there was nothing. Dr. Ruth would stay awake for at least a couple more hours, just anxiously staring out of his tent, wondering if this thing, this person, whatever it was nearby. But he never saw the eyes again, and there were no more sounds outside. And so eventually, Dr. Ruth did lay back down inside of his bedroll, and he went to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Dr. Ruth immediately went outside and began walking out in the direction where he saw those eyes to see if he could find some tracks on the ground. In his head, he was hoping he would find a bunch of coyote tracks, and that would explain, what these eyes were, even though in the back of his head, he's thinking that didn't look like a coyote. And so as Dr. Ruth began walking in that direction, he did begin to see loads of coyote tracks all over the place. And so he's thinking, there it is. It was a coyote. My brain's just playing tricks on me. But he got maybe 15 or 20 feet away from his tent, and he noticed there was another set of tracks that were not coyote tracks. They were human tracks, or what appeared to be human tracks, like barefoot feet tracks, except the size of them were really small, like a child's foot. Now, Dr. Ruth was a really small guy and wore a men's size 6, so he had very small feet. And for a second, Dr. Ruth thought, oh, maybe these are my footprints. But he was like, I wasn't over here, and I wasn't walking around barefoot. So whose tracks were these? And then, making it worse, Dr. Ruth noticed these little prints, these little human-looking prints, they walked all the way over to the side of his tent, and they appeared to circle his tent over and over again. But then the prints didn't wander off and disappear. It's almost like the prints just continued in a circle, and then whatever this was making the prints just stopped where it was and vanished. At this point, Dr. Ruth was terrified, and he decided, let's just go towards Weaver's Needle, let's find this treasure and get out of here. And so he rushed back to his tent, he gathered up his things, he hopped back on his donkey, and he began heading towards Weaver's Needle, the thing that looked like a big gravestone. After riding for a couple of hours, Dr. Ruth was close enough to this huge formation that he was actually inside of the shadow cast by this Weaver's Needle. And when Dr. Ruth consulted his map, he saw that where the treasure was supposedly located was actually within the shadow of Weaver's Needle. And so he knew he was close. And so Dr. Ruth continued following the map as best he could. He turned this corner behind a rock formation, and then right up ahead, he saw this big wall of cacti that all had these axe heads lodged into their flesh, like someone had taken an axe and smacked the axe head in and then broken off the handle, but like dozens of times. And so Dr. Ruth stopped, and he's looking at these cacti, and then he looked at the map, and he realized on the map was actually a drawing that kind of resembled these cacti with the axe heads in them. And so he's thinking, oh my goodness, this map is accurate. I've found another landmark. I must be near the treasure. And so now all he had to do was kind of back up and orient this cacti with the axe heads in it, with Weaver's Needle and its shadow. And if he could just orient it correctly, he would know exactly where to go. And after backing up and moving the map around a couple of times, he finally had it totally oriented, and he realized there was a path straight up ahead that would go right to the base of Weaver's Needle, and he thought, that's it, that's where I dig, there's the treasure. And so feeling excited, Dr. Ruth hopped off the donkey, he grabbed his pickaxe, and he began moving in the direction of where he was going to dig. But before he got there, he heard something behind him. He turned to look, but by the time he saw whatever was behind him, it was already too late. An explosion rang out, and then everything went dark. 10 days later, those two cowboy guides who had brought Dr. Ruth into the Superstition Mountains, they came back out to check on him, to make sure he was okay. And they found his campsite, and it was abandoned. And they searched the entire area, all the way down to Weaver's Needle and back, and there was no trace of Dr. Ruth. Over the next 45 days, a much larger search party was launched in this area to try to find Dr. Ruth, but at the end of those 45 days, there still was no sign of Dr. Ruth, and so the search was called off, and it was assumed that Dr. Ruth was dead. 3.5 months after that big search ended, so in December of 1931, another set of explorers were in the Superstition Mountains near Weaver's Needle, the big gravestone-looking rock formation, and they would discover a human skull on the ground. It was Dr. Ruth's skull, and it had 2 gaping holes in the side of it. A month after that, another set of explorers who were in the Superstition Mountains would find the rest of Dr. Ruth's skeleton located approximately 1 mile away from where his head had been found. But while the discovery of Dr. Ruth's body did provide some closure for his family, it actually only deepened the mystery of what the heck is going on in the Superstition Mountains. Because, one, despite the fact that Dr. Ruth's skull had been found with 2 holes in it, and the fact that his skull was found 1 mile away from the rest of his skeleton, authorities who investigated his death quickly said Dr. Ruth died of natural causes, and they closed the case. And the second weird thing that only deepened the mystery was when they were searching Dr. Ruth's campsite, they would find his checkbook. And inside of his checkbook, there was all this writing that was clearly from Dr. Ruth, writing his checks. And then towards the back of this book, there was a relatively fresh-looking message, and the handwriting looked totally different than Dr. Ruth's handwriting, that just said, Veni, Vidi, Vici, which in Latin means I came, I saw, I conquered. Now, we don't know who wrote this message, but the running theory is whoever very likely killed Dr. Ruth wrote this note inside of his checkbook. But we don't know why they wrote this note. Now, eventually, people began to think that because of this note that was in his checkbook, that suggests that maybe Dr. Ruth really was on the precipice of actually finally finding this treasure, and maybe the stories were right about the Superstition Mountains, that something lurks in the canyon protecting this treasure, and when it saw Dr. Ruth was about to take the treasure, this thing killed Dr. Ruth to stop him, i.e. they came, saw, and conquered Dr. Ruth. Also, adding to the strangeness of this entire story, in 1945, so 13 years after Dr. Ruth's skeleton was discovered, an adventurer named Barry Storm published a book about his journey to try to figure out what actually happened to Dr. Ruth. And he would say in this book that
entity whose incessant twitching and animalistic grunting put the fear of God into those who encountered him. This week, we take a look at the Gurning Man of Glasgow.
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have literally hundreds more stories just like this one that are available for you to listen to right now. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. At around 2 p.m. on March 23rd, 2015, a 911 call came in to the Vallejo, California Police Department from this man who sounded totally drunk or high on a drug or something, claiming that his girlfriend was missing and she had been kidnapped, but his story just didn't make any sense. When the officers got to this man's house, immediately they see this guy when he opens the door, and he looks deranged, and his house looks totally off and has this weird smell that's almost like a chemical smell. And then when they asked him, to give them some information, what's going on here? Where's your girlfriend? He would launch into this bizarre story about men wearing wetsuits with lasers on their hands. And so police are like, what is this? But the police would follow up and actually launch an investigation because this guy's girlfriend really was missing, and they would uncover a story that was even more bizarre and more weird than the 911 caller's story had been. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do,
but we'll
and we
continue
upload
with
once a
this
week.
one.
So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is out of town, go into their house and completely demolish their master bathroom and replace it with a used summertime music festival porta potty. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late on the afternoon of March 22nd, 2015, 29-year-old Denise Huskins reached for her buzzing cell phone, and when she saw who was texting her, she immediately felt this knot of anxiety in her stomach. It was her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Aaron Quinn, and right now, at least according to Denise, they were off, and likely it was going to stay that way. But now, Aaron was texting Denise, saying he really wanted to talk to her and would she please come over. It was a Sunday, and Denise was home alone in her little apartment in Vallejo, California, which is inside the San Francisco Bay Area, and Denise really just did not have it in her to go talk to her ex-boyfriend. Really, she didn't have plans to go out anywhere. She just wanted to stay in. And so she typed back that she was in for the night and this would have to wait. But as soon as she sent that text, immediately she got another text from Aaron. For a long minute, Denise just sat there on the couch looking at her phone, wondering what she was going to do. Denise and Aaron had met the previous summer after Denise had moved to Vallejo from Boston, Massachusetts to work at a hospital in Vallejo called Kaiser Hospital. Denise had her PhD in physical therapy, and Kaiser Hospital had a great physical therapy program, especially for people with brain and spinal cord injuries. And Kaiser Hospital was also where Aaron worked. She and Aaron had been immediately attracted to each other. Aaron was tall and fit, with dark hair and piercing eyes, and he loved to cook. And Denise, she was blonde and blue-eyed and very outdoorsy and driven. And so pretty much right away, Aaron and Denise would get into these intense conversations where they each would kind of dive into the other person's life. I mean, they were really connecting on a deep level. But even though they both clearly got along great and they were really connecting, their relationship got off to kind of a rocky start. Aaron had actually been engaged to be married before he met Denise, but Aaron's fiance had cheated on him, and so he had ended the relationship. And it was during that time, right after this relationship had ended, that he met Denise. And so Denise was kind of like a rebound, and she kind of felt like a rebound. But again, they're getting along great, and so both were optimistic that it was more than that. And so Aaron and Denise had officially begun dating in the fall of 2014. But 7 months later, so in March of 2015, when Denise was getting these text messages from Aaron, at least in Denise's mind, their relationship really was done. Because Denise had caught Aaron texting his ex-fiance, basically begging her to get back together with him. And so Denise felt really hurt. You know, she understood that that was a really intense relationship. And of course, Aaron would still have feelings for his ex to some degree, but she felt really betrayed. And so she told Aaron that that was it. But it was really painful for Denise because she did love Aaron, even though she knew, this relationship likely wasn't going to work. And now here Aaron was blowing up her cell phone with text messages to meet up and talk, and he just wasn't taking no for an answer. And so Denise finally typed out this long message back to Aaron, basically saying, look, I don't feel comfortable coming to your house. It's the house that you shared with your ex. I don't want to go there. We can talk another time. I think for right now, what you need to focus on, Aaron, is kind of like recording me. Take me out on dates and show me that you really want to be with me, because right now there's no trust. And Aaron, to his credit, wrote back to Denise and basically said, yes, I'm definitely willing to do that. I want to put in the work to win you back. I care about you, Denise. But he said, I really have something important to tell you, and I just don't feel comfortable talking about it anywhere else besides at my house. So please, can you just come over tonight? It's really important that I see you. And at first, Denise really did just kind of hold the line, and she told Aaron that, no, I'm not going to come to your house. But again, Aaron, he just would not let it go, and he really seemed actually very eager to see Denise, and it made Denise feel special. And so eventually she kind of gave it up and said, you know what? Okay, I'll come by. And after that, Denise got up off the couch, she got dressed, she called their favorite pizza place and ordered some pizza that she would pick up and bring to his house for them to eat that night. And then she headed out to her car and pulled out of her driveway. At about 5:30 p.m. that night, Denise arrived at Aaron's two-story home on Mare Island, which is actually just a little peninsula in Vallejo, California. And Denise, she grabbed the pizzas off the passenger seat. She grabbed her overnight bag because she was optimistic that, they're about to have a great talk and maybe rekindle and maybe she'll stay the night. And so with her things and her pizza, she walked up to the front door and knocked. The next day was a Monday, and Aaron and Denise were both scheduled to work at the hospital that day. But at around 7 a.m. that morning, Aaron called into the hospital sick and said he couldn't come in, and Denise sent a text message to her boss saying that a family emergency had just come up and she would not be at work all week. When Denise's boss got this text message, immediately he was like, this doesn't make any sense. First of all, Denise never missed work, so this was totally anomalous. And he also knew that Denise was applying for this very prestigious orthopedic fellowship that she needed to submit the paperwork for by Friday, and he knew she had a lot of work to do on this paperwork that basically required her to be at work that week to get it all done. And so if she was missing the week, then it looked like she would not be applying for this fellowship. And that just seemed totally unusual because Denise was really serious about this fellowship. And so Denise's boss wrote back to her and just said, I understand you have an emergency, we're here if you need us, take whatever time you need. And then a few hours later, her boss checked his phone again and he saw that she had not written him back. And so Denise's boss was like, wow, I guess, she really must be dealing with some serious family emergency that's keeping her from using her phone. About 7 hours later, at around 2 p.m. on this Monday, where Aaron and Denise have not shown up for work, there was a 911 call that came into the Vallejo Police Department. And the person making the 911 call was Aaron. And Aaron's voice was totally slurred, and then he told this very confusing story about some sort of kidnapping, and then he begged police for help. 2 police officers happened to be near Mare Island, where Aaron lived, and so within 2 minutes of this 911 call coming in, those 2 officers were knocking on Aaron's front door. And when Aaron let them inside, these officers noticed 3 things in quick succession. The first was Aaron was obviously drunk or high. He was under the influence of some substance. He just did not seem right. 2, there were at least a dozen empty beer bottles lining a back wall in the kitchen. And 3, the entire house reeked of cleaning chemicals. One of the officers immediately turned to Aaron and said, "Are you on drugs?" And Aaron would say, "Yes, I am on drugs, but these drugs were given to me by the kidnappers." The officers immediately exchanged confused glances, looked back at Aaron, and then just said, "Okay, well, we're going to take a look around." And so the officers wound up going upstairs, and as they went upstairs, that cleaning chemical smell got stronger and stronger, and they made their way into the master bedroom, and they saw the ground had obviously been recently vacuumed, and that cleaning smell was really strong in here. The sheets on the bed were all gone, except for the fitted sheet that sat over the mattress. And so the officers were about to leave the master bedroom and keep looking when one of the officers stopped and he noticed something on the bed, and he called the other officer over, and they walked over and they looked down, and sure enough, on the bed was about a quarter-sized drop of blood. The police officers left the master bedroom and they went back downstairs where Aaron was, and they walked up to him and said, "Okay, tell us again what happened with these kidnappers and what's going on here." And Aaron would launch into a totally bizarre story. Through slurred speech, Aaron would say 12 hours earlier, so around 3 in the morning that morning, so early Monday morning, Aaron said he was in his house with his girlfriend, Denise, when suddenly these men wearing wetsuits broke into the house, and they immediately tied up Aaron and Denise and then made them wear these goggles that had been all taped up, so once they were on your face, you couldn't see anything. Aaron would tell the police that the intruders, in addition to wearing wetsuits, they also were carrying guns, tasers, also laser pointers, and also very high-powered flashlights. And so when they came in, there were all these lights and beams everywhere. I mean, it was totally chaotic. Aaron then explained to police that after he and Denise had been tied up and had these goggles on, the men in wetsuits came over to them and put headphones on each of them, and then they played this recording which had this weird soothing music, and then somebody narrating, telling Aaron and Denise that they were not in any danger, that this was just a robbery, and to stay calm and nothing would happen to them. And so Aaron and Denise had done just that. They tried to follow orders, and then at some point the headphones came off, and both Aaron and Denise were told to go to separate rooms, and they kind of fumbled their way into the separate rooms, at which point the men demanded they give up their banking information and passwords, and Aaron and Denise did that. They gave up all their banking info, and then Aaron and Denise were brought back into the living room. They were tied back up again, and then even though Aaron and Denise couldn't actually see this, they heard the sound of somebody apparently coming in that sounded like a doctor, who then took Aaron and Denise's blood pressure before administering this drug to them that made them both very sleepy. And then before Aaron and Denise passed out from this drug, Denise was taken by the intruders, and the intruders told Aaron that they had rigged a camera system inside of his house to watch him so he couldn't leave to go save Denise. And so Aaron basically just stayed in the house until he fell asleep from this drug. And then when he woke up again and managed to get his restraints off, he saw that Denise really was gone. And so Denise had to be with the kidnappers. After Aaron was done telling this totally weird story, which again, you got to remember, as he's talking, he sounds totally drunk. And so they kept having to ask him to say again what he was saying. And, Aaron's just kind of loopy. And so the whole thing is just so weird. And so when Aaron was finally done telling the story, the 2 officers just stared at him in silence. And then the officers looked at each other, and without even saying anything, they both were thinking the same thing. Probably this guy has killed his girlfriend, Denise, And after he killed her, he must have spent time cleaning the house, which is why they smelled all the cleaning chemicals. And then maybe when he was done, he felt bad about what he had done. And so he began drinking beers to kind of cope with what he had done. And that's why all those empty bottles were there. And that's why he was acting so drunk right now. And then at some point he had worked up the courage to call 911 and pretend that he didn't know where his girlfriend was and make up this whole alibi about these weird kidnappers that came in and did this stuff. But obviously it was just a ruse. This guy killed his girlfriend. That's what happened. And so finally, one of these officers spoke to Aaron and they said, "You're going to need to come to the station with us and explain yourself." As much as I love whipping up old Wong's favorite meal, a nice hot frappe mug of musk. A nice hot frappe mug of muskox and blobfish stew. Sometimes I just don't have enough time. And when that happens, my quick option is a couple of mystery bird nuggets. However, as we learned last night, old Sigalung is allergic to emu. Emu was the mystery bird we sucked down last night. So unfortunately, mystery bird nuggets are out. However, I found an even better quick option, Factor. With Factor, you can skip all those grocery store trips and all the prepping and shopping and cleaning up that comes with preparing a full meal, but you still get the top-notch flavor and nutritional quality that you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes, so all you gotta do is heat and enjoy. And Factor is flexible. I can adjust my order size to make sure I have enough to share with my family, and it's easy to skip a week or two anytime you know you're not gonna be around. For those of you who are confused, because I've previously stated my favorite meal kit is HelloFresh, well, don't worry, HelloFresh owns Factor, because HelloFresh wants to offer a wider array of meal options to satisfy all of their customers. So if you're in need of a quick meal option to replace your mystery bird nuggets, then look no further than Factor. My favorite Factor meal is the grilled chicken with browned butter Yukon mash. It's pretty good. Head to factor75.com or click the link down below and use code MrBallin50 for 50% off your first Factor box. It didn't take long for the police in Vallejo to launch this massive search all over Mare Island to look for Denise. And at this point, they were kind of looking for a body because based on what was going on in Aaron's house and the story he told, it did seem like very likely she had been murdered and disposed of somewhere. And so they had dogs out and dive teams out in the water. They had hundreds of volunteers looking everywhere. And at the same time, Aaron was brought to the police station and they began going over every single detail of his story, trying to get more information about these kidnappers, because as much as they didn't believe him, they did need to officially rule out that there was no kidnapping. And so they needed all the information about these kidnappers, who they were, what they looked like, what they sounded like, everything. And at the same time, police were talking to Aaron. Police also brought in Denise's roommate, and they asked the roommate, "Do you know anything about Denise's relationship with Aaron?" And the roommate would say, those two have had a very troubled relationship. And the roommate would say that, as far as they understood, Aaron and Denise were not a couple anymore. And so police would actually go over to Aaron in the police station and they would say, "Hey, we have people saying that you and Denise, who you called your girlfriend, you guys were not dating. You had broken up. Explain yourself." And Aaron would say, "Well, actually, that's why Denise was coming over. Before all this kidnapping happened, she was coming over so we could reconcile." And we did. We had reconciled. We were back together when the kidnappers in wetsuits came inside the house. But the more police looked into Aaron's kidnapping story, the less it made sense. And it really didn't make sense to begin with. And so really, it just got weirder and weirder and weirder. Like, for one, Aaron said that he and Denise had been kind of forced to give up their banking information and their passwords, and they did that. They gave that up to the kidnappers. But when police looked into Aaron and Denise's banking records, there was no money withdrawn. The only activity on either of those accounts was on Aaron's account. 2 hours before Aaron called 911, he called his credit card holder and attempted to get them to give him a large cash advance so he could buy a boat. When police asked Aaron about the strong cleaning chemicals smell in his house, Aaron absolutely denied doing anything to clean his house. He didn't know how that happened. Also, Aaron would tell police that these kidnappers had actually wanted a ransom to be paid to them. but he said it was only for $8,500. And so police are like, why would these kidnappers take Denise and run away with her and risk very serious jail time for $8,500? It just seemed way too low for what they were doing. And then there was another weird detail that came out of interviewing Aaron at the police station. One of the police officers had noticed that Aaron's eyes were totally dilated, his pupils were huge, and for a little while, police had thought maybe that was because he was on some drug or something which can cause your pupils to dilate. But based on the weirdness of the story that Aaron was relaying to them, they actually began to suspect that Aaron was having a schizophrenic break. That is a symptom of a schizophrenic break. Schizophrenia is a very serious mental illness that often begins to appear in young adults, and Aaron was only 30 years old, so he's at the right age for this to happen. And while schizophrenia does not make people violent, it does make people very paranoid, and it also can cause hallucinations and mental disturbances. And so when police were looking at the details of Aaron's story about men in wetsuits breaking into his house and taking his blood pressure before stealing his girlfriend, but also cleaning his house at some point, that just seemed so weird and kind of crazy that it did seem to kind of line up with schizophrenia. By 9 p.m. on March 23rd, so 7 hours after Aaron had called 911 to report Denise missing, the Vallejo police decided they needed to call in the FBI because this was just so weird, and we have this missing person who could have been kidnapped, or maybe they're dead or hurt or something. I mean, there was just so much going on with this case, they needed backup. And when the FBI arrived in Vallejo, the first thing they did is they took Aaron and they gave him a lie detector test, and he failed it completely. And after finding out he had failed it completely, he immediately lawyered up. By the next day, March 24th, there were over 100 different search teams all across Mare Island and around Vallejo, California, looking for Denise. Police sonar had also picked up a body-sized mass out in the bay, but so far the divers had not been able to find it. Aaron, by this point, had gotten his lawyer and left the police station, and by now, Denise's picture was all over the news and newspapers. It was up on posters, on telephone poles all over town, and TV news channels were parked outside of Aaron's house, just waiting for him to come out or waiting for any activity. But despite all this activity, the detectives and the FBI agents that were working this case had really not made any significant progress. All they thought was, Aaron's definitely hiding something. But then something changed. A little bit after noon on March 24th, a reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, who was camped outside of Aaron's home, got a very weird email. The email was from the kidnappers, the wetsuit-wearing, blood pressure-taking kidnappers who broke into Aaron's home and took Denise. And in this email to the reporter, it said that Denise was fine, and there actually was a recording of Denise's voice reading that day's news, which confirmed that she was alive at least as recently as that morning. But there were two very suspicious things about this email. The first one was the recording of Denise's voice, the proof of life recording. Well, she did not sound in any way stressed. She sounded utterly calm, like she was reading the news like it was completely no big deal.
Earlier today, there was a plane crash in the Alps.
And the second thing that was very suspicious was the email address the kidnappers had used to message this reporter was an email address that belonged to Aaron. When this reporter told police about this, investigators were like, you know what, this actually doesn't make this any more clear. This makes things exponentially more confusing. Denise did appear to be alive, which was a good thing. But it now really appeared that Aaron was involved in whatever was going on here, and based on how calm Denise sounded on this recording, she could be involved in it too.
Long time no
and
see.
Investigators' suspicions only grew when they went to Aaron and they asked him, have the kidnappers tried calling you at any point? And Aaron would say, yes, they have, and he showed them his phone. Well, the police would trace the phone calls that Aaron claimed had come into his cell phone from the kidnappers, and when they traced the kidnapper's number, they found it was connected to a burner phone. A burner phone is something that drug dealers will use because it's totally
How's
anonymous.
your work?
It's like a one-time use cell phone that you use temporarily, you have this number temporarily, and then when you're done with the phone, there's no history that you personally had that cell phone. But police were clever, and they figured out where this burner phone was actually purchased from, and it was purchased from a nearby Target. And they looked at the security footage of around the time when this burner phone, was purchased from this Target, and they saw the person who had bought it walk out of the store. And the person who
Not
had
too
bought this burner
stressful.
phone
Everyone
was this
is
white
nice.
man who was tall,
I don't have
fit,
time
dark
for
hair,
myself
and it
anymore.
basically looked
Yeah,
exactly like Aaron.
it's the pain
and then,
of
2 days
working
later,
adults.
on March 25th, Denise herself walked up to her mother's home in Huntington Beach, California, which is roughly 400 miles south of Vallejo, California.
I'm
where she
glad
went
you're
missing.
doing well,
And so
though.
Denise's mother was not home when Denise showed up on her doorstep. And so Denise wound up
I've
going
been
to the
working
next door
50
neighbor
hours the
and
past
using
few
their
weeks. Oh
phone
my god,
to
50
call her father.
hours.
And Denise's story that she would tell her dad was even more bizarre than Aaron's story.
That's
She
really,
said
really
she had
long.
been held captive by 4 men in this small room, and these men would tell her that they were simply doing a task for a client, and what they were doing now with her was just following their protocol. Denise would tell police that she was well taken care of while she was in captivity. They let her eat food, they gave her water, they even let her shower and brush her
Finally
teeth.
have
Denise
money.
initially was very open to speaking to Vallejo police detectives about what happened to her, but when they said the FBI really wanted to talk to her and they would literally send a jet to her in Huntington Beach and fly her back to Vallejo, she refused. And then, like Aaron, she
Once
immediately
you get
lawyered
used
up
to
and
it,
stopped talking.
it
And so
should
by
be
this
a little
point,
bit
all the
better, right?
investigators are like, there's no way these two actually got kidnapped. This whole thing is some weird, elaborate hoax, and now they know they've been caught, and so they're going quiet. And so that night that Denise was found, on March 25th, the Vallejo police held a press conference and told the public that they do not believe these two were ever kidnapped.
no wonder
They don't
why I
really know what
haven't seen you
happened,
stream
but at this
recently.
point they are not pursuing kidnappers, and the public should not be worried about rogue kidnappers in the area. But after this press conference, the police couldn't help but think to themselves, why would these two people who are successful, they come from good families, they have loads of future prospects, I mean, their lives were good. Why would they stage this hoax? What do they stand to gain? It really just didn't make any sense. For weeks, the investigation into whatever happened to Aaron and Denise continued, but there was virtually no progress. The media was still very interested in this case. It was totally salacious, and they had dubbed this case the Gone Girl case in reference to a movie about a woman who fakes her own kidnapping. As for Denise and Aaron, they stayed lawyered up, and the only message they put out to the public was that they were telling the truth. And so really, this case just didn't make sense to anybody until about 2.5 months later, on June 5th, 2015. Early that morning, a police officer in a town called Dublin, which is just south of Vallejo, California, found a piece of evidence that basically broke the Gone Girl case wide open. The evidence this police officer found was a cell phone. Not a burner phone that's totally anonymous, but a real cell phone that is registered with a phone company and therefore is registered with an
You
individual
bought
person.
me a
And
gift.
police were able to trace
There
this
you
cell
go.
phone back to its owner.
You didn't
And this
have to.
discovery
Thank
would
you.
lead investigators 200 miles to the northeast of Vallejo to the small
Thank you.
remote cabin in South Lake Tahoe, California. And at this cabin, police would find a stolen car,
I
a
appreciate
white Mustang.
you.
And the white Mustang actually belonged
You
to someone who lived
dote
in
on me
Vallejo.
too much.
And so, with their guns drawn and their dogs at the ready to be released, the police and the FBI, they
I
opened
didn't
up the
get
door to
around
this
to your
cabin.
birthday pics. I
Inside
still need
was
to
a
do
tall,
it, but I
fit,
figured
and
this makes
slender
up for
white
it.
man with
Thank
dark hair.
you. You
The
don't.
cabin
I
was a total
know.
mess with
Now
discarded
that you're
food and
working, you don't
trash
have
and piles of
time.
clothes
It's
everywhere,
okay
but none
about
of
the
that really
birthday
stood out
gift.
to the police.
You
Instead,
don't have to
what
feel
stood out to
bad
them
about
as
it.
they're yelling at this guy to stay where he is
You
all
didn't even
around
have
the
to get
cabin,
me
all over the
anything.
ground, kind of on top of all the trash and mess, were things like laser pointers and high-powered flashlights and zip ties and goggles, like swim goggles, with tape all across the front of them blocking out your
I
view.
had
The
to.
police had
You feel
finally
bad
found
about
one of the
everything?
kidnappers.
Why?
And while this kidnapper looked
Don't feel bad
exactly
about
like
anything.
Aaron, he was a tall, fit, slender white man with dark hair, it wasn't Aaron. In fact, neither Aaron nor Denise had ever met this person, and this person, this kidnapper, had never met Denise or Aaron. There was absolutely no connection between them. This
Don't feel
kidnapper's
bad.
name was Matthew Muller, and he was
I'm
a 38-year-old
traumatized.
Harvard-trained lawyer and former Marine who
Oh,
had totally
no.
just crashed and
Not
burned
like
out of
this,
his law
Dango, not like
practice,
this.
and then took up this life of committing all these totally bizarre crimes. It would turn out the totally weird stories that Aaron and Denise had told police about what had happened to them was all true. The only thing they got wrong was there wasn't multiple people breaking into the house in wetsuits. It was only ever one person. It was Matthew Muller, the guy behind all this. And maybe just kind of in their panic and not knowing what's going on, Aaron and Denise had kind of thought, oh, there's multiple people here. But there wasn't. It was just Matthew. Also, it would turn out Aaron and Denise were not the first people that Matthew had done this to. The reason that police officer in Dublin, California had found
What's
that
the model
cell
you're
phone,
working
which
on?
broke the case
I
wide open and
am
led police to this cabin
making
in
a
South Lake
VRoid
Tahoe,
model for
was because on the
Eki.
night that officer found the cell phone, so June 5th,
Yeah.
Matthew Muller had attacked another
This
couple
guy.
in the middle of the night in their home. But that couple had been able to fight Matthew Muller off,
Hey,
Oh,
and
that's
Matthew
an
had
old
left
clip.
his cell phone in their home before he fled.
Uh-oh,
And so when this couple had
Whoa.
reported this to
You heard your
police,
name.
that was how they
That's
got the
right.
cell phone. In terms of Muller's
There we
motivation
go.
for
We're
doing what he
making
was doing,
model
well,
for
Muller
Eki.
was absolutely
Yes.
brilliant, like borderline genius, super smart guy, but he was extremely mentally unwell.
Uh-oh.
He had severe
I'm doing my
psychosis,
best.
and he was
Nothing,
also
On his
nothing,
hair.
nothing.
so basically, he wasn't seeing reality for what it was. And at some point, in one of his kind of psychotic fits, he had somehow came across Aaron and Denise and become absolutely obsessed with them. He began surveilling them non-stop with a drone for 3 weeks
I
before
believe
he
in you.
attacked them.
I
The patterns
actually
that they
did
talked to
make
and what
another
they
hair
did
just
was
now, but I
extreme.
didn't like
He
it,
found out
so I'm
that's what
redoing
Matthew
it.
was doing, watching him and Denise with a drone. Aaron would tell police, "Oh my goodness, I actually remember one night before the kidnapping, looking up and seeing this
I'm
glinting light in
not
the
that good
sky."
at doing
And he thought, that
Vroid,
looks like a
you
drone.
know.
Why is it out here? But Aaron was a normal person
Man, you
and
made
didn't
more
suspect
progress than what
that
I'm
somebody who was
currently
totally
doing. I don't know
unhinged
what
was
you're
spying
doing,
on him with a
but
drone,
we
and so
will
he had
work hard
forgotten
together.
about it. And so after
Honestly,
Muller had
though
surveilled
Vroid is a
Aaron and Denise
nightmare,
for 3 weeks
God,
using his drone,
I don't know
he
how
was
I
ready.
managed
So,
to
in the middle of
make
the night, he broke into Aaron's
my
house,
updated
wearing a
Vroid model
wetsuit.
either.
He tied up Aaron and Denise,
What was
and he
going
put
through
those
my
goggles
mind
on
back
both of
then,
them so
don't
they couldn't
know.
see anything,
I had
and then
so
he
much
put on those
fun
headphones on both of
making
them that played the soothing
a
music,
Vroid
and
model
also
for
had that
Say
narration
Dango
where it was
because,
telling them, "Hey,
right,
you're gonna be
Say's
fine. This is a
model,
robbery. Just stay
except
calm
for
and do
the
what you're
back
told."
part of her
But after
hair,
these
everything
headphones
else
went
is
on
so
both of them,
easy. I just make
Matthew would
use of the
sexually assault
pre-made
Denise. And in
bangs.
fact, at least one other victim
Done.
of Matthew Muller has come forward since his arrest to say that she
You already
too was
know what I'm
sexually
doing?
assaulted by
I
Matt.
don't know what
And so
you're doing.
after
You
Matt
didn't
had
tell
taken
me what
Denise
you're
and
doing.
left Aaron's house with her,
You
Aaron,
did
he
not
did
tell me
fall
what you're
asleep
doing.
from
I
the
don't know
drug
what
he
you're
was
doing.
given from Matthew, and
I
then
am
when he woke up
struggling.
the next morning, he managed to get
That's
out
what
of
you're
his
doing?
restraints,
You're struggling?
And, he's still affected by the drug that was in
Yeah,
his
Say's
system,
model
and
was
he
so
sees
easy
that
to
Denise
make.
is
That's
gone.
like
And so the first thing he
best
does
life
is, "Oh my God,
ever."
I need to find a way to pay the ransom to this
I just don't like
kidnapper,
doing
because
textures for
again,
the clothes.
kidnapper,
Oh
Matthew,
god,
had
Dango, you
said
think I
around
make
Aaron
the
that he
clothes?
wanted
No.
$8,500,
No,
and so
I don't
Aaron
make the
thought he could
clothes.
get that
I
money,
told
and so he
Atty, I will
called his
make
credit
you
card company
the
and
Vroid
asked for that
model,
cash
but
advance of
I
$8,500
will only give
to pay
you
this
pre-made
ransom.
clothes.
But when they asked Aaron why
I
he
don't
needed
have the
this money,
patience.
he didn't want to give up that it was for a ransom.
I don't have the
because he didn't
patience
want the
for
kidnapper to know
making
that
the
he had talked to
clothes.
authorities. He was
It
worried about
sounds
Denise.
so much
And
like
so
a
kind of in a
pain.
panic, Aaron just told the credit card company that
It's
he
so
was buying
much
both.
pain.
But really,
Exactly,
it was
it's
for
so
the
much
ransom.
pain.
Also, Aaron was the one
Even
who
just
called
making
in
the
to
hair
Kaiser
is so much
Hospital for both
pain.
him and Denise, saying they were missing work. He did this because Matthew at some point had instructed Aaron that he would have to do that or something would happen to
So,
Denise. And
I'm
so
not
again,
making
he's
clothes.
just kind of following
When
the
I
instructions,
made the
hoping
Vroid
that he can get
for
Denise back.
Say
As for the
and
email that the San Francisco
Ray,
Chronicle reported
I didn't
got
make
that
their
apparently
clothes
was from
either.
the
I just
kidnappers,
used pre-made
but was sent from Aaron's
pre-made
email
clothes.
account. Well, that really was the kidnapper, Matthew Muller, sending this
Easy.
email to the reporter. He just used a special program to
No
basically
worries
hijack
for my,
Aaron's email address. And as for
life.
Denise sounding very calm in her proof of life recording that was attached to that email, well,
Honestly,
the thought
fair,
is,
I used
Denise was
pre-made
very
clothes for
likely
my
in shock
model.
at the time she
Hell
was asked to
yeah.
record this, and so it sounded like
Who
she
has
was
the
relaxed,
patience to
but really
use
she wasn't.
to make
Also,
new
just a
clothes
random
for
side note that I'm
yourself?
sure some of you will have
Just
questions
pre-made,
about.
snap,
We don't
done.
know why Aaron's house smelled like chemicals. It's assumed that, maybe when Aaron
No one
and
else's
Denise were
though,
all
I
tied
know.
up and couldn't see anything because of their goggles, that
I
Matthew
watched
Muller, I
you
guess,
when you
walked
were
around their
streaming
house
back
and
then. I
hidden it,
watched
but we don't know for
as
sure.
you painted
Matthew Muller is currently serving
the-
a 40-year sentence
I
in
forgot
prison for
whose
federal
model it was.
crimes, and just recently he was sentenced to an additional 31 years in prison.
And I
for
was just
state
thinking,
crimes
oh
that were
god,
in connection to the kidnappings. Of
looks like
Aaron
such a
and Denise.
pain.
Aaron and Denise would go on to sue the city of Vallejo, California for basically mistreating them. You know, they had been telling the truth the whole time, but nobody took them seriously, and they would win
Probably
$2.5
King's
million.
model. I don't remember
Aaron
whose
and Denise
model
would
it
go
is.
on to get married, they would have a baby, and they would write a book together about their experience, which is called Victim F, From Crime Victims to Suspects to Survivors. Just after 1:30 in the morning on May 12, 1994, a young girl ran out the front door of her home in rural Maine out into the rainy night. Barefoot and terrified, the girl went door to door screaming for help, but no one heard her. Finally, after running nearly 2 miles in the dead of night, she arrived in her little downtown
I stopped
and managed to
taking
flag
Vroid
down a
calls. I'm like,
restaurant
fuck
owner.
off, yo,
The owner
I'm
would
not
help the girl
doing
call
this shit
911,
anymore.
and within minutes, the police
I
would arrive at
can
that young girl's
understand
home.
why.
And what they would discover there was one of the most horrific crimes ever committed in that small town. Not only because of its sheer brutality, but also because of who committed
For
it
my
and
part,
why.
right? For
We
my
tried
part,
to make this story make sense, but sometimes the truth
as you can
is stranger than
see,
fiction.
I use a lot of pre-made assets, so I'm never taking
that's gonna do it.
commissions
If you
for
enjoyed today's story,
Vroid
be
models.
Sure to check out our podcast
I just make them for
called
fun,
the Mr. Ballin
you know?
Podcast, where we have literally hundreds more
Sometimes
stories
you
just
just
like
do
this
things
one,
for fun.
many of which are only available on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available on Amazon
Like,
Music.
I like how the
In
eyes look.
2005, in
That's
a little town
why
in Illinois,
I make
three
them-
people, 2 men and
I
a
make them,
woman,
I use them.
walked into this strange living room inside
I also
an
use them
apartment
for Say
where
and
on the
Ray's
ground
model.
was the circle of lit candles.
It's
And
pretty.
the trio, without saying anything,
These are crystals.
just marched into the circle of candles and took seats cross-legged on the ground, all looking inward toward each other. Then, after sitting there for a second, it was like suddenly the air in the room seemed to change, and when that happened, the woman began to speak. Except it wasn't her voice. It was like this dark, guttural voice that almost sounded like a man speaking, but it was clearly coming out of her mouth. But the 2 men who were sitting in the circle watching this woman, they were expecting this, and so they sat there listening
Now that I'm
intently
making money,
for
I'm
their
probably shutting down
instructions.
all my
And then
comms
after they got their
indefinitely. I don't have the
instructions,
energy
2
for it
men
anymore.
waited for the woman to
I'll
stop
finish the
talking,
last of
and
them
when she did,
and never
she
again,
handed them
unless
a
I guess a
special tool
friend
for the
really
ritual,
needs something.
and then the 2 men
Oh
stood
yeah,
up,
when
they
I
said their
when I
goodbyes,
first
turned
started
around, marched
working
outside, hopped in the
my
car, and began
dentist
driving
job,
towards
because
their
dentist job
target.
is more
But before we get
tiring,
into
right?
that very
That-
bizarre story, if
I
you're a fan
didn't
of the strange,
take
dark, and
commissions or
mysterious
anything
deliberative
too,
story
because I'm
format,
just
then you
dead
come to the
tired
right
all the
place
time.
because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, when the like button has just finished raking up all of their fallen leaves in their yard, break
was
out your
only
leaf blower
when
and
I was-
obliterate all of their
Even when
piles.
I was
Also, please
working
subscribe
the
to our
office
channel
job
and
too,
turn
to be
on all
honest, I was
notifications
also
so you don't miss any of our
kinda
weekly uploads.
dead
Okay,
tired
let's
all
get
the
into
time.
Today's story.
I didn't do that many commissions either. Okay, it's
Just before
hard,
midnight
yeah.
on August 22nd, 2005, 38-year-old
But
Rick
money.
Eck knocked on the front door of an apartment. in the
Sometimes I
tiny
wish I
Midwestern
never
farm town
left
of Claremont,
my
Illinois.
office job,
As Rick waited for the door to open, he could
'cause
barely
I can't
stand still
find
because he was so
another
excited
office job
about what he was
anymore.
going to be doing that night. Finally,
But
the door
I've already
swung
left,
open,
so
and
I
Rick
can't
saw
help
right in
it.
front of him this very skinny and gaunt-looking woman with dark hair and dark eyes staring back at him. Her name was Irenia Kotner, and she was
Money is
34
so
years
nice,
old.
yeah.
And by day,
With
she
money,
worked
I
at
can
Walmart.
buy my
At night,
friend
she
things. I
became
can
the
also
real
buy
version
myself
of herself.
things.
She was a witch who actually led a group of witches known as a coven that Rick was a part of. Without saying anything, Irenia motioned for Rick to follow her into her apartment, and then Irenia turned and began walking away. And Rick, before stepping over the threshold, he paused for a moment and just
I got
turned to the
myself
guy he
grocery
brought with
store
him,
sushi
a
and it
tall,
was so
muscular
good.
man named
Hell
David Lindner.
yeah.
And Rick, he just kind of nodded at David,
Hell
and
yeah.
David nodded back, and then the two of them walked inside. As Rick and David followed
I
Irenia
feel
into her
that
apartment,
because
Rick
like
still could barely contain his excitement.
we also
He'd
have
only joined
grocery
this
store
coven
sushi
recently,
here.
about a year and a half
Most of the
ago.
time it's
And so
nice.
witchcraft, which
There
is
was
something
like
they were
this
going
one
to be doing
time when my
that
mom
night,
bought it
was
and
kind
it
of new
was
to him, but it was
it
very
was
exciting.
old,
Rick had
was
been inspired
stale.
to become a witch and join
The
this
rice
coven
was so
after watching the
hard.
Harry Potter movies, and so he was
But
hopeful
that
that
sucked.
tonight would go something like Harry Potter. And Rick knew David, the guy he had brought along, was this very powerful warlock.
But
who was
other
the male
times it
witch.
was so
And so
good.
he figured, if David's here, this is bound to go to plan. Rick just hoped he'd be able to keep up with David, or at least play some
All
sort of
Hill
meaningful
Limited
support
sales
role.
store
Irenia
sushi at
eventually
12
led
a.m.
Rick and David
12
down the dark hallway
a.m.
to the small living
12
room,
a.m.
where in the middle of the floor was a ring
You know the
of lit
grocery stores
candles.
here, their
And as soon
sushi
as Rick
starts
and
going
David
on
stepped into the
offer
room with
at like
Irenia,
8
they were hit with
p.m.
this powerful smell of incense
Nothing is
that had
open
been
at
burning in
night
the room,
ever
and
since
also there was all
COVID.
this
Oh
smoke
no.
hovering in the air from the various things that Irenia had been burning
We
in
have like
preparation for tonight's event.
convenience
Rick, David, and
stores
Irenia walked
that are
quietly
still
into the
open
middle of this circle of candles, and they
at,
sat down cross-legged
at
in a
night.
circle facing each other, and then they got ready to begin.
It's
Life in the town of
24/7.
Claremont was normally very quiet
Even
and peaceful.
Walmart doesn't do
This is a
24/7.
town that
Right, I
literally
saw
has
news
more
about that.
cornfields than people, and
That like
Claremont was over
Walmart
100 miles away
stopped
from the
being
nearest city.
24/7
But
after
beneath the
COVID.
calm exterior, Claremont had a dark side. Amongst the 200
Convenience
or
stores
so
here are
residents of
24/7.
Claremont were
Some of the
several
convenience
very dark
stores
witches.
here in
Not this
Singapore
coven,
is
not
not,
Irenia,
but
Rick, and David. They were the good
the
guys.
ones
The
near my
dark
house
witches, they
is
were kind of
so
out and about in
it's
this
all good for
town
me.
and doing bad things.
Even
like practicing
my
evil
grocery
magic and evil
store here,
witchcraft.
it
And so
doesn't have
this coven,
sushi,
led by
but it's
Irenia,
still
was actually in
24/7.
place to try to combat
Some gas
these evil
stations are
witches in
24/7,
their
but if you
midst.
buy
And
sushi from a
tonight,
gas
Rick,
station, it's
David, and
definitely
Irenia
gonna
were
get
going to
you
attempt
sick.
to perform their most ambitious
Oh
and
no, how
important magic
dangerous.
yet. The coven was
How
going
absolutely
to attempt
dangerous.
to break a powerful hex, which is kind of like a curse. And this hex was cast by a person who might very well be
Does it really
the
look like
worst
Etty?
of
I
all
don't
the
really
dark
think
witches
so,
in
but it's
Claremont.
close
A
enough.
16-year-old
Etty,
girl
you hear
named
that? It's
Lindsay
close
Cassinger.
enough.
As Rick sat cross-legged in the middle of the circle, he found himself staring at the two slightly bigger candles that sat in the dead center of the circle.
I can be
that
like
were
in my
basically
PJs
right
and just
between
walk to a
Rick, David,
convenience
and
store.
Irenia. And David, as he stared at these two candles, he saw etched in each of the candles' bodies were words. On one
Here
candle
in
it said
America,
Lindsay,
gas station
and on the
sushi
other
is a
candle it
dangerous
was
game.
etched
I
baby, because it
heard
would turn
that
out this very evil dark witch, Lindsay,
a lot
was
of
pregnant, and
gas
so instead of
station
having to
food
combat
is
one dark soul,
dangerous
the coven would have
in
to
America.
combat two, because Lindsay and her baby were kind of intertwined. Now, before this night, the coven had attempted several times to try to break this hex that Lindsay had cast, and the coven believed initially this hex was actually cast directly at Irenia, because Irenia was suffering from things like depression and anxiety and not finding love, and so of course that had to be a product of this curse. And as the coven had continued to try and fail at breaking this
They aren't
hex,
stored,
the
right?
hex
And
had only
then
become
either
more
they go
powerful
bad
and
or
begun to
pests
spread
get in and
from
stuff. Oh
Irenia
dear.
to other witches in this coven who actually were not present this particular night,
That makes
including
sense.
a 20-year-old
That's why
woman
it's dangerous.
who began complaining of depression and ever-worsening headaches, which of course
Is the
had
hair
to be
moving?
because of this hex.
Maybe.
And so that was why on this night, the coven had decided to really beef up their attack on this hex, and so that was why Rick had gone out and brought in David, the experienced warlock from St. Louis,
Kinda
Missouri,
mean.
who claimed he had broken a hex before and he could do it again for them. As Rick, Irenia, and Dave all sat in the circle, they looked at each other, and then they began chanting in unison to bring out the dead, to join them in the living room right now. And as they began this chant,
Some
Rick
places are
found
fine, but
himself
a lot of gas
intensely
stations
staring
are
at
not
those two
great here.
candles with
Like I
Lindsay
said,
and baby
80%
on
are
them.
bad. Oh
And as he
my.
stared at the flames dancing across the top of them, Rick started to feel like he was
Here,
kind of drifting off into a trance-like
In
state.
Singapore, we also
And he
have
knew
gas
that based
stations,
on his prior
but
teachings
the
from Irenia,
the
the
gas
leader of this
stations,
coven,
right?
that this must be what it feels
Um,
like when the spirit
It's
world
also
opens
when
up,
the
which
place
means
where
the
they
dead
sell
really
things
were
is
coming
also a
into the
convenience
room.
store.
And then, as
So-
Rick is kind of dealing with this trance-like state, he heard
That's-
Irenia
it's
begin
not
to talk,
dangerous
but it
or
wasn't her
anything.
normal voice. It was the slow and deep-sounding voice, almost like something had inhabited her body and taken it over, and was now speaking through her mouth. And Irenia, in this kind of slow and strange voice, she would tell Rick and David that the curse is still growing. And then she would say something that totally caught Rick by surprise. She said again in that slow, strange voice that the hex now was also on Rick and his entire family, and if they didn't break this hex immediately, Rick and his family would all perish. And when Rick heard this, he's still in this trance-like state, but his heart began racing because he didn't know this hex could potentially affect his loved ones. And so this was a really big deal. They needed to end this hex tonight. Rick listened intently as Irenia began to say in this strange voice what their plan was for that night to break this hex. Basically, Rick and David were going to perform a sacred ritual, and Irenia, she began to say to the spirits in the room that Rick and David, they were ready, but they needed help. And so after she said this, she went quiet, and so too did Rick and David, and they're all just sitting there kind of waiting for something to happen. And then after about a minute of just total silence, Irenia began to speak again, still in this strange, slow, bizarre voice, but Rick and David knew now it was a different voice coming out of her. Now Irenia was speaking on behalf of the spirit world that was in the room with them. And Irenia, she would say in this voice, I grant you 5 demons to help you on your quest to break this hex. And then after saying this, Irenia, she opened her eyes and she looked kind of confused for a moment, and then she kind of got her bearings and she looked at David and Rick, and she told them now in her normal voice that they had to perform this sacred
the gas station I frequent has great stuff. Can't count how
middle
many
with
times I
Lindsay
was
and
drunk
David etched on
by.
them burned out. And so basically, Rick and David,
It's really
they
only
needed to
gas
get this
stations
done
open
tonight.
after regular
Then
hours.
Irenia
Convenience
handed
stores are
David
starting
a
to
sacred
go out
tool
because it's a
that would be
huge, it's a
used
big
that night
corporation,
in this sacred
capitalistic,
ritual that
powerful
David and
here.
Rick were going
Ah,
to
I see.
complete. And then Rick and David, they would stand up to
Our
leave,
convenience
and before they
stores,
left,
there's only
Irenia would give them the typical
there's
witch
only
send-off, which
2
was
different
lesson
ones.
B. And then
One
Rick and
is
David, they
7-Eleven.
heads, they turned
That's
and walked
worldwide.
out of the
One
apartment,
is called
and as soon as they were
Cheers.
out into the night, Rick could have sworn he saw dark shadows moving around all over the place, and he knew right then and there that he and David would be safe that night, because clearly the shadows moving around had to be those 5 demons that Irenia had called forth from the spirit world to
5
protect them
demons.
this night. And so, feeling very safe and empowered, Rick and David went straight into Rick's car. Rick turned it on and pulled away from the curb and began heading towards their destination. The other day, old Seagull Lung was looking pretty down, and so naturally, I offered him some of my iced wildebeest retinas to suck on, but he just shook his head and said, Dad, thank you, but what I really
7-Eleven
need
is
right
here,
now is,
but I
a
feel like
bloodthirsty
I've been
horde of
seeing them less
zombies
and
to
less
descend on this
over the
town
past
so
few
I
years.
can
Oh.
savagely destroy
Also,
them
they are
with
pretty
various
gross here
DIY
too. Oh
weaponry.
no.
But alas,
Oh,
zombies
dear.
aren't real, and so my dream will never come true. And at this point, I just slapped Lung
7-Eleven
right across
is
the face.
fine
And I said,
here.
Lung, are you kidding me? You ever heard of a little
They
thing
sell,
called DLS, Doomsday
um,
Last Survivor? You kidding
rice
me?
balls?
They literally have trillions of zombies you can slaughter right now. You kidding me?
Not
Come
really
here, come here. Let me
sushi.
explain to you what this is. In Doomsday, you enter a dark,
But
post-apocalyptic
the rice ball
world
sucks.
filled with your beloved bloodthirsty zombies, and it's up to you to strategize and survive their wrath. You can customize shelters, and you can even recruit heroes with their
Don't
own
like them.
special abilities that will help you slaughter all these zombies. And right now, you have a chance at some of the $5,000 cash that's up for grabs for playing this game. You can be a lone survivor, or you can join forces
Oh, I
with
wish
other
I lived
players
in an
alliances
Asian
to try to
country where I
withstand
could
the
buy
zombie
rice
invasion.
balls
Heck, if you
regularly.
get lucky, you might even be
Not
able to
the
join
rice
Mino's
balls, rice
Seagull
balls.
Lungs Alliance. And for a
Ooh,
limited
rice
time
balls.
only, you can earn a special
Bad.
rare name tag that shows off your
Not
part of the
7-Eleven,
Baller Squad
don't
when
buy.
you download the game using my
Do not
link.
buy
And
from
remember,
7-Eleven
there's
rice balls.
$5,000 cash up for grabs right now. To potentially win some of that money, click the link in the description below, download the game, and then in the page, you'll see there's something called a might ranking, and the top 3 people in that ranking walk away with up to $1,000 each. Outside of that ranking, many other players will be chosen for cash prizes, some up to $100 each. Hurry and download Doomsday right now so you can join the limited time events
Absolutely
and earn the
gross.
legendary hero Jaden. The next zombie wave arrives in 8 hours, so come and join me and old Seagull Lung now!
He's so noisy.
A few miles away, at the house where the 16-year-old evil witch, Lindsay Cassinger, lived, A 20-year-old
food.
Army private named Joshua
Why?
Bennett was sitting at the kitchen table in Lindsay's house, eating chicken wings and just kind of enjoying his night. Josh didn't know Lindsay very well, but he
Closest
wasn't at her
Asian
house
store
to see
is 40
Lindsay.
minutes
He
from
was at
here.
her
Oh,
house
that's
to see his
far.
own mother.
Always
And Josh and
go
his
for
mother
the
had a lot
K
of
marts,
catching up
J
to do.
marts, or
She had
C
abandoned
marts.
him and his
If
father
all
when he
these
was young,
fails, I
and
am
so
sorry to
Josh's
say,
dad
but go
raised
for the
him. And then
Filipino
when Josh was old
stores.
enough, he joined the military, and now he was about to
It's called
deploy to the
H-Mart
Middle
and it's
East to
mainly
go to war,
Korean, but there's other
but
stuff there too.
unexpectedly,
Oh,
Josh's father
I
had
like
died,
to
and
go
so Josh had come
to
back to Illinois for
Don
the
Don
funeral,
Donkey.
and it
It's
was
a
at the
J
funeral
Mart,
where he saw his
but
mother.
it's
She was in attendance as well.
it's like
And,
more
you
than
know, even
half
though he was
an
upset
hour
with his
away from
mother
my
for
house.
abandoning him, he felt like, you know what, I want to reconnect with her. And so he'd gone over and he'd given her a hug, and his mother had
They
been
have
so touched that
salmon
she had asked
there,
Josh to come by
and
her house in Claremont,
it's,
Illinois, where she lived with her boyfriend, because she really wanted
their
some alone
salmon
time
is
to
so
actually hear about
fresh.
Josh's life and kind of, you know,
So
get back
good.
together again. And so, of course, Josh had said yes. And so here he was at this house in Claremont. Now, Josh had arrived.
I heard
at
the
this house a
jingles
little bit
are very
earlier, and he
addicting.
was surprised
Yeah.
to discover that it was not just his mother and her boyfriend living there, but also his mother's boyfriend's son, whose name was Jackie,
I really like-
was also living
I
there,
really like,
along with his
Donald
pregnant
Donkey.
girlfriend, the evil witch, Lindsay Cassinger. But Josh didn't
Usually
really mind that
when
there
my
was
mom
extra
and I
people.
go
It was just
there,
maybe a little bit confusing that this was kind
we
of
buy
a big roommate
salmon.
situation. But it
Cause
seemed like Jackie and
salmon
his
is
girlfriend
like
Lindsay were
the
very nice
only
people,
fish
and they
that my
quickly
brother
went downstairs
eats.
to the apartment in the basement
He
and
doesn't
kind of just
really
stayed out of
eat
the way
any
so
other
Josh and his mother could
any
cook.
other
And
fish.
so
He doesn't
after
like
Josh finished
fish,
eating his
but he
wings,
likes
his mother came into
salmon.
the
It's
kitchen,
like
and the two
kids'
of them
taste,
chatted
you
for
know?
hours, and then finally at about
Salmon,
midnight that
yum.
night, Josh decided to go to bed, so he said goodnight to his mom, he retreated to the bedroom, and he laid in bed.
There's
But he
not
couldn't
even
go
a
to sleep right
Daiso
away
here. I
because he
cry.
had a lot
You
going
do
on in
know
his
that
life.
Daiso
He
is
just
not
lost his dad a
really
couple of weeks ago, and then at the same time, he had
Japanese
reconnected
store.
with his estranged mother.
It's like
and he's about to
Miniso.
deploy
It's
to
actually
Iraq, to a war
Chinese.
zone, and you know, he felt ready for that, but,
But
at the
they
same
brand
time, he was
themselves
kind of
like a
apprehensive, you know,
Japanese
it's about to
store.
happen, you know, I hope I'll be able to do my job. And so with all these kind of intense thoughts swirling around his head, he just kind of laid there and didn't really expect to sleep anytime soon.
Shocked.
But eventually, Josh did fall asleep.
Can't
However,
believe
it felt like
this.
he had only been asleep for a couple of minutes when he was abruptly woken up by the sound of barking coming out from the kitchen. Jackie's dog was going crazy. And so Josh grabbed his phone and he checked the time and saw it was 3 in the morning. And so instead of going out there and dealing with this dog, he just
Yeah.
thought, you know what, it's gonna stop eventually.
It's
And so Josh grabbed his
lies.
pillow and he put it over his head and tried to muffle the sounds so he could
All
fall back to sleep.
lies.
But it
Lies
didn't
and
work.
deceit.
The dog just kept on barking. And then when Josh took the pillow off his head and kind of sat up, wondering what he should do about this dog situation, he heard the sound of a man's voice, a stranger's voice, saying, "I bring you forth from the dark." And then after Josh heard this, he heard the sound of a woman screaming, and it sounded like his mom. And so, acting on instinct, Josh leapt from his bed,
can't
ran out of
believe
the
a
room,
corporation
and goes
would
into the
lie to
kitchen,
me.
and he sees the dog is jumping and barking and going mad, and his mom is screaming, and there's
That's
this
so
guy
funny.
grabbing her, kind of grappling with her.
Not
who's
again.
wearing black gloves and a
Not
ski
lied
mask,
to
and there's another
by
guy next to
goddamn
him with the same
corporations
getup.
again.
It's absolute chaos. But before Josh could run over and save his mother, suddenly his chest felt like it was on fire, and then he went
Can't
blind,
believe
and his
this.
eyes had this burning pain in them, and then he couldn't breathe, and he was
Gosh
stumbling
darn
backwards,
liars.
barely able to stand. Minutes later,
For real,
Rick,
for
who's
real.
one of the witches
Yeah,
from the
for real,
coven,
for real.
bolted out of the front door of Lindsay's
Yeah,
house where all this
but-
chaos was happening, and he just took off running across the street directly into a cornfield.
170
And as he
cm.
ran, he felt this throbbing pain in
Good
his
enough.
leg, and he could feel blood pooling in his shoe. Rick ran until he couldn't run any farther, and then he collapsed onto the ground, and then he began thinking about what an absolute disaster it had been inside
So
of
he
the
can wear a
evil witch's
suit.
house. Not only had they failed to break the
If
hex
you were Lord-
cast by Lindsay, but also Rick was concerned
I'm
that
currently
David,
at
his
work and I want
partner,
to
who
go
was still
home.
at the house,
Why,
was
still at
dead.
work?
And Rick, he began
say you're
looking
still
around
at work,
wildly,
but
hoping
I guess
all
it
those
makes
demons
sense.
that were sent to
Sometimes
help
we'll-
them from the spirit world, he was hoping they'd be nearby and they'd know what to do. But Rick looked around and there was no one. And so Rick thought for a second, oh my
Zero.
gosh, Lindsay's hex must
You
be
do
stronger than
night?
any of us realize.
God,
You know, we
vampire.
have to do something now. We have to end this before me and my family get killed too. And so Rick pulled out his phone and he called Irenia, the leader of the coven, to get her advice about what they should do next. But Irenia didn't respond
work
to what
to
Rick
just
was
go
saying
home
the
without
way he
telling them.
expected her to.
You can't do
Instead,
that.
she seemed very cold and almost enraged at what he was saying. And then, before
It's a
Rick
very
could kind of
cool
figure out what was
outfit.
going on with Irenia, he heard off in the distance the sound of sirens making their way to the evil witch's house. Over the next few days, police
Shorts.
detectives would speak to everyone inside of Irenia's coven,
That's why
as
it's
well as everyone
unethical.
who knew
I
both
already can't do
Irenia
that.
and Lindsay. And slowly but
You're
surely,
almost
the
off.
police would put together
A
what
while more
actually
till
happened
freedom.
inside of Lindsay, the
You
evil
can do
witch's
it,
house,
Dango. You can
in
do
the
it.
early morning hours of August 23rd, 2005. At about 3 a.m. on August 23rd, 2005, Rick and David pulled up onto Lindsay's street and they parked their car a little ways away from Lindsay's house. And then after parking, Rick and David donned their ski masks and their gloves, and then after looking at each other and nodding, they hopped out and began walking towards Lindsay's house. Their plan was to sneak in through one of Lindsay's windows and confront Lindsay the evil witch directly and
I
break
don't
the
like
hex
this.
by performing a sacred ritual.
2
And then
more
after this
hours.
ritual was over, they had a second ritual
two
they would
more
need to
hours.
perform that would
2 more
send
hours.
Lindsay's
I
evil
wouldn't
soul
call that
through the gates of hell.
soon.
And to do
2
that,
more
they needed
hours.
the help of the 5
I'm so
demons
sorry.
that had been sent along by Irenia from the spirit world. Now, Rick and David felt like this was a great plan. However, as soon as they got to Lindsay's house and David actually began trying to climb into one of the windows,
With like the
everything fell apart.
clothing.
First, the dog began to bark
You
inside
like
of
the
Lindsay's
clothing,
house, and that
like-
alerted Josh's mother, who came into the kitchen
You look
and
like
sees
you
the
have
dog
no
and sees
neck,
David
Ati.
falling through the window, and Rick, who didn't really know what was
Oh, you
happening
look like you
inside
have
the
no
house,
neck.
he just
What is
climbed
going
through
on?
the window after David, and
What
when he
happened to
stood up
your
in the
neck?
kitchen, he realized it was too late. They were totally caught. And so Rick, not really knowing what to do, he's seeing all this yelling and chaos happening. He looks over at
change.
David, and he sees David
Give you
grab something
some-
from his belt, and he
give
pulls
you
it out.
some
And it was the tool that Irenia had given them when they left her apartment to go carry out the sacred
Use the
ritual.
wow
This
as
tool was
break
part
time.
of that sacred ritual.
Hello?
And it
Stop.
was a long, sharp
Stop
knife.
trying
And what they were going
to
to do is
teach
stab
Dango to
the
do
evil
wrong
witch,
things.
Lindsay Cassinger, to death with it. That was how they were going to break the hex. And then after they killed Lindsay, they were going to perform this weird ritual with her clothing that would send her soul through the gates of hell. Now, Rick did understand that this was the plan. They were going to murder Lindsay, but perhaps he didn't really know how serious David was about carrying it out, or the fact that David was not really a warlock
Like
as
a
much as he
legal
was a
character.
violent criminal who had bragged
These
to
are the
Irenia
things you used to
about
do? Oh
previously
my
murdering
God.
someone
How
who had
could
cast
you?
a separate hex. And so by killing this person, that was how David had broken the hex previously. Also, Rick may
How
not have
could
known
you?
that David had been instructed by Irenia to not let anything stand in their way to break
They
this
usually
hex, to carry out this
change.
sacred ritual on Lindsay. And so Rick just watched as David raised the knife and began stabbing Josh's mother over and over again in the chest while screaming, "I bring you forth from the dark." And it was at this
Wow.
point that Josh, the army private who heard all this happening, came charging out in his underwear into the kitchen, and Rick watched as David went from stabbing Josh's mother to turning and immediately stabbing Josh directly in the chest. And Rick, at this point, he just jumped
You
right in
know,
on it. and
back
pulled out
when
his
I was
pepper spray
working my
and
office
sprayed
job,
Josh in the eyes. And so that was why Josh felt the
I
burning
used to
sensation
see-
and then went blind
I used
and
to
couldn't
see
breathe and fell to the ground.
my
And
friends
so now it is absolutely chaos inside of this kitchen,
They just
and the actual
sleep.
target of David and Rick's,
I'm just like,
Lindsay, the
hello?
evil witch, she managed to run out of the house
is
and
this?
run to
What
a
in the
nearby
world is
neighbor's
this?
house to get help. Meanwhile,
I give
the
out I
evil
got
witch's
good based on what I'm
boyfriend,
doing
Jackie,
anyways.
he
Why
comes
do?
upstairs carrying a shotgun. And at this
Then I
point,
do
Josh
a
is on the
lot.
ground,
I
clearly dying from the
don't-
stab wound to his
Technically, I
chest.
don't. I
His
don't do
mother
it
as
when I'm
well
in
is
the
struggling on
office,
ground.
but,
And David is going totally
if I'm at
nuts, saying all
home,
these strange
I
things
would
and whipping
sleep
his
in.
knife around, and Rick is just
Not
totally
even
panicking
kidding.
and doesn't know what to do. And so when Jackie
sleep in
ran
at
at
home.
Rick with this shotgun, Rick pulled out his own knife and attempted to stab Jackie, but somehow missed Jackie and stabbed himself in the leg. And so that was why his leg was throbbing and bleeding, because he had stabbed himself.
change
And then
the,
after Rick had stabbed himself,
the
Jackie
skin
just
texture.
walked
I
over
don't wanna
and
show
Spartan
it
kicked
because if you
Rick
show
down the
lips
stairs into
or,
the basement.
I don't know,
and then
if
Jackie
pale
turned his
skin, it's the
attention
same
from
thing.
Rick to David, who
You
was
might
still
get
just
banned.
going nuts with this knife and being a total maniac. And Jackie just walked over to David, and David, he sees the
I
shotgun
wish I
coming
had a
over to
clone
him,
to
and he
sleep for
tries
me
to
so I
move
can
the
do
barrel
all.
out
I
of the
feel
way, but
sleep
then
is
somehow only
productivity.
manages
Evan
to
Brown,
point
I
the gun
want to
directly
know.
at his own stomach.
That's how
At
much
which
I
point,
slept in the
Jackie
office
just
back
fired a
then.
slug directly
Damn,
into
bro.
David's gut. And it was at this moment, as David is crumpling to the ground with this horrible stomach
I
wound,
had
that the neighbor, that
a
Lindsay, the evil witch,
I had
gone
a
so
Shiba
get,
Inu
had come to the house. They went inside, and they found a scene of
plushie
absolute
in the office back then,
carnage. And before
and it
the neighbor
was
could
just
even do anything,
it was given
Rick, who
to
had stabbed
me
himself
by
in the leg and
Bobok,
been kicked down into the basement,
and I
had
just
scrambled up the steps and just run right past all the bodies on the ground, past the neighbor who didn't even do anything, outside, and Rick just kept on running out into that cornfield.
Maple, thank
And
you
so
for
at this
the
point, the
resub.
neighbor didn't even try to figure out what happened.
Thank
He just
you.
called 911. But it was already too late for Josh, the army private, who was only at this house to reconnect with his estranged mother before he deployed to Iraq.
I used the
Here he
Shiba
was,
Inu to
dead on the
sleep
ground
on,
from this totally
not on,
bizarre
but
attack.
during
It would turn
lunch.
out Rick, David, and really the entire coven of witches that fell under Irenia had been totally duped. They all fully believed that
It's
Lindsay
Maple.
was in fact
The
an
Maple
evil
that
witch
gave me
who had cast this
lethal
hex
company.
on Irenia, which was spreading to all the other members of the coven. But in reality, Irenia,
Hey,
the
Etty,
leader
you
of
won-
this coven, she didn't
you
believe there
won,
was a hex. That had nothing to do with any of this. The whole coven
Would
thing
you like
was
some
totally made up.
nail
She was
polish?
just jealous that Lindsay was dating Jackie. Irenia had
some
previously
fancy-
dated Jackie, and
fancy,
they had broken up,
fancy
and Irenia still wanted
nail
to get back together,
polish.
but Jackie didn't. And so now that Jackie
Boss even
was with
offers me
Lindsay,
beer to wake me
Irenia
up.
just
Wow.
couldn't handle it. And so, naturally, Irenia had
Syun
constructed this
can
whole thing
enjoy
about
gathering
Lindsay
stuff.
being one of the dark witches in
do you
Claremont,
mean
Illinois,
gathering
and she's
stuff?
cast this hex.
Nail polish?
And
Hell
now
yeah.
you,
Oh,
my
hell
witches
yeah.
in this coven,
What color
you
nail
need to
polish
go
would you
and
like?
kill
We
her.
have
But of course, Lindsay
Let me
did
see.
not end up
We
getting
have
killed,
a
and
few
instead, it was the
choices.
totally
We
innocent
have
person,
beige,
Josh, the army private, who
green,
had nothing to do with any of
mauve,
this, who got
turquoise,
killed. In addition to
white,
Josh dying, David,
wine.
the warlock from St. Louis, he died from the
You want
shotgun
black?
blast to the
Okay, we have
stomach.
black.
And then
Sure.
Josh's mother, who had been stabbed repeatedly by
Okay, let's
David,
save this.
she would actually survive her attack. Irenia would ultimately
This
be found guilty of first-degree
skin
murder, and she
before
would be
I show
sentenced
back
to
the
57
screen.
years
I
in prison. Rick
don't
pleaded
wanna
guilty
risk-
to murder as well, and he was sentenced to 20 years. And a third
Anything.
member of the coven, who was not present for the attack, but who after the fact helped cover it
Okay.
up, they were sentenced to 32 years in prison.
Look. Look at your nail polish. It's black and gold. Isn't that nice?
One of the most haunted places
It's-
in the entire United
it's,
Kingdom is this
default.
little nondescript farmhouse
It's not default.
in rural Wales. In
It's
1989,
a pre-made
Bill
asset.
and
That's what I
Liz
wanted to
Rich,
say.
who
It's a
were
pre-made
newlyweds,
asset.
moved into their dream home, this little farmhouse in Wales. And pretty much right
Let's
away,
go back to outfits.
terrifying things began happening to them. They began hearing these loud footsteps marching around their second floor, but as
You
soon as they
want
went up
something
there, there'd be
casual
nothing.
like this,
And
or
then
do you
Bill and
want-
Liz began randomly
Listen,
waking up
only
in the middle of the
pre-made
night, and at the
outfits,
foot
so
of
you
their
get to
bed would
choose.
be this
Man.
dark figure just staring at them. Bill and Liz were terrified, but their fear was ratcheted up tenfold when their neighbors began
This
telling them about their
student
home's very
outfit.
dark and insidious history. And not long after that, Bill began to change. To hear the full terrifying
really
story,
like-
listen to the
I don't
special
really like
two-part
the,
bonus Halloween episode on the Bedtime
tuxedo.
Stories podcast. This episode is called The Curse of Heol Vanog. And be sure
Never
to
had
follow
nail
and listen
polish
to the
myself.
Bedtime Stories podcast wherever you get your podcasts to hear more bone-chilling stories.
You should try it.
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that has literally hundreds of stories
Grandpa.
just like this one, but many of them are only available on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast.
I don't know why. Their
and it's
female
available on
outfits
Amazon
are
Music.
so...
Today,
fancy,
we're going to look at 3 medical
you know?
mysteries, with each story
Hi,
being
my Mion.
more
Thanks for
unbelievable
lurking.
than the last. But before we get into those stories,
And the female
if you're a fan
outfits
of the
are
strange,
so
dark, and mysterious
fancy.
delivered in story format, and you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So,
And
if
then
that's of
the-
interest to you, the
some
next
of the
time
male
you're visiting
outfits
the
are
like button
kinda-
at their house,
kinda
be
meh.
sure you rub poison ivy all over their toilet paper.
I mean,
Also,
I am
please
a
subscribe
test
to our
subject for
channel
my
and turn on
fiance
all
when it comes to nail
notifications
polish.
so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get
I
into
keep my nails
today's
open
story.
for random colors. But when you pick for yourself, you still say it black. You're a black kind of guy. And the black outfit is for females. How sad.
On June 14th, 2011, 42-year-old Ellie Lobel stepped unsteadily outside of her house in Wildomar, California, and immediately she had to lean on her round-the-clock caretaker for support. This mother of three had just moved to this rural part of
I don't
California.
know, out of
so
everything,
she could
I
die
still
in
think
peace.
like the
For
student
last
outfit
15
fits you the
years,
best.
Ellie had been battling Lyme
I don't
disease,
know why.
which is a chronic and debilitating condition spread by ticks. But now, after those 15 years of fighting, Ellie just had no more energy.
Just-
She could
it
barely
looks
stand up on
more
her own.
you.
Her mind was kind of always in this weird fog, and she just felt totally hopeless. And so Ellie had recently hired
guess the
an
colors is
end-of-life
more similar
coordinator
to
help
what
her
I
plan
made for
her
you.
death, and also to make sure nobody attempted to revive or resuscitate Ellie if she fell unconscious.
Sure,
Ellie
I
really
guess.
thought she was going to die
Let's
in
go
a
to
moment and
accessory.
just wanted it to happen in peace
Pet
in
ears.
California in her bed. But dying can
Hell,
be complicated.
yeah.
And Ellie, after moving
Pet
to California,
ears.
had laid in her bed for 3 days expecting to die, but didn't. And so, on June 14th, Ellie decided she would just get up, and with the help of her caretaker, she would just go for a walk in her new town.
Meow, meow.
Every step was painful for Ellie as she clutched her caretaker's arm.
Wait
But
up,
the sun
why?
was out, the sky was blue, and flowers
wait?
were in bloom all around her.
Nope.
And just for a moment, Ellie
Flowers bloom.
suddenly realized she was feeling something she had not felt in a long time. She was feeling grateful to be alive. But that feeling was very short-lived
Meow, meow.
because as she stood on this sunny
These were
sidewalk
not
in
part of the
California,
plans. I don't
she
know what you're
suddenly
talking
felt
about. It's
something
totally
small
part of
and
the
sharp
plan.
smack into her forehead. And Ellie, she kind of looked up and realized it was a bee. Now, she was determined not to let an insect ruin this rare instance of happiness in her life. Ellie just kind of reached up and tried to swat it away. But when she looked up again, she noticed the bee was still there, and worse, there was now an entire cloud, a
Meow,
swarm
meow.
of bees over her head that were descending down on her. And as this happened, Ellie's caretaker,
Meow,
who
meow,
saw the
Effie.
swarm, screamed,
You have
let
no
go of
tail,
Ellie, and
but,
ran
you know.
away from her. And so poor old Ellie, who
It's
couldn't
pretty
even
good,
stand
right?
up on her own,
Pretty good.
was forced to fall to the ground and kind of cover her head with her hands to try to protect herself. But within seconds, these bees had descended on her and were stinging her head, her ears, her face. I mean, she was getting destroyed.
Look at
And
you.
these were not normal bees. These were African killer bees that were known for stinging their victim dozens of times. And
Look at
Ellie
you.
was fiercely
Meow,
allergic
meow.
to bee stings. And so instead of dying a peaceful death in her bed,
Yeah.
Ellie was now going to die
Smiling.
a viciously
Wow, look at
painful,
you.
awful public death out on the sidewalk all by herself. Ellie's life had started out with so much promise. By the time she was just 18 years old, she had already earned her PhD in physics. And then by
No, the
1996,
meow,
when she was
yes.
27 years old, Ellie and her husband had 3 beautiful children, and they had
Quack.
moved into their dream home in New York's
Maple,
Westchester
Maple,
County.
since you're here,
Her life
Maple.
really seemed
Do
perfect.
you
But that same
say
year they
yes
moved
to
into
the
their dream
meow meow
home,
years,
Ellie
or do you
suddenly
say
noticed
no
there
to
was
the
this
meow
rash
meow
at the
years?
top of her thigh, and it kind of looked
Yes
like
or
a
no?
red bullseye. And Ellie had chalked it up to, some sort of weird spider bite and not thought much of it, not realizing that that bullseye marking is actually the calling card for ticks who carry Lyme disease. That's what they leave behind after they bite you. But Ellie didn't know that, and so not long after seeing this rash, Ellie began having night sweats and night shakes. She had these flu-like symptoms that didn't go away for
Yes,
months,
no.
and it left her totally exhausted and discouraged. Doctors told
Of
her that
course,
she could
meow
have
meow
arthritis
years.
or
Hell,
fibromyalgia,
yeah.
or MS, or
Hell
heart
yeah.
failure, or some other horrible condition. But it was ultimately a park ranger
It
that
is
Ellie
meow.
death in her bed, not an
And we're back.
agonizing death
My internet
caused by
died.
a
Don't mind.
barrage of African killer bee
Um,
stings out on a sidewalk
I'm
in some
done
random
with
town in California.
Effie.
The attack on
Yeah, my
Ellie
internet
lasted
died.
maybe about a
Save
minute,
this as-
but it was the longest minute of Ellie's life.
I thought it was a
The
me
pain
issue.
just
No, it was a me issue.
unimaginable. And then
I'll
after all the
save
bees
this
had left,
as
Ellie's
this
caretaker
is
actually
wrong
came
place.
running back
Models.
over to her,
Models,
scooped
models.
her up, and began running with
We'll
her
call
back
this
to the
meow meow
car.
acting.
And as Ellie was getting carried, Ellie realized her
Meow meow
caretaker was
acting.
probably
Also,
going to take
I'm
her
going
to
to
the
end
hospital,
as
and she didn't
well,
want that. Even though she had that
because,
kind of nice moment before the bee stings when she was looking around at this beautiful town
my
and the sun was out
lunch
and
is
the
done.
flowers were out. that wasn't enough
I
to
need to
inspire her
eat
to
lunch.
want to
Let
live.
me
She
export
still,
this
deep
first.
down, did just want to
No,
die.
I
So
think
she
I'm
figured,
dying.
you know, with
Why?
these bee stings, I'm gonna have an allergic reaction any minute now, and
I
that's gonna take me
I
out.
keep
and
hearing my
just
mom
want it to
say
happen so I
it's
can be
time
done.
for lunch.
And so
I know,
Ellie made her
Mom, I
caretaker
know.
drive her back to the house
Export
and put her in
this.
bed, and then Ellie laid there
No,
waiting to
no,
die. But
please.
3 days later, and Ellie had not died yet. In fact, she actually felt the best she had felt in years. There had been no discernible allergic reaction to all of these bee stings all over her head, and all the chronic pain and discomfort that she normally felt all the time
Finally
from Lyme
feed
disease
and grow
was
nourishment.
gone.
What
And
are you
after doing
talking
some
about?
research about bee stings and about Lyme disease, Ellie came across this 1997 study done in Australia.
Turn this off. Turn back on the music. No, save this. And then close this. And then before I go and eat, we will test the model using my webcam. Because I'm lazy to grab my iPad. Okay, so here we have the system load. Oh, he's tall. Nope. We have the nail polish, isn't that nice? Black color, look at it. Look at it. Isn't it nice? Meow meow. Meow meow. I can't touch the ears. Meow meow. Hey. I'm gonna show hands. Why? Don't do it. I'm just trying to touch the ears. What's wrong with it? I can't reach. Hey, we have Meow Meow Happy. I'll send you the file. Vroid is really easy. All I have to do is send you the VRM. And then you can use it. You can use it either using this, the webcam motion capture, or you can use it using VC Face. That's the two. Well, this one is not free, but VC Face is free. So if you wanna use something free to capture the viewer, just use VC Face. Alright, it's time for lunch. Thanks for hanging out. We have FD now. Look at the hair. Huge. The hair goes kinda crazy, but you know. Maybe I'll edit the hair doing something, but not too much. Time to throw hands and throw middle fingers. Fuck. Fuck you. The fingers are freaking. Fuck you. Okay, goodbye. Thanks for hanging out. Bye. Bye. See you next time. Bye.